all your money to the weapon, to the drones, to the society, to the pensions, and etc. And don't cry, because you're leaders, and that's it. That's why we are, and that's why we stay, because mostly people.
Hey everyone, welcome to Normal America Show. I'm your low-resolution host, robnoerr. Sorry about the camera quality and stuff. Someday I'll get home from work and I'll get my normal setup going. But I hope you're all having a fantastic Tuesday. I know I am. As always, I try to remain the perpetual optimist, even when I'm at work. I do like my job, but I like my family more. So I can't wait. My half week's done here tomorrow. I finally get to go home and see my family, which I haven't seen since Saturday. So really looking forward to it. I'm the type of person that's always like looking 24 hours ahead. So the day before I go into work is worse for me than the last day I'm at work, because I'm always like, oh, tomorrow's going to suck, I have to go into work. Or my last day at work, I'm like, tomorrow's going to be awesome, I get to go home. So optimistic. You usually see me pretty happy on Tuesdays when I get to go Wednesday and be back with my family. So I think I got a good show lined up for you today. We'll get some oldies if my computer doesn't die when I try to show you some video. Nico, what's up? My friend, let's be frank. Frank and me are going to have somewhat of a different take, I could tell, on the Bud Light situation based on what he's saying there. Though not really. We're basically going to be aligned on most important things, I think. But probably will be some difference in us. Yeah, my brother's doing okay. I haven't talked to him here in the past couple days, but I'll try to get a hold of him tomorrow. He will be going to the eye specialist here soon, and they're going to determine whether or not he has to have surgery. So, but I think he's optimistic about it, which is good. But yeah, that's what's going on today. So we'll stall here for a minute and get some people in here, because I know no one gets notifications anymore from my channels. So it's hit or miss, to say the least, with these platforms actually advertising me. That's okay, though. I don't mind. I think next week, maybe next Monday, is going to be my show where, barring things changing, I'm going to make my final push for why I think you should vote for DeSantis. But I think I'll do it in a way that's different than what most of the online influencers do that are pushing for DeSantis. I think you could do it in a way that's trying to not alienate Trump voters or people that are commentators that favor Trump. So that's what I'll be trying to do. I won't say anything that I don't believe in, but I will say this. I am making a pointed attempt to bite my tongue to encourage both DeSantis and Trump supporters to vote for the other if they win the primary. I think that I see that both of them are possible disruptors to the system, and both of them are massively preferable to an untenable another Biden administration or Newsom administration. So that is what I will be going for. But I do believe that I've just about made up my mind, barring something crazy happening that really would change the flow of things, that I will be supporting. Yeah, that's true, let's be frank. The same's true of DeSantis supporters. Some of the online DeSantis supporters, I mean, I've been on spaces where they tell me that they would rather have Biden in World War III than another Trump administration. And that if you vote for Trump, you're not a patriot, and blah, blah, blah. So I've seen it both ways. Certainly, it can become frustrating, because I think you could be a good person. I think you could be a good person and support Biden. I just think you'd be dumb. A lot of people aren't good people that support Biden. But it's really frustrating to see DeSantis fans or Trump fans saying that anyone who's fans of the other is an immoral person or a grifter or blah, blah, blah. Loomer. I'm not a Loomer fan, to be honest. But anyways, we'll save that for next week. I wanted to talk about whatever you all want to talk about. Hopefully we can get some chump to call in and debate. That'd be great. It's always a good time for me. But if not, the topics I'd lined up were Bud Light and talking about some COVID stuff today, looking at some old videos of mine. Oh man, I feel like I have to sneeze. It's terrible. And you never want to sneeze on stream, because then forever the video will capture any moisture that is expelled from my nostrils. And then it could be clipped and make me to look like a viral-ridden schmuck. So we'll see if I can hold back this sneeze. Yeah, I saw prayers are with you, Conservative Carnage. I saw your message on Discord there, at least I think. Yeah, can we give some prayers to Conservative Carnage? He's going through a really tough time right now. So anyone that could pray for him, we'd really appreciate it. As far as the rest of it, I'll talk to you. I'll message you later about that. But yeah, prayers are going out to you. Sticking a Q-tip up the nose. I think I'll pass. Jacob Chansley's running for Congress. That's funny. So I wanted to talk about the Bud Light situation, and the reason that I wanted, like, Bud Light particular, why it comes up is because of interviews that Tucker Carlson had yesterday, which I don't think it's a stretch to say that it was intended that part of these interviews were to the benefit of Bud Light intentionally. The two interviews were of Dana White from UFC, the president of UFC, and Kid Rock, who is a musician, if you didn't know. Both of them are connected to the Bud Light. Kid Rock because he came out and was making videos heavily criticizing Bud Light, like shooting cans of Bud Light, but then was caught at a backstage at a concert or something like that, drinking a Bud Light. Dana White just took a sponsorship deal for who knows how many millions of dollars from Bud Light to sponsor UFC. And so on the same day, Tucker Carlson, I'm not sure he interviewed them both on the same day, but the interviews were broadcast on Tucker's channel on the same day. And I thought that it would be, I talked about Hunter Avalon yesterday, I have nothing more to say about it. I don't get involved in the personal drama stuff. I thought that it would be worth bringing up sort of what my take on the Bud Light situation in general was. So I've talked about it a little previously, but I thought it'd be worth talking about overarchingly what I think about the Bud Light situation, and then what I think about Tucker Carlson, Dana White, Kid Rock, etc., and what does that mean. So first off, do I drink Bud Light? No, I don't drink much anymore. I probably drink enough to get drunk 2 times a year. And this isn't healthy, right? This isn't something that I'm recommending to other people. But I don't drink unless I'm, like, doing so to get inebriated to some degree. I'm not the type of person that's like, I'm going to have a stout beer with my dinner. I don't. So I probably, in any given year, maybe consume any amount of alcohol 6-7 times. Now, I used to be an alcoholic. I used to drink heavily, probably 4 to 5 times a week. Now that's maybe drink moderately once every 2 months, and then drink heavily like once or twice a year. When I was drinking more, I sometimes drank Bud Light. When I was really drinking, if I was drinking beer, it would be Yingling. I liked Iron City. Back when I was broke, just turned 21, be like something that had high alcohol content, like Keystone Ice, because I was broke trying to get as much booze as I could. But I remember specifically stopping drinking Bud Light. You might think this is ridiculous. I remember consciously telling my wife I was done drinking Bud Light when they had this ridiculous Amy Schumer commercial like 5 years ago. And the bar that I bartended at only had 2 beers on tap. They had Bud Light and what was the other? Miller Lite. And I switched to Miller Lite. I was like, done with Bud Light. And it wasn't like I was grotesquely offended. I was just like, I hate Amy Schumer. We're going Bud Light. Or we're getting rid of Bud Light. So I was not part of the boycott in the sense that I wasn't a consumer of Bud Light. Anyways. Now let me say something that might piss all of you off. I never really understood what Bud Light did that was so egregious. I'm just going to call that out. And you can go ahead and stew with that for a moment. And be like, what? This is like the cultural boycott battle that conservatives finally did something with. And Rob's basically saying, I don't really understand what was so egregious about what Bud Light did. All right, just stew with that for a minute, and then let me explain myself. I think there are things that Bud Light does and other beer companies do that are far more offensive than the Dylan Mulvaney thing, such as sponsoring events that have sexualization in front of children, sponsoring Democrat organizations that are pro, abortion centers and things like that, sponsoring events that are anti-gun, anti-Second Amendment, going along with the same sort of corporate sponsors and such that overwhelmingly benefit Democrats and attack people like me. All of that is more serious than they sent a promotional can to Dylan Mulvaney with his picture on it. That's my honest to goodness feeling. I'm not saying Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch aren't shit. To the contrary, I'm saying that they've been shit for a long time. And this single incident doesn't seem any more egregious than all of the other garbage that they and many other beer companies and other companies do. That's my honest feeling. However, I support the boycott. Why? How does that make sense? Because the culture has been so inundated with the left winning our cultural narrative that what happens is, and since they've engaged in tactics like cancel culture and boycotts and things like that that have been successful, that if you are any kind of corporation at this point, and you don't have any political beliefs whatsoever, if somehow you could just exist in a vacuum and say, I merely care about our product and selling it, that's it. I don't care who wins this election. I don't care about any of it. I don't care about culture, none of it. I only care about our product and selling more. It's impossible to be like that, but hypothetically, if you were, and you're a beer company, or you're a toy company, or you're an automobile company, or any company you can imagine that makes a product, and there are two competing political sides, and you don't give a shit about either of them, and side one says, listen, you're either going to go along with the pressures that we say and the cultural direction we say, or we're going to boycott you, we're going to demand that you get fired, we're going to pressure media companies to go after you, our politicians will attack you, etc., etc., etc. And then the other side says, well, we won't be happy if you go along with the other side, but we won't boycott. We won't demand any changes. We'll just say, ooh, we don't like that. Which side would you favor? Which side would you err on the side of? Of course you're going to go with the side that says, well, you might say we don't want to get involved at all. But if not getting involved draws the ire of the side that's going to try to take you down, the left. And so you say, okay, if we don't get involved or if we favor the right, then we're attacked by the left. And they control all of these institutions and media and they'll come after us. And it'll hurt our bottom line. Or the alternative is we side with the left and the issues they want and donate money to their causes, and the right will do absolutely nothing. That's how we're in this situation with so many corporations that we're in now. Now, that's only part of the story, by the way. The other part of the story is because the left has controlled academia for generations, the people that are getting these jobs, like the PR people, like you saw the woman that was in charge of these campaigns at Bud Light and sending that out, they're all woke, progressive, cultural Marxists. And the qualifications for these jobs, whether we like it or not, are usually that you have to have some sort of degree, preferably from an Ivy League type school or a higher, a school that's considered more prestigious, which is where the most woke people are. As you can see from my show last night, if you're following the Harvard president spiel, all of that. So we pump out all of these people that then go into these corporate jobs that truly are these cancel culture, woke progressives that believe in this cultural Marxist garbage. And there's an economic incentive for these companies, even if they weren't ran by people that were like that, to favor the issues of the left. Of course it was inevitable, given year after year of that almost every corporation would try to at least tangentially side with the left and tangentially move on from the right. Because there are so many corporations that do that, even the ones that you think that the market for their product are overwhelmingly not left-wing people, such as beer companies. The average Budweiser and Bud Light drinker isn't a progressive. But it doesn't matter, because the lesson that's been learned from companies even like that, or Black Rifle Coffee that's, yay, we're a conservative coffee, that's bashing gun rights and bashing conservative causes. Why do they do it? Well, because there's progressives that are there, and because the financial benefits are, even if your consumers are overwhelmingly right-wing or apolitical, it still doesn't hurt you to go against their wishes, because they'll still keep consuming. Black Rifle Coffee, for example, some of the people I know that are veterans, thank you so much, Aftershock, for the subscription, that are veterans, that are some of the most patriotic people you need, vehement to this day Black Rifle Coffee. I've tried to explain it to them. They don't really want to hear it. Let me give you another example of how, because what I'm trying to say is there's almost no alternatives for you to turn to in any product that you might want to use. A beer. What company you got? I'll give you, here's two examples I have. The first example is doing my show. I remember people would say that, I would say, hey, if you want to donate to me, I have Patreon. People said, don't use Patreon. Patreon suck. They kick off conservative people all the time for no reason. It's like, oh, okay, PayPal. No, don't use PayPal. PayPal was infamous for, deplatforming and debanking all sorts of people that were conservative and things like that. It's like, okay, well, you could donate to me on YouTube. Don't do YouTube. YouTube, are you kidding me? It's owned by Alphabet. Their algorithm helps manipulate people. One, it bans conservatives like you, Rob. And second, it helps manipulate people into left-wing causes and left-wing politicians and puts their thumb on the scale of elections. Okay, well, you can subscribe to me on Twitch. Twitch is owned by Amazon. You can't do that. All right, I'm on DLive. DLive, they sold out after January 6th. You see the problem? And eventually, people will have complaints about Rumble. And whatever the new platform that would come up would be, that you could theoretically donate through. So what are you supposed to do? Am I supposed to say, well, I'll boycott all of it? And then what? Not have a voice? Hey, Rumble's been alright. Yeah, you could just visit me and give me money. But you'd probably hate me in person, so what would that help? Here's another example. I have a son that's going to be 3, January 9th. What entertainment should he be watching? Well, you can't watch Disney. Okay. Let's say I did that. Let's say, okay, no Disney. Nickelodeon? I know the person that made that show, Loud House, was accused of inappropriate things with children. That's one of Nickelodeon's bigger cartoons for kids. I mean, obviously kids older than him. Nickelodeon has all sorts, and they're owned by parent companies that have done all sorts of woke shit. So basically what I do is I watch stuff with him and see if what he's watching right there is crap or not, is indoctrinating him or not. And even if it's a show that's on Disney, like Bluey, he likes the show Bluey, I think Bluey's okay. And I've had people tell me, oh, well, that's terrible. You're letting him watch a show that's, broadcast through Disney? Sorry. What about entertainment? I'm a man. I'll watch football. I'll say, oh, woke football with Kaepernick? All right. Hockey doesn't do that shit. Really? You didn't see the whole controversy with the pride flag practice jerseys? Okay, no hockey. Yeah, baseball then? Yeah, there were people there also that were boycotting the national anthem and things like that. They moved the All-Star game out of Georgia because of their voting law. All right, how about the NBA? All right, sports are out. I guess I'll watch a movie. Really? Which studio? Which actors you watching? You can name a handful. There's probably 5 or 6 movies that come out a year that aren't completely and totally staffed, worked on, acted by woke people that hate you. All right. Forget movies. Forget sports. How about television programming? Netflix. Really? Netflix. Hey, did you check out that new movie that Obama did for Netflix that he's a producer of about an EMP going off? Where they complain about white people? Check that one out. Or how about the hit show Dear White People on Netflix? Watching that one? Hulu. Oh, you remember those commercials with Alec Baldwin was one of their big spokesmen? Paramount? Do I even have to talk about Paramount? All right. Then basic cable. Programs on basic cable. Oh, really? Like comedy? Yeah, let me tune into SNL. Or any late night show. Starting to get the point. I guess I should just focus on news. What, put it on Fox News? Didn't they already call the 2024 election for whoever the Democrat will be? The point I'm trying to make is the left has won these battles so significantly in culture that you have almost no options. And when options do come up, sometimes they're not always at the best quality. I haven't seen any of the Daily Wire movies, but I'll bet they're not as good as many of the movies that I consider in my top tier list. Having said that, I thought the Steve Deese written Nefarious is a great movie, as I talked about yesterday. You should check it out. I like that. But I digress. The point is, the scale of how bad it's gotten is so immense that it's almost impossible to boycott every company that you don't like their political stance. It's almost impossible. And so the way to begin the fight is to almost at random coalesce around boycotting a company that deserves it. And even though I don't think the Dylan Mulvaney thing itself by Anheuser-Busch makes them any more egregious than probably a litany of other alcohol companies, okay, sure you can. You're watching me on YouTube right now, Roman. Why aren't you boycotting YouTube? Literally right now, you are watching YouTube, which benefits the company of Alphabet, that according to Professor, what was his first name? I forget Epstein's first name. That they were able to swing 16 million votes in 2020. How can you say you're boycotting everything if you're watching YouTube right now? You're using New Pipe, not YouTube. I don't even know what that is. It doesn't matter if it blocks ads. There's still benefit to YouTube. YouTube still uses the fact that you're watching to show the numbers of viewers they have that helps them encourage people to buy ads on YouTube. No, I don't think the Dylan Mulvaney thing makes them worse. Let me just ask you straight out, Aftershock. What do you think's worse? Sending a commemorative can to Dylan Mulvaney or supporting abortion groups? Which one's worse? I'll just ask you straight up. What's worse? Supporting groups that advocate against the Second Amendment or having a can with Dylan Mulvaney? Which one's worse? Supporting groups that want the censorship of conservatives and locking them up in perpetuity or having a Dylan Mulvaney can? Go ahead, Aftershock. You tell me which of those is worse. They didn't even have an ad. It wasn't like a commercial that they aired. They literally sent a commemorative can. That's what they did. See, this is where I disagree. I completely disagree with Aftershock here. I understand that it was a flashpoint, that it was a catalyst because Dylan Mulvaney is so loathsome, right? But I don't think sending a commemorative can, if they sent a commemorative can to Ted Nugent, yeah, I hear you, John. I hear you. Oftentimes what happens is the alternatives might have good politics, but I can't get Rumble to show up and chat on Restream, for example, and no one watches me on Rumble. So it's hard to just go there. I don't believe they made Dylan a spokesperson. I believe they sent him a commemorative can, and then he put videos out about it. I don't know if he was paid. Nonetheless, when it comes to... I understand why it's a flashpoint. I'm just saying realistically. And I understand why it pisses people off. It's symbolic. I get that. I'm saying as far... I could... For example, if there was a beer company... Let's say Miller comes out. The Miller Brewer Company comes out and they're like, we're not supporting any company that does abortions. We're going to support Second Amendment issues. We're going to donate to candidates that are fighting against corruption. But we're also going to send a commemorative can to Dylan Mulvaney. Would I be like, well, then that's fucking it. Miller Lite's worse than any of them. Miller Lite's worse than the Coors Company that just donates to abortion and donates to Democrats and donates to censoring conservatives. But they didn't send a Dylan Mulvaney can, so Miller's worse. No, I wouldn't say that. But I understand why it was such a flashpoint. Because people were tired of Dylan Mulvaney, what he represents, and shoving that shit down your throat. So the point I'm trying to make is, I'm absolutely fine. I don't think, even though I think the inciting incident, as far as I'm concerned, was low on the totem pole of offensive stuff that Anheuser-Busch or any of these other corporations have done, I think that the way you go about these things is, because it's near impossible to boycott everything, you say, what we will do is make it so unpredictable, because you have to understand, one of the things that large businesses want is predictability. It's one of the most important things to them, right? They're able to make business plans because they think that they have a stable market that they're able to predict what the outcomes will be based on the investments that they have. Increased production, building a new factory, etc., etc. All of that's based on stability and predictability. What you need to do is make each and every one of these companies think anytime they're about to do some woke shit, you could be next. You could completely arbitrarily be picked out. You could say, but wait a minute, we're a tire company. Every other tire company's done woke shit. Why all of a sudden are we being boycotted? Then don't do woke shit. It's not about fairness at this point. It's about the left has played this game for keeps for so long that corporate America has basically given in to the left because they feel the left are basically economic terrorists and they'll take them down. And they have a bunch of woke people working at these corporations. That the only way at this point to fight back is to say, we will selectively ruin companies all the time. It doesn't matter if Anheuser-Busch comes out tomorrow and says, but look, Miller sent cans to Dylan Mulvaney too. It won't matter at this point. It's not like that we'll be like, oh, okay, well then Bud Light's not that bad. Same with Disney. You could say, but wait a minute, aren't there other companies, media companies that have done woke shit? So, not the point. The point is that you want other beer companies to look at Bud Light and say, well, shit, maybe we're not going to give money to that Pride Parade. We'll just stay out of this one. Because right now, pre-boycott of Bud Light, pre-boycott of Disney, the economic calculus, if you're just doing an economic calculus, was it was more unpredictable to not pick a side than to pick a side. There was less volatility. Either stay neutral or side with the left. You side with the left. Because there is no consequence to pissing off the right. There is a consequence to not siding with the left. And understand, that's where we're at. Just in case you needed to know how much the right has lost culture wars. Just like we weren't asking Elon Musk to censor left-wing people like they did to us, the previous Twitter regime. We were just asking him to stop censoring us. And the left is so used to these victories, they're like, no, we refuse to accept that. It's not fair if our opponents aren't censored. It's the same here. We're not asking Bud Light, hey, you have to donate to Donald Trump. Hey, you have to... James Lindsay and Christopher Rufo, you should put their face on camera. We're not doing that. We're saying we're done with your shit with you sponsoring them on the left. We're done with that shit. That's it. We want you to be neutral. That's what we want. That's what we're asking for. Bud Light's paying me. Cheers. Yeah, Harry Loves, that's why we're talking about this. We're getting to that. Put Alex Jones on the can. That would be nice. But do you understand the difference? You understand? The left says, censor our opponents, boycott our opponents. You must side with us. We just say, be neutral. Stop censoring us. That's where the boycott of Bud Light was. And it worked. Caused, to a degree, caused changes in the management of Bud Light. They suffered economically mightily. Now, it was stupid because there was like, all of a sudden, Bud Light went from the top selling beer in the United States and then it became Modelo, which in some areas is distributed by Anheuser-Busch, or at least the company that runs Anheuser-Busch, which is some company in Belgium now. As far as I know, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, Bud Light never came out and apologized. Right, Frank just says that. Right as I was saying. I don't think they apologized. They just said, oh, it was a misunderstanding, but they can't apologize. That's the irony. They've put themselves in a no-win situation, which is fine. Right? At this point, it is a win for us. What's up, Sens for it? It is a win for us to make companies neutral. Because what happens is now Bud Light's in the position where it's like, well, shit. If we completely come out and say, you're right, we shouldn't have sent this shit to Dylan Mulvaney, we apologize for insulting our customers, then the left will boycott them. Now, maybe less left-wing people drink beer, but what they're worried about, it's not just that the consumers that are left-wing won't drink the beer, though that would be a fear of theirs. They're worried that they'll run afoul of the Southern Poverty Law Center and Media Matters and the ACLU or what's the big one? The Israel. It's not Media Matters. You know the one I'm talking about. The ADL, Anti-Defamation League. That's what they're worried about. And then all the mainstream media will go, and then all of their workers will boycott. Just like at Netflix when they put, they're worried that all the woke college people that they hired will boycott. Yeah, the ADL, yeah. So they're screwed. Because if they say what you want them to say, as someone who might consume Bud Light, if they come out and say, you're right, we got rid of those people that did that shit, it was stupid, we're patriots, we're pro-America, fuck Dylan Mulvaney. So instead they have to be like, now, I actually don't mind this from a game theory perspective. Because if they were able to just say, oh, we're sorry, screw Dylan Mulvaney, and the left would leave them alone, they would still, the lesson would be sent to other companies, well, we could still weigh in, and if we're one of the random ones that the right ever decides to boycott, we know the left will forgive us if we go back to being neutral. Because now, the position Bud Light's like, fuck, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. The message sent to every other beer company is stay the fuck out of cultural and political issues. Stay out of it. Because if you're targeted by the right, you are in a lose-lose situation. Because the left will never forgive you if you cave to the right. So the lesson is just stay out of it. And that's probably the lesson that we should be out there. Now maybe 15, 20 years from now, once we're back in the cultural battle, then maybe you could start saying, we've made companies so neutral, now if we choose, we could say, neutrality is not enough, you have to be right-wing. That's a different discussion, I'm not even interested in having it. But that's how far away cry from where we're at. So now we come to Tucker Carlson interviewing Dana White from UFC and Kid Rock, both of them talking highly of Bud Light. Did Dana White sell out? Did Kid Rock sell out? Kind of. Sure. Now, there is an argument to be had. If a company makes a good faith effort to get back in your graces, should you say okay? Because the lesson might be, well, at this point, if you just on the right show, once you run afoul of us once, we will never forgive you, then if you boycott a company, they'll say, well, there's no sense giving the right what they want because they're never going to come back to us anyways. Maybe not the best lesson. However, did Bud Light do anything? Did it change anything of significance? Did it come out with an apology or anything like that? No. It tried to walk this tightrope. So then what's Dana White and Kid Rock doing? I could tell you what they're doing, right? They don't look at themselves as sellouts, particularly Dana White. I can't speak to Kid Rock as much. My gut feeling on Kid Rock is he probably was like, yeah, price sincere and like, fuck Bud Light and this bullshit and blah, 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 when he was putting those videos out. And then he wasn't even thinking. He's just backstage like, oh, I'm thirsty. Grab your beer. And he's just drinking a Bud Light, not even thinking about it. Because the performance and showing people he was mad at Bud Light was more important than the following through with, no, honestly, personally, I'm not going to consume those products anymore. That's my thought. Dana White, it's a little more complicated. I think Dana White thinks Bud Light did something really stupid, and he's a businessman and says, listen, you give us a bunch of money, and we at UFC, that's been basically one of the only sports venues that has actually had people sticking up for conservative causes and patriotic causes. We'll allow you to be the official sponsor of us, and we'll say, yeah, they're not that bad. The other companies are shit. There we go. Me Gutsy. Let's. Why don't you call in Me Gutsy? I've been looking to wreck a stupid fucking lefty, and it looks like you fit the bill quite well. So let's see. He says, LOL, you're right. They're definitely being forced into it. It's definitely not because they want to expand their customer base and make more money. Right. If you're a beer company, that's just what I said. They are being forced into it because they want to expand their customer base and make more money. Because they feel if they don't take these left-wing positions, they will be boycotted by people on the left and lose money. Then Me Gutsy says, Rob, why do you pretend and think companies shouldn't have political positions? You 100% support companies that appeal to your political ideology. You just cry about it when a company has different political views than you. Y'all are so cringe. Where am I crying? I don't give a shit if a company has political views. That's fine. What I'm saying is, if a company has political views, we have the right to say, we don't agree with those views, so we won't consume your product. And right now, because the left has engaged in cancel culture and boycott culture for so long through places like the SPLC, Media Matters, the ADL, and other groups on the left that push this boycott culture, and like they're trying to do with Twitter, like, oh, get all the, force all the companies to remove their sponsorships and their ad buys and blah, 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 blah. We have the right to say, well, then fuck you, we won't consume those products. That's what we'll do. That will be our retaliation. The real people that are whining are the people like you, Me Gutsy, who's too much of a fucking non-gutsy coward to fucking call in, you loser sack of shit, that would say, oh, we're all about companies doing whatever, we're all about it, but then why are you boycotting? Why are you boycotting? We were okay for years when all of these companies took left-wing stances and we said they're private companies and we choose to support them, but when the right boycotts, we'll say they're crying, and please use my correct pronoun. You're hurting Dylan Mulvaney's feelings by boycotting Bud Light. But you're crying, I'm not crying, you're crying. Right. Great one, Me Gutsy. You got it, dude. I don't give a shit. Every company in the world could have political opinions. My mattress company, thank you so much, Khalil. My mattress company could come out next week and say, by the way, we hate all Republicans ever, never buy our products. And I'd say, okie dokie, I will not buy this product ever again. More than fine with me. I think that everyone else that shares my political ideology should also not buy the products of a company that's intentionally hostile to them. They absolutely have the right to do that. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. The problem is, if you're a company like a beer company whose audience and consumers are overwhelmingly people that aren't radical left-wingers, and you choose to embrace politics or cultural ideas that are radical left-wing, then you could possibly run afoul of the idea that people will say, we're not going to consume this product anymore because you're representing ideologies that we disagree with. It's not crying, it's not cringe. You fucking people that want to cancel people because you're so fragile that you think men could be women and that you have to use the correct pronouns or their feelings will be hurt and those words are actually violence. You're the cringe people that are a bunch of crybabies. We don't give a fuck. We are happy for years to leave it alone. Didn't give a shit. Didn't care at all. Bud Light, for example, Anheuser-Busch has been pushing left-wing crazy shit for a long, long time. No one said shit. There weren't big boycotts. It was still the best-selling beer, not only in America, but probably also with conservative people that vote Republican. So it was only after they decided to be so blatant and there was a catalytic event where we're tired of the left that pushes this shit all the time that finally people said enough is enough. What Me Gutsy's really saying is, how dare you all use the tactics that we use? You can't do that. That's cringe. That's terrible for you to do. I don't give a shit about your opinion, Me Gutsy. Again, notice Me Gutsy, he's still typing in the chat. Me Gutsy, do you want to call in? Mr. Gutsy, would you like to call in? No, you don't want to call in, because you know your ass would get wrecked. Maybe you should think about changing your name there, Me Gutsy. That's all it comes down to. Right, I'm not crying. That's right. I went on a rant about trans people because this specific issue is about Dylan Mulvaney, a trans person, being put on a can, which resulted in a boycott. Try to follow along. I know it's tough for you lefties to follow a linear line of thought. I know it's difficult. We'll give you 2 minutes to respond if you're going to call in or not, and then we'll happily see you go, Gutsy. Sound good? Now, back to the topic for the rest at hand. So does this make Dana White and Kid Rock sellouts? Maybe. But let's put it in a different context for a minute. Just let's do a thought experiment. Let's say that you're a non-profit pregnancy center that's encouraging scared pregnant women to not have abortions. And that you're going to try to make them as comfortable as possible while they're pregnant to not have an abortion, and then to try to help them take care of the child once the child is born. Everyone here that's on the right wing that despises abortion would agree that that's a good cut. In fact, many of these crisis pregnancy centers are the ones that are being vandalized and attacked by left-wingers. But is there anyone that considers themselves pro-life that for some reason wouldn't think that that's a good cause? A crisis pregnancy center that's designed to go after women that are pregnant that are thinking about getting an abortion and doing everything possible to prevent them. Would everyone agree that's pro-life? Could you just give me a yes if you agree that that's a good cause? Those would be good organizations. I'm not talking about any of the organizations in particular. I'm not saying, the Women's Center of blah, 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 and then you could be like, actually, they've done crap. Yeah, we could all agree, in hypothetical, that would be good. Let's say Bud Light came to them and was like, here's $10 million. And they were like, well, wait a minute. We think you're garbage. We think that you've put a bunch of progressive... And they said, I know, but we're trying to rehabilitate our image. And they said, well, thank you so much, Patsy. And they said, well, what do we have to do for this $10 million? What do we have to do? And they said, just say that we generously gave you this money. How do you call in? Through Discord. I'll put the Discord link up. I got to download Discord. I don't have it on my... Give me a second here. New computer, so I'll download Discord. That's probably going to ask me. Thank you for the level 1 hype train. I really appreciate you all. So in that hypothetical that I just gave you, would it be selling out for that crisis segment to take that $10 million and prevent abortions? And this comes back to a conversation I've had before about things like lobbying. Now, presumably, most of the people here in my audience, to some degree, have at least a modicum of trust with me. If I decide to run for Congress again, and I'll be a tremendous outsider, tremendous, right? I don't have money. I live paycheck to paycheck. I don't really have connections. If I decide to run for Congress, and all of a sudden a company like, I don't know, Raytheon, or some military defense contract company's like, hey, Rob, we want to give you $10 million. And I said, why? And they're just like, we just think we need fresh blood. And I said to them, you're aware that I basically stand for everything, or I'm against everything you stand for. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Pasty. Appreciate it. Should I not take the money? Now, the problem is, do you trust that if I take the money, that then 2 years from now when I'm voting on something that benefits Raytheon, they're not going to come to me and say, hey, man, we give you $10 million. Oh, what is going on here? One second. Why is this minimized? There we go. All right, I'm ready on Discord when he is, or she. Voice and video. Input. Output. I don't see them in Discord. They ain't giving it to me for free. Right, so what are they going to do? They give me the money and I vote against them. And then what's their recourse? They say, we won't give you the money again. Now, I understand. The problem is, why should you trust me if they give me that money? But let's just say, hypothetically, I know me and I know that I wouldn't sell out. Let's say that hypothetically. But the point I'm getting to is, you could see a situation where you could take money from a group that you think is shit. Say, sure, I'll happily take your money. And I'll tell people that you gave it to me. And it doesn't necessarily make it a bad thing. That's not exactly what Dana White's doing. Let's be clear. But I'm just laying out the hypothetical. Nor Burk or Burk Nor. It'd have to be Nor Burk for me to participate. I like John. I don't think I could be his VP. I think Dana thinks like he probably feels that they're trying to turn over a new leaf and they're in a tight spot, and if he could personally enrich his brand by taking their money and saying, if they do any bullshit, I'll call it out from this point forward, but I think they're not bad. That's probably what he's doing. Should you buy Bud Light? I'm not. I hope that you don't. Fuck them. Maybe they'll donate $100 million to Trump or DeSantis. And then still fuck them. Then maybe they'll donate $1 million to crisis pregnancy centers. And still don't care. And then maybe they'll come out and they'll advocate for why we need a border wall. And I still don't care. And then maybe they'll come out and talk about why we need to get sexualization out of schools. And then, after exhibiting through their own pocketbook and their public statements over and over and over and over again, to the point where I feel satisfied, maybe at that point, maybe there's a small chance that I'd be like, you know what, I would buy a Bud Light. There we go. We got a caller. How you doing, Me Gutsy? Barely. There's like an echo. Maybe turn your mic volume up a little. Probably good enough. I could turn your volume up on my end. All right, so your point is, let's just clarify. Let's see if I can go back and find your statement. Your point is, okay, so now before, don't start off on a bad foot now. Don't start off backtracking. Let me read the exact quote. Let me read the exact quote before you try to claim you're responding to someone else. It starts off with, Rob That's what the quote starts off with. So you weren't talking to someone else. So let's read what you said. You said, Rob, why do you pretend to think companies shouldn't have political positions? You 100% support companies that appeal to your political ideology. You just cry about it when a company has different political views than you. You are so cringe. So what I would like you to do is show me one point in this video or any... It doesn't work if you try to talk over me, particularly not just because it's my show, but also because your mic sucks. You're going to have to wait because no one can hear anything you're saying. You'll wait until I finish and then you could respond, okay? I'll certainly give you... You're not Me Gutsy? Oh, 1 second. Well, that might be a reason. Okay. Right. So that's my fault. I'm a fucking idiot. I'll totally take that L. I didn't have the Discord audio set up through my stream, so I could hear what you were saying. You started off by saying when you came in, you were actually having a conversation with someone else in the chat. That's what you said, and I said, here's your exact quote, where you use my name specifically. So I'll finish real quick here. So I want you, seeing as how your first statement was Rob, why do you pretend to think... No, I will not let you finish your sentence. You'll let me finish, and then you could happily respond. Again, your mic's not that good, so people can't hear you if anyone else is talking anyway. So what I would like you to do is defend your statement of or defend your question you asked me, where you implied that I said this by saying... Why do you pretend to think companies shouldn't have political positions? Can you show me where I did that?
So first, you read my comment, they're being forced into it, and you started talking, you read my first comment, yeah, you're right, they're being forced into it, but it's definitely not because that was responding to someone else. That's all I was saying. The initial comment, Rob, you do actually like it when companies, pander to your political views. That was to you. That was just clearing up your first initial comment.
First off, I didn't... if I could respond. I did not read your first comment until I read your second comment. So as I was sitting here talking, I read the second comment that was a direct response. So you saying the only reason you made the second comment directly responding to me was because I read your first comment. It just isn't true.
No. What I'm saying is I was responding to this man, my Harry loves to play 0420. They're definitely being forced into it, ... It's definitely not because they want to expand their customer base to make more money. That was me responding to him about ESG.
Okay, I don't really care about that. I don't really care about that. I care about the
backtracking, which I'm not.
No, I care about the comment that you made directly to me. So let's talk about that. Yeah.
You actually do. You like it from companies.
That's true. I do. Yep.
But earlier on, you said companies shouldn't be taking political risks.
No, what I said... That's not what I said. I understand. By the way, who'd you vote for in 2020?
I voted for Joe Biden.
I could have guessed. So as a Biden voter, you're clearly not that intelligent. So let me break it down for you. I was very specific is what I was saying is because the right has lost the culture war, that the best we could hope for at this point is neutrality. Now, maybe some point in the future when we're back in the culture, we could choose to boycott companies that don't embrace our political ideology. But right now, because I went in this whole speech about how in almost every industry, almost every company is donating or paying lip service to the culture or the causes of the left. And so it's almost impossible, such as on a streaming platform. Where do you stream or get donations, a pay service from that haven't been accused of giving lip service or appeal to issues on the left or politicians on the left? I said you can't use YouTube, you can't use Twitch, you can't use PayPal, you can't use Patreon, etc., etc., etc. So I wasn't saying, nowhere did I say or even imply, I don't want companies to share my political ideology. What I said was the best we could hope for now is making them think neutrality is the best option for us, because if we choose to embrace the left, or if we know now that the right will boycott us, and we already know if we embrace the right that the left will boycott us. So that's the best we could hope for. If you took from that I said I don't want any companies to ever embrace the cultural opinions that I have, you're not very bright.
Well, that's what pretty much everyone else is starting. I guess I must have misunderstood your middling comments there between my first comment and then.
As a Biden voter, I get how that misunderstanding could happen, and no problem.
The point is, who gives a fuck about one can sent to one trans person? Like, really? That's what you guys are still talking about this? In December 12th, 2023, you guys are still talking about this. Why?
Because there was just an interview with Tucker Carlson with Kid Rock and Dana where they both talked about Bud Light.
Who cares? Like, seriously, why is this something you want to talk about?
Let me ask you this.
Focus on things that actually matter.
Right. So, first off, we don't listen to shithead fucked lefties like you that voted for Joe Biden. Tell us what we should think's important.
No, I'm asking.
No, I'm telling. Right. So first, I'm telling you, I don't owe you any response. You, I could tell from your comments and your backtracking, are a cowardly piece of shit, and I don't care what your questions are as to why we think the way we think. Secondly, the reason we think like this is because I'm guessing. Can you show me how long have you had social media?
Who knows?
How long have you had Twitter?
I don't keep track. I keep track like 10 years.
10 years. Okay. Can you show me one post you made previous to the Bud Light thing where you called out left-wing people for cancel culture of products on the right?
Dude, what are you talking about? I quote-unquote call out people on the left all the time. You don't know anything about me.
That's right. You're right. I don't. That's why I just...
You can't do anything but strawman and ad hom.
That's why I just asked you a question. So surely you call out people on the left all the time. Great. Show me one. Okay, cool. Instead of... Right, you're right. I don't know you. So it'd be real easy to just say, here's one of my posts where I did that. Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I mainly post on Facebook. It's like on there.
Take a screenshot. Put it in Discord.
All the time.
Take a screenshot. Put it in Discord. We'll show the audience. It'll give you more credibility on the issue.
Sure. Let's say... Fine, I'll try to find one. I criticize Biden all the time, especially right now during the causes.
That's not what my question was. My question was... No. My question was very specific. You're criticizing right-wingers talking about the Dylan Mulvaney issue and boycotting places like Bud Light because you're saying, that's not an important issue. Let me finish. That's not an important issue. Why are you wasting your time on that? My question to you was, can you show me an example of you doing that in the left, where you called them out for a boycott that they were favoring?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You're saying that you want me to criticize people on the left for boycotting things? I probably haven't made a post.
Right. Did you call into a show? Doing that?
Mainly because people don't have shows talking about how we should join together to boycott some random company because they posted an ad on Ben Shapiro's show or something.
That's
Media Matters.
That's fundamentally not true. Now it might be true in this specific that I'm not saying.
Political commentators.
Go ahead. I'll wait for you to finish with your shitty mic. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
So when you have like people like Matt Walsh or you or people like that calling for a continued boycott on a company, do you have people on the left doing that same thing?
Yes,
like,
we have.
For their political positions, like companies.
Yes, for example, the Media Matters organization has made a career out of pressuring advertisers. For example, we could see just this past 2 weeks, the mass pressuring from Media Matters and other organizations and newspapers writing articles encouraging ad buyers to stop buying ads on X.
The first thing I said was that's probably some cringe Media Matters person. That's the first thing I said.
Right, so it's just Media Matters? So your argument is so your argument is that's just one person that's just what, like, I understand when you're a fucking idiot and a Joe Biden voter and you're getting your ass kicked in an argument, you just feel the need to try to filibuster with your shitty mic and try to talk over me. I just want to clarify your argument here, though. Your argument is that's just one cringe person from Media Matters. No one talked about that on stream. None of the left-wing streamers would have talked about it. That was just one guy in Media Matters. That's your argument? Okay. Okay, so then we're back to my original. So then what's your point? Because your point was you were going to give me an example. You said, oh, you're a right-wing streamer talking about this. There's other issues. I said there are left-wing people that have talked about boycotting things. Have you said that they were stupid? You said no one does that. You can't show me examples of people doing it. Then I show you an example and you say, that's just one guy. Then I say, oh, so you're saying, then I say, I'll just mute you. Then I say, so you're saying there weren't any streamers talking about this? You say, no, I didn't say that. Then what's the relevancy of you talking about this?
I didn't say streamer. I said mainstream political commentator, people like Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, people who are leading the conversations, right? Some random, no-name streamer like you with 8 viewers, or I'm not sure. That was on Twitter. I'm not sure you had any. I'm not talking about people like you. I'm talking about the people leading the charge in the cultural conversation we're having right now.
Okay, so then let me ask you this. If I could find a clip of, say, Rachel Maddow or Jake Tapper, please let me finish, or Jake Tapper or Anderson Cooper having a segment about anti-Semitism on X and boycott and ad buyers leaving, you'll admit that that's basically the same as Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro.
I would not say the same because I think that right now, especially, it's a global conflict.
Hashtag it's different. Right, we got it.
I think it's completely different. Yeah.
Right. Hashtag it's different. Right. Totally got it. The truth is, unlike this situation where just regular consumers have decided to boycott Bud Light, in the situation with places like X, we actually see Media Matters, unlike Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro, have actually been successful enough to convince large-scale ad buyers to remove their ads from X. That's how serious their boycott was. Now, when I bring up a boycott, you say, well, that boycott's okay. It's serious because there's a conflict. Fuck you.
That was my initial point, was who gives a fuck about one random company doing one random
right.
one random.
Right, so then it's very simple. It's very simple. Very simple then. Seeing as how that's a very interesting perspective to have, and you wouldn't be someone that would be double standard in that. So all I ask you is, seeing as how this has been one of the bigger news stories of the past 2 to 3 weeks, surely you could show me one post of you having saying, this boycott of Twitter is fucking stupid, this is dumb, why are these people focused on it, right? You could show me a post of you saying that, right?
Yeah, I agree with that statement.
Right, so then show me your post. Good, show me your post.
Make a post about
oh! Did you call into a show? Do you listen to any left-wing streamers?
Oh, I just saw you on Twitter. I tried to comment on there, but it didn't let me. So I wouldn't go to...
So you were going to comment on Twitter?
No. I was going to do the live chat, but I noticed that your chat only had YouTube and Twitch. So then I saw your Twitch, and I went there.
So you were going to comment on Twitter if it allowed you to have live chat and Twitter. You were going to put a post there.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you like? Who cares about what? You know,
right, but you didn't do that. You didn't do that when it came to left-wing boycotts, like the boycott of Twitter.
If I saw someone that I actually I follow you on Twitter. So if I saw someone I followed on Twitter, like going on a live stream complaining about, some random how we should boycott some random company, I'd be like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? Why are you talking about this? It's cringe.
Here's the point. You're a disingenuous. Here's the point. Like so many people on the left, you're a disingenuous piece of shit, and I'll explain why. Because what you want to do is be okay when we have cancel culture and boycott tactics that have gone on for years on the left, not just with products, also with voices on campus, trying to keep right-wing voices off of campus, trying to remove people, even students that have right-wing perspectives. You were fine with that. You didn't speak out about it. No, bullshit. Let me finish and then you'll have a chance to respond. You didn't speak out. You won't have the post showing when you were speaking out against that. But then when the right decides to employ even a small level of similar tactics and says, you know what, we're tired of being shit on by companies that rely on us to sell their products, so we're going to collectively say we're no longer buying that product. You say, this is cringe. Why don't you do things that are important? The reason you're vocalizing right now is because it actually is effective. Because like every other slimy piece of shit left-winger that wants to employ tactics against their opponents, you'll fucking cry when those tactics are employed against the very people that you support. That's why you can't show me any post or any call-in or commentary or anything that you've ever done remotely similar to this when you told left-wing people that were boycotting a litany of things, this is stupid, why don't you focus on things that matter? You can't show me one example of you doing that. How did I know you wouldn't be able to? How did I know that?
Well, you don't know anything about me, okay? You don't know my...
I knew that?
No, I'm not. What, am I mad?
I knew that. I was right about that. Then if I'm wrong, I'll happily admit I was wrong. Show me the post.
So I called into Sam Cedar's show when we were talking about one of the professors being removed from speaking on, I think it was not white privilege. It was something in a college. I called into that show. I don't have evidence of that because, how am I supposed to post that to either? I watched Destiny's stream when he went to the college that they had them. I completely agree with his statements. So you just saying these things doesn't make it true. I completely disagree. I think colleges should allow any type of speaker, any type of writing, presentation, whatever. That is where you're supposed to be challenged on your ideas in college. And I go to one of the most liberal schools in my state. And we have right-wing speakers all the time. And that's where we're supposed to be challenged. So I completely disagree with colleges not allowing right-wing political groups or anything like that. And just like Ron DeSantis banning left-wing organizations, pro-Palestine organizations, I disagree with that as well. Do you disagree with that?
Disagree with what?
With Ron DeSantis, having removing funds from the schools unless they remove these student pro-Palestine organizations at the schools.
I think that you should be allowed to talk about pro-Palestinian things. On that specific case, I lean towards disagreeing with DeSantis, though I understand that the allegation is a little different. It wasn't just about speech. It was about possibly having financial and physical ties to a terrorist organization. So it would be more akin to if a public university in my state of Pennsylvania had an organization that was pro-KKK, right, and had financial ties and business ties to the KKK. Would it be okay for the governor of Pennsylvania to say, look, your college can't get state funds unless you remove this KKK organization? Now, I tend to lean towards that they should be allowed to stay there anyways. But, so I would say probably if I looked heavily into the DeSantis situation, my belief would probably be that he probably went too far on that specific situation. I think this is something that occurs quite frequently, where it seems that there are certain protected groups that you can never criticize. You can't criticize Black Lives Matter. You can't criticize Israel. You can't criticize trans groups. All of these things will be verboten on universities. You can criticize white people. You can criticize Christians. All of that shit is allowed. I talked about this on the show yesterday. My preference would be, basically, it should all be allowed. Can you specifically call for genocide? That's iffy. But I think there's a solid case to be made that there are people overreaching when they were saying everything that's pro-Palestine is pro-genocide of Israel. I haven't specifically, for example, heard many people standing up on college campuses saying murder every Jew. I've heard people say from the river to the sea. To me, that might mean the state of Israel shouldn't exist. That's speech that should be allowed. Even if I would disagree with that speech that should be allowed. However, what I will say is this. I'm not going to listen to piece of shit lefties like you that are going to take the time to say, when I'm talking about an issue that's in the news today and timely today about a boycott of Bud Light, you to tell me that that's not important and that's not cringe, when I know for a fucking fact that even if I take you at face value that you've spoke up against censorship of conservatives on college campuses, I know for a fact that you haven't spoke up when it came to people on the left that were issuing boycotts of right-wing companies or companies that were giving cause to right-wing issues, such as X.
So you just don't believe me? Okay. I mean,
you didn't even say that you did that.
I literally said that if I saw a streamer that I follow, that I on the left, that was talking about boycotting some random company because of some random fucking thing they did for advertising, I'd call that cringe and I'd say, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you talking about it?
So that's ifs. I'm saying you haven't done it.
Yeah.
Right.
This is literally, again, this was a Twitter live that I saw on my Twitter page, my For You page, and I decided this is cringe.
You've had social media for 10 years, and you've never once saw people posting about boycotting right-wing companies. That's your argument.
A lot more right-wingers on my Twitter than I do left.
Yeah, I don't believe that you haven't seen in your 10 years of social media.
Maybe I have, bro. What's the point?
The point is that you're full of... The point is this. The point is, like every lefty, when the right does... Yes. The point is you have more of a problem with right-wingers boycotting a left-wing company than you ever had with decades of left-wingers that were boycotting right-wing companies.
Okay, decades.
Yes, this sort of cancel culture shit. Let me ask you this. You are against the censorship of conservatives, for example, on campuses. You said that, right?
Yeah.
How long's that been going on?
A long time.
Well, wait a minute. You just made fun of me for saying decades.
What? No, I didn't.
Yeah, you said decades. Right. Yes, that's literally what I'm saying, decades.
I thought you were talking about boycotting companies.
Same thing. The cancel culture stuff has been going on for decades. I started college in 2002. I remember back then when I was in policy debate, that is the radical left of the left, I remember this cancel culture shit all the time. I was told repeatedly if I was white that I should be killed or that I should forfeit the rounds and I shouldn't, because we needed people of color to win. I was told repeatedly that politicians like Ron Paul should be kicked off the stage because they were bigoted, because they wrote in a letter that the KKK hadn't, so we need to boycott Ron Paul, and that any company that gave money to Ron Paul should be boycotted. I heard all of this in person in 2003, 2004. That's decades. That's 2 decades.
Okay, well, I don't know what you want. That's bad. good.
Right. So what I'm saying, seeing as how this cancel culture shit's been going on for decades, it seems to me that it would have came... No, it's overwhelmingly on the left. Overwhelmingly. And that's another reason that I know you're not... Were you willing to admit that it's overwhelmingly on the left?
It really depends on the situation.
No, it doesn't depend on the situation. When it comes to boycotts and keeping...
You think after 9/11 that more right-wingers were suppressed and censored by the government than left-wingers or by authorities or whoever it may be?
Was that right-wing? The Democrats were doing it as well.
Yeah, but people on the Democrats are not, on the same side on these issues. They're neoliberals, especially after 9/11. They were whatever it's called, right in there with the government censorship, oversight, all this fucking crazy.
Yes, I will admit that after 9/11, there was a bunch of cringe bullshit where people saying things like freedom fries instead of French fries. That's absolutely true. However, none of that shit. The difference was, and you could go back to, even if you want to go even further, you can go back to the Vietnam era. The difference was there was sort of some parody, right? So you had institutional voices that were seeking to shame people that would traditionally be considered on the left, like the anti-war left movement, right? But then on the other side, you also had powerful cultural institutions such as the entertainment industry and academia that were sticking up on the side of those groups. That's why you have, like, Berkeley was considered like the foundation of free speech on college campuses. Now it's completely opposite, and it has been that way for about 20 years, particularly on college campuses. But it also changed during the Obama administration, where we could see that happened with businesses as well. That overwhelmingly, the culture has shifted towards the left, at least the public narrative around the culture, centered around the mainstream media, academia, the entertainment industry, and then going into places like social media, the tech center, Silicon Valley, and now ultimately it's been in corporate America. It is overwhelmingly, the cancel culture is overwhelmingly on the left. Overwhelmingly.
Sure, if you just want to talk about, like, cultural shit, but still, like...
What other shit other than... What other than cultural shit? Then what?
Economic level. Like,
right, economic, right. So, for example, let me ask you this economically. So, let me ask you this: in 2020, can you name me 5 brands that you used that weren't praising Black Lives Matter?
Bro, I literally said, yeah. If you want to talk about cultural stuff, then you said, what else is economic? Okay, what about Black Lives Matter? Like,
you just said economically. So I don't know what you. Okay, so then your argument is when a corporation weighs in on cultural, if we just want to focus on that. Okay, you said you don't want to just focus on the culture, you also want to focus on economic. Can you explain to me cancel culture of economics that doesn't have to do with culture? Go ahead.
Oh man, you guys are just obsessed with quote-unquote cancel culture, but you love cancel culture.
Literally, the discussion we're having is cancel culture. I said it's overwhelmingly on the left. You said, yeah, if you just look at the culture. I said, what area of cancel culture other than culture? You said economics. I'm asking you to explain that, and you say, oh, you're obsessed with cancel culture.
Because you go straight back to cancel culture, brother.
That's literally what we're talking about. I want you to explain. You made a definitive claim. You said... Oh, well, if we're talking about cancel culture involving culture, sure, it's overwhelmingly left-wing. But when it comes to economics, so explain to me what you mean by that.
What I'm saying is that it's called rainbow capitalism, bro. No matter how many virtue signal things these companies do, they put the little gay pride flag up for the month and then take it down immediately after. The left does not give a shit, dude. We do not care. We don't go out and support these companies just because they put a gay pride flag up. But you guys think we do. And I saw your comments like, well, why didn't they support Dylan Mulvaney and right after they could by the right? Because we don't give a shit. Because we know that all they do is do that to make money. All they do is exploit third world countries and exploit low-paid wage workers to make as much money as possible. We don't give a shit about this culture shit. I mean, we care about culture, but these companies pretending to care about culture. We don't care about those companies doing shit.
Okay, your first comment that you were responding to someone else on this chat, you said, and I quote, this is what you said. LOL, yeah, you're right. They're definitely being forced into it. It's definitely not because they want to expand their customer base and make more money. So your argument is that they're doing this, they don't really believe in the left-wing causes, but they're doing it to try to get left-wingers money, but it's not effective whatsoever.
I mean, I'm sure it's effective enough for them.
But wait, you just said the left. No, wait a minute. You just said the left doesn't buy into that bullshit. So clearly, what you seem to be suggesting is the companies don't give a shit about the left-wing causes, and they have all these advertising campaigns that cost millions of dollars to speak to left-wing people saying, we care about these causes, but the left doesn't give a shit. They just totally ignore it. So these companies every year piss millions of dollars away in advertising that doesn't expand their customer base. That's your argument.
No, I never said that. I'm saying that the left as some amorphous blob. It's like we as a political group, quote unquote, like we don't give a shit that they're virtue signaling. That's
not true. You do, because they're making. We know they do, because they're not going to. Right? These companies are interested in making money, right?
Rob, can you give me an example of a company doing some virtue signal post about Black Lives Matter, and then everyone going, "Oh, damn, dude. Let's go buy their shit because they support the thing we support." Have you ever seen that?
Well, that's not really, it wasn't a one-time thing, right? It's been embracing causes. Right, you're asking me a question that's a red herring that won't have anything to do with it. Instead of having some anecdotal situation, I could tell you we could agree on the background of this. One, we could agree companies don't just piss money at millions of dollars into the wind for no reason, right?
Well, sometimes they do.
Okay, give me an example.
Well, I mean, sometimes they like Bud Light, they thought that was going to make them a little bit of money by advertising.
Right. So every year, over and over. So, for example, we take a company like, I don't know, Starbucks, right? And so every year they have issues with this pride stuff. And you're saying it doesn't move the needle whatsoever. So they have millions of dollars in ad campaigns, which they could be doing like, hey, we have good coffee here at a cheap price. But instead, they're pushing all of these, sending money to gay pride parades and pride flags in their stores, spending millions of dollars, not just one year, year after year after year. And your argument is, does it increase their customer base or their money any way whatsoever? Because the left's too smart for that. They don't believe it. They don't believe that.
Why are you talking?
Well, because I'm not straw manning. I'm not straw. Okay. Okay. Oh, so then let me ask you, how much do you think it increases their money that they're advertising millions of dollars? Do you think they're at least breaking even if every year they continue to do this?
Sure.
Okay.
That's the point I was making, brother.
No, the point you were making is you were trying to make some sort of ridiculous point that just because all of these companies, I agree with you in the premise that they don't really give a shit about the causes of the left. Now, many people working in middle management do, because they come from these woke universities and they do believe in this shit. But as a general rule of thumb, they don't give a fuck. As soon as it becomes politically expedient to embrace other issues, that's what they'll do. The reason they keep embracing the issues on the left is because it works. That's why they're doing it, because they do get more money, because it does keep their customer base happy. That's why they're doing it. And your anecdotal, trust me, bro, us on the left that shit don't work on us, is bullshit.
So have you ever seen any left-wing activism start supporting any of these companies that are super anti-union and all this other shit?
Yes, for example, you want me to give you a specific example?
Love one.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that the bank, Chase Bank, has actually had lawsuits for predatory lending practices to the African American community? Yeah, so you're not right, JP Morgan Chase, right.
Fargo, yeah.
Can you explain to me then, during the initial George Floyd riots, why I could show you pictures or videos of building after building that was vandalized on the street in Milwaukee, except the Chase Bank building wasn't vandalized because it had a big Black Lives Matter sign in the window?
Well, that's really funny.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Hold on. I literally just Googled Chase Bank BLM Black Lives, and it's literally an ATM vandalized when it says they deserve this next to BLM.
Well, I'm telling you that in the initial nights, that's what was going on.
There might be one building that wasn't touched. There's another one right here, May 30th, 2020. Chase coming soon, and the entire building's been destroyed. I don't know what you're talking about.
In Milwaukee? I'll see if I can find the pictures. Why were they putting up these signs?
Bro, because maybe the people there thought they supported this cause. I don't fucking know. What does it do with anything?
Because you're just full of shit. You know the truth. You're full of shit. You know the truth. You're full of shit, and you know the truth. You do. You absolutely know the truth. That these companies see benefit. And these companies see benefit into paying lip service to these causes, and they see potential detriment to not paying lip service to the causes.
Chase and Union Bank look to adapt after La Mesa branch is torched during protests, June 1st, 2020.
Was that Milwaukee? Is that what I talked about, Milwaukee?
So there's one place that had that BLM sign, not the one that I'm looking at.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Did that Chase Bank? Right, did that Chase Bank? So you're talking about so what you're doing, I gave a specific situation of a specific Chase Bank that had a BLM sign up and the other businesses got looted, but they didn't. And you said, and your argument is, but in La Mesa, Chase, which you have no evidence that they hung a Black Lives Matter flag anyways, not that it would matter, but they got vandalized, so there, my point's not taken.
What about this one in Los Angeles with BLM signs?
Okay.
My point is one tiny little incident where we have no idea what happened. You're just assuming that they didn't touch this bank because they had a BLM sign. There's no evidence of this. You're just assuming that. And this makes your broader point that lefties will support a business that supports the causes they support, even though they've done bad things.
Yes, that is the point. That is exactly the point I'm making. So again, we have your anecdotal, no, trust us, bro. They piss away millions of dollars, but the left doesn't fall for that shit. And I have my argument that I don't think that corporations year after year after year piss away millions of dollars for no benefit on the same causes that they don't believe in.
Do you think that the increase in the profits they make from whatever you think is being applied towards pride flags or something like that, you think that's all gay people or lefties? That's not also just expanding their base overseas, or are younger people just growing up or becoming old enough to buy coffee, or more going to liberals, like, you know, other than the left? You know what I'm saying? Like,
what does that? No. Let's say I concede that. So you're still making the argument that I'm making. Let's say I concede that. So that, let's say for the sake. So let me rephrase your rambling point here. Your point is this: well, could it be that the reason they're doing this is because they're trying to get a customer base of liberals and left-wing people and maybe younger people? And that's your point, right?
Well, I'm saying maybe liberals are buying into this shit.
Okay, that's your point. So they're trying to expand their customer base, right?
I think, I'm sure they're appealing.
I mean, why can't you just say, yes, that's my point, or no, that's not my point? Let me explain.
You take me to this weird amorphous thing that I never said. You straw me in the shit.
Okay, then I want you to very clearly re-articulate what you just said. If you're saying, my point, I want the audience to hear this. I said your point is, well, maybe they're just reaching out to customer base like liberals or progressives or young people. You're saying, no, I'm taking it to a ridiculous point. I'm straw-manning you. So go ahead. Tell me what your point is.
No, what I said is originally your argument was that they are appealing to the left, right? Progressives, expanding, having gay pride and shit, and they are making a lot of money on progressives. And I'm saying that maybe they're not making money on progressives. We don't actually know, right? We don't have these metrics. So and it could be something else they did that increased their profits. It could be because they're crashing down in unions and they're making a lot more money by, screwing those people.
That sounds like you literally went to a completely different point than what you just said previously to that. That's literally what. So when you said, I just want to be clear, did I hallucinate? I'll ask the audience. I'll ask you and the audience. Did I hallucinate when you said, oh, maybe they're trying to expand their customer base to like younger people? Did I hallucinate that whole thing?
I know you said that. But I'm saying.
Oh, so wait. So then, when you say that, and I try to talk about that point, and I say, okay, this is what you're saying. You're saying, no, you're strawmanning me. I say, okay, can you explain it? Then you completely leave that point, and you talk about something completely different. So your argument is, by me repeating what you say, that's a straw man. If you want to move on to a totally different point.
No, I said you do straw man.
Okay, so I will repeat. Is this claim a straw man of your position, or is this part of what you're saying? That maybe what they're doing is trying to expand their customer base to groups like progressives or college students, younger people. Is that part of your argument?
Saying that they could be.
Holy shit! Why are so many people that I talk to, particularly on the left, incapable of just saying yes or no? You could explain, you could articulate afterwards, but I'm asking you if that's what you're saying, if that's part of your argument. And instead of saying yes, but I also want to elaborate on this, or no, you have it wrong, and then when I respond to the point I think you're trying to make, you say, no, that's a straw man. That's why I'm trying to get a stable fucking position that you're talking about so that I can respond to it. So I'll ask you again, Is part of your argument that the reason that they're doing all of these advertisements to try to expand their customer base into areas like young people, college students, progressive, is that part of your argument?
Yes, it is, actually. Good job.
Thank you. So then I wasn't strawmanning you. Okay, now given that argument, that's still not going to help if I completely concede, because that's basically the argument that I'm making. That they understand that there is a base of people that will be convinced by that sort of advertising because that's the direction our cultural narrative has gone. There are equal amounts of people they also could be trying to reach out a customer base to gun owners or conservatives or to Christians or to rural Americans, but we see far fewer corporations that are paying lip service to those causes. Why? Because these companies understand there is financial benefit, and there are progressive people working at these companies that choose to advertise to the specific groups that they're doing. And going back to my point, one of the big reasons for that is because they understand that if they upset right-wing people, historically there hasn't been consequences. There haven't been things like boycotts. But they know, for example, if Nike would come out and give money to a pro-life group, they know that a group like Media Matters and many people on the left would boycott them. So they're not going to do that. They'll give money to pro-life groups, they'll sponsor those sorts of events, or pro-choice groups, but they're going to be far more hesitant to do it to right-wing causes. You know that's true, and I know that's true. Saying, yeah, but they're trying to reach a different customer base, while also simultaneously, you've made the argument, but that doesn't work on left-wing people. Left-wing people are too smart for that. They know that it's all fake. That's bullshit.
So there you go. Did I say that? Did I say any of those words the last part?
You said...
PTSD from you strawmanning my other positions. I just assumed you strawman this one.
Okay, so then I didn't. So the only part you're now saying I'm strawmanning is when you said the left's too smart for that. Can you explain to us when you said that it doesn't work on the left what you meant?
I said when a company like Starbucks puts a gay pride flag in their lobby or whatever, or posts a commercial, but we know that they are anti-union, that they are, they donate to Republicans and liberals. They do all the things that left, so quote unquote left, doesn't like. So we're not going to support them because of those things, right? That is what my point is, that we do not, on the left, quote unquote, we do not go out of our way to support a company because of something they do to virtue signal. That was my point.
Then why are they? Then why are almost all of them virtue signaling in the same direction, year after year?
Because you already lost the culture war. You already said it.
Okay, but
more people on the left than on the right. Right?
Again, what you can't get around is this. This is what you can't get around. We have your anecdotal argument. Trust me, it doesn't work for us. And then we have on the other side of that, almost every major corporation in this country, year after year after year, putting out the same left-wing virtue signals, which are costing millions, hundreds of millions of dollars collectively, if not billions of dollars. And your argument, I'll buy your argument. It's like, okay, maybe you try something once, so Nike's like, hey, Black Lives Matter, and it doesn't have any uptick in customer base or sales or anything like that. They would stop doing that. They're not going to do it next year, and the next, and the next, and the next, and the next, and it's never effective. They're never gaining an increase. Now, you're admitting that the reason they're doing that's to try to reach a new audience. So the argument that you're in the position of defending now is you've conceded they're doing this to try to expand their customer base so that they can make money. You've conceded that they overwhelmingly do it for left-wing causes. You've conceded that they do it year after year and it costs millions of dollars. It's just the conclusion you're reaching for all that is they're just pissing money into the wind. It never benefits because the left doesn't care. They know that they're evil corporations.
I think the problem with this conversation is you're equating liberals with the left, right?
No. I reject the semantic argument that you're about to make.
That is what I was.
Are these cases like Black Lives Matter, trans rights, gay pride parades? Would you consider those left-wing issues?
Not the left.
I repeat, would you consider those left-wing issues?
Sure.
Okay, so then they are virtue signaling to the left, to left-wing issues.
Sure.
I don't buy your semantic, I'm trying to draw some distinction from liberals and the left. My initial claim is true, and that's what we're here arguing about, was that they are virtue signaling and putting lip service to causes on the left. You trying to now that you're losing that argument, you trying to say, but there's a distinction between left and liberal is irrelevant to this conversation.
No, 100% is.
Explain to me the difference then. So explain to me how my claim is rebutted by the fact that somehow there's a distinction between left and liberal. Go ahead.
Our claims were incompatible with each other because we're talking about different things.
No, so explain in detail how my claim of these are left-wing issues that they're pushing because they understand by paying lip service to them that it benefits them financially, right? Versus your claim that, no, it's not, the left doesn't fall for it, and there's a distinction between left and liberal. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, that's, you literally nailed it.
No. That nailed nothing. That nailed what your claim is, but you haven't articulated why that claim. That would be me saying, no, the difference here is you assume that I just meant water, but I also meant gas, vapor, and ice.
No,
and you'd be like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? And I said, yeah, you just said it. It's water, ice, and gas, vapor.
Okay, let's take a step back. When a company like Bud Light, right, the right attacks them, they dogpile them, they jump on them, and they'll do things they'll like go out of the way to buy it, shoot them with guns on stream or whatever, and they'll go buy Miller Lite and be like, oh look, dude, I'm not drinking Bud Light, right? But when a company is trying to advertise to the left, and the left, they don't do anything like that. The quote unquote left. We don't go out of our way to support a company that we know are not in line with our values, just as some type of macho man. Look at me. I support this company because they support my political views. That's what I'm talking about.
No, what you're doing is you're changing the conversation. You're saying the first you talked about people that are boycotting on the right, and then on the left you said people that the left supports, right? So, for example, you're far less likely to see.
Well, like the Daily Wire.
You're far less likely to see someone be as animated about a company they support, right? For example, if a right-winger supports Carhartt, right, you're not going to see them as likely en masse, right, go out and start shooting guns to celebrate Carhartt. You're likely to see, and we could take politics out of this and you could see it's true. For example, if a sports player leaves their team, so if a famous basketball player, when LeBron left Cleveland to go to Miami, people all of a sudden started putting up footage of them burning LeBron James Cleveland jerseys. But you didn't see, so that would be like saying, well, when he comes, they didn't burn the jersey. No shit, you're less likely to be that animated.
Sure, you're right. I agree. That goes back. So let's say something you guys support, like I guess the Daily Wire movie that you guys love, that you're supporting, probably like $80 or something like that, right?
The Daily Wire movie is what you're talking about. I think you said okay.
Or the Sound of Freedom. You guys.
Sure. Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. When there's a movie pushing progressive values, the left isn't like jumping out of their seats and posting all their social media and forming conspiracy theories about it. Just because it pushes those messages.
Well, that's not entirely true, but to the extent that you could say that on average that's more true, there would be a reason for it. For example, I could point to you like Killers of the Flower Moon. How many people on the left were super excited about that movie because it had Native American representation? Or how many people get super excited when Black Panther came out because it had a black representation of a superhero? So the idea that there aren't people that go absolutely batshit over left-wing causes when they think a movie embraces it. But secondly, and more importantly, the reason that you won't see that as often is because almost it is the norm for those ideologies to be presented in Hollywood. It is not the norm to have a movie like Sound of Freedom. That's why there's such support, because people are tired. There is an entire, basically roughly half the country feels like that the entire entertainment industry, by the way, they don't just feel like it, they're right, is antithetical to them. The entertainment industry fucking hates them. So when they see something that they want to celebrate, like maybe a movie like Passion of the Christ or Sound of Freedom or something like that, there is a lot of celebration and excitement about it because it's like, finally, here's something for us, even if the quality isn't up to snuff. So, for example, I like the movie The Godfather. I would imagine that if I watch Sound of Freedom, I'm not going to walk away saying, oh my God, this was as written as well and directed as well and acted as well as The Godfather. But the reason that you would see that excitement isn't because the movie is just absolutely fantastic art, which maybe Sound of Freedom is. I haven't seen it. But the reason that there's such excitement is because you haven't seen those sorts of voices represented for such a long time. Similarly, it's the same reason you see the left go fucking crazy anytime they feel that there's sort of an there's a an achievement that's made or something that's been done that benefits a cause or an issue or an identity that they don't see. That's why we're bragging about Karen Jean-Pierre being the first lesbian of color to be the press secretary. Are you really going to argue that the left doesn't celebrate and make a big deal about that shit all the time?
Well, so that's another thing is that when let's say like Robert Saleh, I don't know if you know football, but he was the first like Muslim American to be the head coach of the football team. That wasn't like the left celebrating that. That was a media article that came out. Same thing when anytime these Disney articles come out about the first gay character, for the 5th time, like, edited out for Chinese audiences, whatever. Those are usually news articles that come out saying this, right? There aren't usually like Disney pushing out a big press release saying, we're announcing our first lesbian character in the MCU or something like that. It's normally media news.
Well, I don't see the distinction between those two, why that would help your side or this argument anyways, and I still fundamentally disagree. For example, I know in the inverse, like, for example, when the Marvels movie does poorly, what do they say? Oh, it's because a bunch of guys review bombed. When She-Hulk did bad, it was, a bunch of sexist view. That was coming directly from the people involved in those shows. So the idea that, I don't understand the distinction, why it would matter if it starts with independent media or the studios themselves. But second, you're fundamentally wrong that the studios do push this kind of stuff.
Well, for one, I'm saying that because, if you watch people like Critical Drinker or Mahler, those guys, Nerd Product, stuff like that. I don't know if you know any of those YouTubers, but that's what they talk about. It's like, oh, they're propping this up as the first, blah blah blah. But that's normally not the case. I'm sure there might be a couple comments by some like I think I do remember the She-Hulk director talking about that. I mean, which is true though. I mean, there were so many sexist videos.
Right. So it's
like there was, right?
Do you think there was a bunch of left-wing people that were unduly criticizing and review bombing Sound of Freedom?
Oh, I watched a lot of movie reviews. I didn't see people unduly criticizing it. They were probably making fun of all the...
Right. So then when it's She-Hulk, roundly considered one of the worst shows that's ever been put out by Marvel and Disney, you're like, well, there's a lot of truth that it was being review bombed. No. But when it's Sound of Freedom, you're like, no, that movie was shit. So the criticisms were all legitimate.
No. You see, there you go.
I said review bombed. You said there is truth to that. You responded to me saying review bombed.
I said the comments that the creator made about a bunch of sexist men on YouTube, that's what I was referring to. I don't know anything about the review bomb. I'm sure it was review bomb. I'm sure Sound of Freedom might have been review bombed. Who knows, right? I do remember seeing a bunch of people making these videos saying, oh my god, the theaters aren't going to let us watch Sound of Freedom, as if they've never been to a theater in their entire life. Like, that doesn't happen.
Please, I'm not interested in someone on the left that supported the party that told us Donald Trump was going to lock up all black people and kick every gay person out of the country. Talk to me about fear-mongering.
I never said anything about fear-mongering. Again, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, part of it is I literally can't hear you. It's what I literally thought you said fear-mongering because your mic's so shitty I can barely hear you. So you didn't say fear-mongering. What did you say?
No, I said that people were making conspiracy theories about the Sound of Freedom.
Oh, conspiracy. I thought you said fear. Okay, so conspiracy.
As if AMC is trying to prevent you from watching the movie.
Well, Ricardo, let me explain to you what's going on. I don't know these people you talked about, Nerdrotic and stuff. I think I know the type. And I do think that sometimes there is people that go too far, right? That, like, I think there are people sometimes that are looking for things to claim that's woke just so they can be pissed off, and it goes too far, and oftentimes there's things that they make a mountain out of that's just a little molehill. I will agree with that. But the reason that there's such an audience for that sort of criticism is because there are so many people in this country that are fucking fed up with this sort of monotony of the political and cultural messages that's coming out of our entertainment industry, out of our media, out of our academia. They're tired of it. They're tired of all of the cultural issues going one way. And so there is an audience for people, one, to go see movies like Nefarious or Sound of Freedom, or to watch shows like Roseanne, or things like that, or even movies like John Wick that don't really have an overt political message, but it's more of akin to like a 90s style action movie before we had political message, when you used to have like the Stallone and the Arnold or the Die Hard type movies. There might have been vague political or cultural messages in there, but now the messages are becoming more and more overt, and they're almost always from the perspective of left-wing ideology or culture. And so what happens is, because there's so much of that, that's why you say, well, there's not left-wingers going out there and celebrating this. There still are on the issues that they want to talk about on the fringes, and they're even more ridiculous. For example, you could see like when Dave Chappelle had a stand-up special on Netflix, and they went fucking insane because of a harmless joke he made about trans people, to the point where people were trying to walk out. This shit happens, not just random viewers boycotting, but people that work at the companies boycotting. That's how ridiculous it's gotten. But the reason you don't see more of that shit is because they actually have the cultural institutions on their side right now. So if there's 10 movies that come out that are Oscar-worthy movies every year, and 9 of them are overtly pushing left-wing issues, right? And the 10th one almost every year is just trying to be kind of neutral. And then eventually a right-wing issue movie comes out. Yes, you're going to see more enthusiasm for the right of that because they feel they never get that. The left, it's just a dime a dozen. They get it every day. That's what almost all of our entertainment is. Do you dispute the fact that almost all of the entertainment industry, I would say over 90% of people involved at almost every level, whether it be the actual entertainers themselves or the producers or the directors, are left-wing?
Left-wing? I don't really know about that, but I'm sure that...
Who do you think they overwhelmingly... Let's take the word left and right out of it. Do you think that the 90% of them would support Joe Biden over Donald Trump?
Well, I would say, first of all, if you actually look at the history of this country and the history of art in general, almost a vast majority of artists are, transgressive or progressive throughout all of history, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's just kind of already a culturally, quote-unquote, left thing.
Well, that might be true. I don't know that that's historically accurate all the time, but I would say, in general, there's probably some truth to the fact that people that tend to be more artsy probably are more liberal or more left-wing. That's probably true in general, but we could see that certainly wasn't true of the industry as a whole. For example, if you go back to the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, there weren't, although there was an actual Red Scare and like a communist infiltration that attempted to come into Hollywood, and there were a lot of people in that, but certainly a lot of the movies that were coming out, there were certainly a lot of right-wing cultural movies that were coming out at that period of time. You disagree?
Well, yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, for the longest time, it was like you said. I'm not totally against the idea because it is true that a majority of the culture right now is catered to the left because there are more left. But again, I think that's an economic thing. These studios are trying to make as much money as possible, and right now we have control of the culture.
Okay, so let me ask you a follow-up question. I'll try to bring the temperature down. Let me ask you, let's see if I can walk you through this. So you agree that because the left has basically won, let me start with this. You agree that it's always an ongoing battle. The pendulum's always swinging. So it's not like the left won, that's the end, correct? You would agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, so would you agree that the fact that all of these visible places like Hollywood, or the music industry, or the mainstream media, or corporations that just for lip service are out there saying things like Black Lives Matter. It's overwhelmingly on all of those industries on the left that you see these messages. Do you think that helps enforce the cultural narrative of the left?
Yeah. If it wasn't important, then you guys, we wouldn't...
Okay, so now can you see how stupid it is for you to criticize people on the right that decide that they're going to fight back culturally by boycotting a company like Bud Light, and you saying that's cringe, talk about important issues instead?
I think that this specific instance is cringe.
Let me tell you what I think. I think that you, for your own words and what you've just admitted to here, understands that these companies that predominantly advocate for issues on the left or pay lip service, I agree with you in that overwhelmingly none of them give a shit. They don't give a fuck, right? They just know that they could pay lip service to groups on the left and it benefits them financially and it benefits them culturally right now. It helps their brand. And that also, as you've admitted, does help shape public perceptions. Right? And I think what's happening is that you, as someone on the left that's no doubt happy with that current situation, doesn't want that to be changed. I think that culture is very important. And I think when we start to see inroads for people on my side, on the right, or populist or whatever, that are making those inroads, that's important to talk about. And I think you have an incentive, and people on the left have an incentive to say, no, don't talk about that. That's cringe. Not because you're worried that it's cringe, but because you're worried that it's working.
No, I couldn't give any less of a shit if Bud Light loses their entire fucking capital. I don't give a fuck about.
No, but would you give a shit? Would you give a shit? Would you give a shit if all of a sudden over 50% of corporations stop donating money to left-wing causes like abortion centers or gay pride marches or things like that? Would you give a shit about that? Would you give a shit if the commercials they put out go back to more of a sort of actual demographic look of the country where it's overwhelmingly not trans people? There's 60 to 70% of the people in their commercials are straight and white. Would you give a shit if all of a sudden that started to go back? I bet you would. I bet you would.
I mean, it's an interesting conversation. We actually had this conversation with my class the other day. We were talking about the rainbow.
In your wait, you had this conversation in your what?
Oh, one of my classes.
You college student.
Yeah.
The picture's coming out. Go ahead.
We were talking about that and how rainbow capitalism is and like that. And we had a conservative in class, and he was bringing up the same point as you.
Right.
And honestly, and we were, it was a great conversation.
Tell him to call in. Give him my show and tell him to call in.
Yeah, I love him. He has really good conversationalists in class.
The point is the reason that
conservatives in class.
The reason that I have such hostility at the beginning of this conversation, because one of my big pet peeves is when people that have a vested interest in their side winning and my side losing tell me what I should or shouldn't be talking about.
Well, I never said you shouldn't be talking. I'm saying it's
you said that I should be talking about more important things.
I said, why aren't you talking about more?
Okay, I think that it's not an unfair implication to say, if you say, why don't you talk about more important things, that you're implying that I should be talking about more important things. Unless you want to split hairs over that.
No, but I would never tell someone what they should be doing.
To me, it's a horse apiece, right? You saying, why aren't you talking about more important things? Okay, let's say that I say that instead of you should. To me, I find it equally irksome that someone who disagrees with me and has a vested interest in my cultural and political view losing, and your cultural and political view maintaining power, to tell me what you think I would be better vested to be talking about. Your opinion means nothing. It's be the same if we're in opposite football teams and my quarterback's throwing the ball down the field over and over successfully and you say, why aren't you running the ball more? Yeah, I understand you want me to run the ball more because you want me to lose. I get it. And I just get sick and tired of people from a left-wing perspective telling me, I talk about important shit, other things all the time that you would equally say is unimportant. Like you probably don't think border security is something that's important to talk about. Or COVID, the origins of COVID. Is that important to talk about? Is it important to hold people accountable that wanted us to have lockdowns? Is that important?
Well, you're still talking about lockdowns. I thought you were talking about the origins of COVID.
Both.
I mean, lockdowns, bro, it's been, 3 years?
So you don't think it's important? You don't think it's important to talk about that?
I'm sure I would love to see some actual, investigation or, some studies done on the impacts. I myself did a project for school on the impacts of at-home learning for students in kindergarten through an elementary school.
What'd your research find?
They were really bad.
It was really bad, yeah. So you don't think it's important? You're right.
No. I said that I think it's very important to study that and to see, to
hold people accountable that embrace these
because here's the issue, right? Is that a lot of these people, where Trump had it by county and by state, right? Because even DeSantis implemented a lockdown. So a lot of these people were doing what they thought was the best thing for the country at the time, or for their citizens at the time, right?
No, some may have been, but there may have been. Right. Let me explain what I mean by no. I know that's weird to you, right? I know when someone answered, I know you're incapable of just saying yes or no and then explaining. So I said no because I try to give you the courtesy that you're unwilling to give me. So no. What I'm saying is I reject the question, right? Certainly are there people that were misled or were misinformed or were ignorant that advocated for positions that were terrible? Sure. But there were certainly many people that advocated for those positions because they wanted to intentionally harm the economy under Donald Trump. As Bill Maher admitted, they were cheering for a recession because they wanted anything possible to stop Trump from winning. They were more happy. That's why before they knew shit, anytime Trump would say something about possibly being helpful, they would jump all over him. They didn't want hydrochloroquine to work. They didn't want ivermectin to work. They wanted the lockdowns to last, even though they knew it would be disastrous economically, because all of that would go to hurt Donald Trump. And that was more important to them. It's the same reason that many of them advocating for nursing homes, which everyone with half a brain knew held the people most susceptible to COVID. But Democratic governors, like in my state of Tom Wolf, forced nursing homes to accept COVID patients, which then predictably caused massive amounts of deaths in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New York, in the very nursing homes. We told young, healthy people they had to remain locked down, knowing full well they were the least likely to have serious consequences of COVID or spread COVID, and we forced the people that were most susceptible, those that were in elderly care facilities, to be roommates with people that had contracted COVID. So, one, I do believe there were plenty of people that intentionally wanted harm to come. Secondly, those like DeSantis or Trump absolutely to this day, even if I would believe they had the best intent, deserve to be criticized by any actions that took our freedom away and predictably led us to horrible outcomes like children with learning disabilities, economic woes, inflation, supply chain crunches, people with increased suicidality, mental health issues, physical issues. Yes, those people also need to be held accountable, even if their intentions were good. Because it's not, I'll finish real quick. It's not as if there weren't people contemporaneously telling everyone this will be a disaster. I know there were those people because I was one of them.
So how do you determine the intention of these people? How do you know which one should be held accountable? So you think they should all be punished the same? I didn't say
that. Right? It's irrelevant. One, they should all be held to account. Every one of them that made policy should be... Now, we should do so in understanding that there are people that were worse than others. So DeSantis absolutely should be criticized, right? And DeSantis, to a large part, has said he has made a mistake. And so he should be given some amount of credit for admitting that he made a mistake, particularly when it goes in line with he lifted lockdowns and things like that much earlier than all of the cultural narrative was telling him that he should have. Wow. So much to the point that we had Democrat ads that were calling Florida, what did they call it? I forget. I'll play the ad for you if you want, right? Like, they're on the airplane, you have the right to die of COVID and to never leave this state and blah, blah, blah. The forever pandemic or whatever they called it, remember? It was going to be genocide on the streets because he lifted the lockdown. Then it was all bullshit. It was all bullshit.
What actually happened is that really early on, right when it happened, everyone was pretty much on the same side. That's why DeSantis had lockdowns. That's why Trump went lockdowns. That's why pretty much every right wing was wearing this. And then all of a sudden, on a dime, everyone flipped, and then it became a huge political issue, right? You guys were celebrating all the right-wing protesters protesting in the streets of the hospitals, blocking the hospital entrances. You guys were celebrating that. And then when 2020 came around, you guys can't protest in the middle of the streets. You guys can't block the roadways. It became a political issue, right?
So first off, you have that completely reversed. We've seen for over a decade, we have seen left-wing environmental protesters, and we saw it with the Trayvon Martin protest, and we saw it with protest where we saw all around the world, but particularly in the United States. Thank you so much for the sub, Gizmo. I appreciate it. We saw left-wingers over and over again that would have protests that were blocking people. Particularly the one that's fresh in the mind was the climate protesters, right? They're doing things like, it was just strategically stupid. Real quick, it was strategically stupid. Like, for example, I remember doing videos talking about, like, dude, if I really believed in climate change, would I be preventing people from making it to the NFL game they were going to? That's stupid, because there might be a lot of NFL fans who are like, I agree, we should try to limit fossil fuels, etc. But when you're ruining their Sunday by not allowing them to attend the game, they're going to be like, fuck off. So it's a really stupid... So what you have is the inverse, and this happens over and over again. The left sets the standard. For example, the left sets the standard for cancel culture. They set the standard for boycott culture. Then the right says, okay, we'll start using those tools as well. And then people like you say, oh, see, both sides do it. That's the same way here. Yes, it is true that there were left-wing protesters, that the standard was set, that it was absolutely within legal and ethical bounds for them to block roads over and over and over again. And almost everyone on the left stood by silently, and left-wing governors and mayors, etc., stood by silently and gave slap on the wrist, if even that, and allowed this to occur. So then the right said, then we will engage in similar protests. The difference is, as we saw with the truck protest in Canada, because the cultural power is on the left, when right-wingers do what left-wingers do, the book is thrown at them. All of a sudden they lose their banking privileges. All of a sudden they get deplatformed from places. All of a sudden they get locked up. If it was Black Lives Matter doing it, they wouldn't have suffered those consequences. They would have been celebrated.
There were 10,000 plus arrests for Black Lives Matter. They did, and then
no. Let's back up. The arrests for Black Lives Matter, the overwhelming majority of them, there's two things we can say about it. One, the severity of the charges, arrest, etc., when you compare them to right-wing causes, are always far less charged. For example, blue-haired grandmas that didn't even enter the Capitol on January 6th, we're looking at several years. People that use Molotov cocktails to burn down police cars, we're looking at several months.
The person who did Molotov cocktails got sentenced for a year.
1 year for burning down a police car.
15 well, no, they didn't burn down, but they threw it.
Right. Throwing a lethal weapon at a police car. And there are people that literally are just on the grounds of the Capitol that are getting similar sentences.
Samantha Shader sentenced to 6 years in prison for throwing a lit Molotov cocktail into the van.
Didn't she accept a plea deal where the charges were lowered? The two lawyers in New York.
No, she had 6. No, this is a different.
Right.
Protest.
Right. So, and for example, can you show me anyone that's been charged that's got more than a year's sentence that was involved in the May 30th, 2020 terrorist attack and insurrection on the White House, where they took Molotov cocktails in an attempt to break into the White House, burned down a guard station, and injured over a dozen officers? Where was the mass FBI investigation in it? Where was the, mass media and cultural implications to look at the faces of the people that were there and track them down? Where's the massive FBI task force? Can you show me any of that? Where's the investigation into the left-wing media personalities and politicians that gave cover to those people? Can you show me any of that?
I'm sure if I actually looked into this, I'm sure we'd find something. There's an article.
There's your homework. There's your homework assignment. Go ahead. Are you going to make an argument that it's even remotely close to what happened on January 6th? The largest FBI task force in history that 3 years out is still arresting people for nonviolent crimes? You think that's what's going on with the May 30th insurrection at the White House?
Well, first of all, they never made it into... Right.
What's the difference? So if they wouldn't have made it, if the police officers would have never opened, let me just ask you, so if the police officers would have never opened the Capitol doors and the people would have never got in there, you would have said, oh, no big deal.
Did they open the doors when they were smashing through the doors and the windows? Is that them?
Yes, did they open the doors, yes or no?
They opened some doors.
Okay, so then my question to you is, if they didn't open those doors and people didn't get in through doors and windows, would you... I'm asking you all right, I understand I'm sorry. This is my fault. I'm talking to a Biden supporter. Let me speak more slowly. In a hypothetical situation where these two things didn't happen, one, people weren't let into the Capitol. Do you understand that part of it? You got it? You got that part?
People let into the Capitol.
Okay, you understand. So if people weren't let into the Capitol, and two, people didn't break in windows and doors and also get into the Capitol. Got it? You following?
Yeah.
Okay, in that hypothetical situation, then you would say there wouldn't have been a need for a massive FBI task force. We wouldn't have called it an attempted insurrection. That's your argument.
I think that if there wasn't that much violence breaking at the door, someone going up to the last barrier and getting shot and attacking, and if 4 officers died, either not by killed, but one died by suicide, one on a brain aneurysm, whatever that may be, and then people died in the riot, and one died of heart attack, whatever. I probably wouldn't give a shit that much.
I think you're full. I think you're full of shit. What if they want? Let me phrase it this way. No. I think you're full. Let me phrase it this way. Let's say this: they didn't get to the first barricade, but that's only because police were called in. More police were called in. But what they did do was fight with the police and actually throw lethal weapons at the police, including burning down one of the police guard stations. Would you have thought that was an insurrection? Would you have thought that was a big deal? It was just quelled because there were more law enforcement there?
Yeah, probably.
You would have thought that was a big deal?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think it's anywhere near that.
I think you're full of shit. I think you're a liar. I absolutely think you're a fucking liar. I think you're an absolute fucking liar. You're absolutely full of shit. I don't believe you. No, go ahead. You can spew your bullshit. I just want you and everyone else to know that I know you're full of shit. Go ahead.
The day of January 6th, I was literally in the living room with my mother, and we were watching it, and I was like, you know what? Honestly, I can't blame him. If I truly thought my government was being overthrown, and everything like that, I can't blame them. Then they started attacking police. Then they started bashing down the windows, and I was like, okay, now hold on. Now this is getting way too far. So no, I was 100%. I'm like, damn, dude.
That's it. But so what you're saying is something that is completely irrelevant to the statement you made previously. So for example, what you just said there was, you said two things, right? So let's break this down to see if you're telling the truth. You said you were okay with it until they, one, started attacking police, and then what was the second one? Breaking down windows and doors?
Sorry, I didn't mean just attacking police. I mean when they were like crushing them and beating them with poles and shit. That's where I was like...
Okay, so that would be enough. Let's say they didn't make it to the doors, but if all of those attacks on the police had occurred, you're admitting that that was when you thought it was a big deal.
No, I think breaking into the building.
So now the attacks on the police is irrelevant. You still want to... So let me finish. So now what you're saying is, one of two things. We'll ask you, are you saying, one, that it's just the breaking into the building, so the attacks on the police are sort of irrelevant?
If they're out in the middle of a riot and they're trading blows, I don't really give a shit that much. It happens all the fucking time, right? It happens all the time.
I don't understand your point. So then when you talked about them trading blows with police officers, that's irrelevant. Really, the only thing you're concerned about is that they made it into the doors.
They actually got into the building to stop an election.
Oh, so if they would have just went in to say, we're not trying to stop anything, but we're trying to remove Joe Biden, you'd say that's okay.
Bash the doors in, bash the windows in.
Right. So, and now, does everyone see how this is, it's always, this is why you have to hold these bad faith lefties to account when an issue occurs in real time, because this is what happens. They'll always say, anytime it's a right-wing cause that they want to, hyperventilate about, they'll say, this particular situation, that's what's bad, that's what's the worst. And you'll say, well, what are the specifics of that you say it's bad? That way, if we could see there were other situations that occurred that meant that, if you felt the same way about it. And it's always, no, it's just that situation. It's that. For example, if they would have used Molotov cocktails and burned down a guard station, I guarantee you that left-wingers like this asshole I'm talking to would have been like, oh my god, they could have killed a cop! You can't be using lethal weapons against police like that! You can't burn down a guard station! That was terrible! That shows that they were willing to use lethal weapons! That's what he would be saying. But now when we see, oh, okay, you say fighting with the police, that's when you got concerned? Well, let's look what happened on May 30th. Then he knows that's where it's going. So he goes, no. It's also that they made it to the doors. And I'm like, oh, so it's just making it to the doors? No. It's also that they wanted to stop a procedure. So if I come up with a left-wing situation that meets those criteria, he'll again say, no, it's different. It's just January 6th is bad. That's it. Bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
Dude, this thing that happened on May 30th, I barely knew anything about it, right? All I did was glance at a CNN article about it. And then now you're saying that since I knew somehow that this was going to lead to something that I don't really know the details on, that somehow I wiggled my way out. Dude, what are you talking about?
No, what I'm talking about, well, first off, the fact that, I'll tell you what I'm talking. First off, I apologized why I'm apparently having audio issues. According to everything on my end, it should be good. I'm using the same microphone, so I don't know what exactly is the issue with audio. Let me check one more thing real quick. But I have no clue. I understand his audio sucks, but I'm using the same microphone. Let me check one more thing. Sound settings. I guess we're just going to have to deal with it for now. I don't know why there would be reverb or something. Apparently it's sounding echoey. Regardless, what I'm saying is this. First off, the fact that you haven't heard this proves the point that I was talking about. Is that there was a massive double standard in the treatments of these things. Secondly, when I'm saying is, when I tell you things that actually occurred, like they used lethal weapons to literally firebomb the police, including firebombing a guard station, which they burned down, and you're trying to downplay it. You're like, well, that's not reason. That's not reason to trouble. Right? What January 6th, the point I'm trying to make is that the narrative that's blown up about January 6th is bullshit for various reasons. There were people that engaged in violence just like there were in Black Lives Matter. They should get similar punishments to those people that engaged in that. But the overwhelming majority of people didn't engage in violence, and in fact had violence directed at them even when they were being peaceful, as the video that's being released shows. But it's been treated, because it's something that they set up and wanted to occur, it's being treated like it was this massive insurrection and terror attack so that it could justify their mass censorship of conservatives or anyone who had criticisms with the way the election was held, and was able to justify their building of a wall around the Capitol and deploying National Guard troops, something that they criticized vehemently when left-wingers were overrunning left-wing cities in places like the Chaz Zone, New York, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and other places. They said it would be martial law and fascism to deploy the National Guard, but they had no problem doing it when it was directed at right-wingers. The reason that what we saw happened on January 6th happened was because there was an intentional lack of police presence. As Stephen Son, the captain that was in charge that day, has said, even once they realized that things were getting out of hand, he repeatedly made requests that were denied to him by higher-ups for hours to make sure there were more police there. A situation like May 30th would have got out of hand, except everybody knows that when left-wingers come together for shit like that, they're going to riot. So they had enough police there to deal with the left-wingers that predictably rioted. Unlike January 6th, the people May 30th chose to deploy lethal weapons in the form of Molotov cocktails. They attempted to break into the White House. If there were only 10% of the police there that were there on May 30th, and the left-wingers would have went into the White House, would it have been considered an insurrection?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the only difference is, in situation 1, there was an adequate police presence. In situation 2, there wasn't. But the intent of the crowds were both to commit insurrection.
I mean, if that was the intent of this crowd on May 30th, I don't know that for sure.
Why do you think they were trying to break into the White House?
You think that it was to overthrow the government?
I don't think that's what January 6th was.
Well, I mean, that was their intent, right?
No, it wasn't their intent. Their intent was to take seriously the claims.
Did you read?
Yes, I understand. I understand it. Right. So how do we know about the oath breakers or the oath keepers and stuff? How do we know about that? Did they announce it?
No, I read it from the court document.
Oh, so you're saying that there was a riot that occurred at the Capitol, and then the FBI decided to research the groups that were there, decided to get subpoenas,
No,
and
the FBI probably already knew about it.
They knew about it because they had informants and stuff that were there?
They have informants in every protest ever.
All right, would you agree that the police presence was lacking January 6th?
Yeah.
So now you agree, and would you also... Oh, cool. And you agree that you read that the Oath Keepers were about to attempt to overthrow the government, correct?
No, I read that they had plans on when to bring in Pence.
No. Your argument was quite simply, I said, I don't believe they were trying to overthrow the government or have an insurrection on January 6th. You said, yes. Did you read about the Oath Keepers?
I read about the Oath Keepers. I read about the Proud Boys. I read about the 3%ers. I read about their plan that they set up with, that weird freak, that Trump's friend, what's his name?
I don't know. I hear a lot of details. Again, we're asking for specifics here on a very specific question. It seemed, my claim was, I don't believe that they were committing an insurrection and trying to overthrow the government. You disagreed because you said you read documents. I said, how do we have those documents? Because they did an investigation? You said, no. They knew about it beforehand because they had informants and stuff were there. And I said, so they had informants that knew that these groups were about to attack the government and commit an insurrection? Then you backtracked and you said, no, that's not what I'm saying. So I'll ask you specifically, was January 6th an insurrection?
Yes. 100%.
Did the people that went there intend to overthrow the government?
Some of them, yes.
How do you know that?
Because there is FBI finding contact between Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and Roger Stone, and when they're going to bring Trump, when they're going to bring Pence in with the fake elector slates. These were plans they had in place.
Okay, so then, now we're back to where we originally went before you tried to be a duplicitous fuck and get out of the argument, that now we're back to where I said. So now these FBI informants knew beforehand that there was a group of people that were coming January 6th to take over the government.
I said probably, they're involved with
okay, but you... so now you don't know. You read the documents, but you don't...
Dude, do you think the FBI would put in there? Yeah, we actually.
Yes, I do. You want to know how I? Right, you ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? You want to know how I know? Because I too read the documents, and they say that there were informants. You fucking idiot! It almost sounds like you're lying. I'll bet you didn't read the documents. I bet you read CNN.
No, I don't fucking read CNN.
So then, what did you? So then, you read the documents, but you're unaware that those documents of some of the indictments give examples.
I didn't read every single document. I read the evidence that they had against all the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. Okay?
So then, you were just okay. So now you read the documents, but not all. And when you say listen, that's fine. And when you say, let me finish. And when you say, the FBI, the reason they knew wasn't because they did an investigation. It was because they had FBI informants that were there with them. Now you're saying, wait. Right, no, I'm not stupid. I'm accurately saying what you're saying. It seemed to be, listen, I know Biden voter. I know, listen. It seems that what you're suggesting was this. I was going to. This is what duplicitous shitheads like you do. You think instead of just saying the truth, right? What you do is you're trying to think, well, what will Rob say about that? So you're trying to constantly change your answer. So let me show. This is exactly what just happened here. You said, because because the Oath Keepers and all them, yes, they were plotting to overthrow the government. I said, we knew about that because they had an investigation. To which you process in your head, it's like, Rob's going to say, well, if we had an investigation there for January 6th for people trying to break into the White House, why wasn't there or the Capitol? Why wasn't there an investigation May 30th having a massive investigation, going through people's cell phone records, subpoenaing people that were, working with Black Lives Matter and the George Floyd protest? Why didn't they have an equal investigation? Maybe we would have found out that those people too chose to go in there because they wanted to have radical government change or remove Donald Trump or something like that. So to get out of that argument, what you do is say, no, it wasn't just because there was an investigation. It's because they already had people embedded. To which I respond, so now you're saying that the FBI had informants that they knew before January 6th that there was about to be an attack on the country to overthrow the government. And you've already admitted that there was an inadequate police presence there, which would bring to the next question, which the next question would be, why the fuck would the FBI sit silently by and not work with the capital city police like Captain Sun to make sure that there was adequate protection if there was an imminent attack on our government about to occur to overthrow the government? And you know that looks really bad because it looks like they wanted that attack to occur, that they intentionally had a lack of police presence there. So you try to change your argument. You're like, I didn't read. I don't know if they had informants or not. I just assume they always had informants. And I'm like, but I read in some of the documents that actually you're right. Documents, you said, yes, I read documents. So it seemed that that's what you were suggesting, that the documents, which is true, suggested that they had informants that were embedded within these groups. Then you say, no, it wasn't from reading the documents. I didn't read all the documents. I'm just making an assumption. It's just a guess now at this point. That's what just happened because you're a duplicitous fuck.
You done?
You could respond?
So when I say something like, I know they were planning an insurrection because I read the documents. Do you take that as saying I read every single page of every single document that was about this investigation?
No.
Then when you say, okay.
No, I didn't even imply that. I take that to believe that. I take that to mean that you read in the documents that they were plotting an insurrection.
Yes.
Right.
With Proud Boys and Rudderstone and all that.
That's what I took you to mean. Exactly.
So me missing a page isn't being duplicitous, and me saying
no. What's duplicitous? What's duplicitous is when I ask real quick. I'll explain this. It's my show. Sorry. What's duplicitous is when I ask how you know this, and you said because I read documents, and you're also saying that you know that they had FBI informants, and I happen to know that those documents suggest that they had FBI informants. I think a reasonable extrapolation is what you're implying is the reason you know they had informants was because you read the documents that say so.
But I didn't say that. So
well, I understand you didn't say that.
Duplicitous.
No, it is duplicitous. So I just want to, because it is clear, because now this is what we're supposed to believe. That you literally, which document did you, let's start with this. Maybe I'm right. Which document did you read?
Bro, you said.
I'm asking, we'll clear this up right now. And we'll clear this up right now. We'll clear this up right now, and I'll apologize. Which document did you read? Which document did you read? You don't know which documents you read.
Let me find the PDF I found fucking 2
Well,
months ago or however long.
You don't need the PDF, but I assume you'd say, I read the prosecution's dossier on, I assumed you would say, on the Proud Boy trial, on the 3%er trial, on Enrique Tarrio's trial. That's the document I read.
I did say that.
Okay, so if I go to that, so you read the one on Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys.
If they were all in the same, there was like 3 different documents in the one long PDF I was reading.
Okay, so if I go there, I'm not going to find anywhere in there that they said that there were FBI informants talking to them.
There might have been. Holy shit.
Oh, so now what you're saying is you didn't really read the document, you skimmed it.
Oh, no, I didn't skim it. I got to the part where the evidence that they had against these people, right?
Okay, what page?
That's what
How far did you make it? What page?
Bro, you're asking me what page I read in the
right, because now it seems because it seems to what you're suggesting is that you skipped over the pages that talked about FBI informants.
You're so loud. Okay, I'm sorry.
Who's yelling at you?
My mommy.
Your mom's yelling at you. College student whose mom's yelling at him. Woo! My mom's not yelling at me. I have my own place. Anyways, yeah, so you want me to believe that you read it thoroughly, but you may have skipped the pages that talked about.
Oh my god, dude! Why are you? This is why I hate talking to you, because like you're nitpicking one tiny little thing just to get me on a gotcha.
It has nothing to do with nitpicking. It's because you could have, because this is what I could have handled your position, right? Let me be you, right? I would ask you. I'm you in this situation, right? Oh, did you just ask me? You know, it's me, Mr. Gutsy, or Me Gutsy. Did you just ask me, how do I know it was an insurrection? Well, I read the documents, the indicting documents. Oh, did you ask me if there's FBI informants? I assume so. I can't remember if I read in the documents or not, but yeah, let's not kid ourselves. There were FBI informants embedded.
Probably because they were involved. They were infiltrated.
Right. And then I said, oh, so you know that, and you were like, well, I'm just guessing. If you wouldn't have said I'm just guessing, it would have avoided this. Because when you say I'm just guessing, and so then I'll ask you the next part. We'll see what happens. Oh, well, if the FBI had informants and knew that there was an insurrection about to occur, and you're admitting that there was a lack of police presence, how do you square those two things? Why didn't the FBI ensure when there was an imminent attack on our country about to occur, which they knew from informants that they had embedded in these groups, that attack wouldn't be successful by having appropriate police presence there?
Do you think I'm going to defend the FBI here, bro? They do.
I don't know. I'm asking you what your opinion is. That is
because they like to get people involved in this shit to catch them. These two happen in Michigan.
Wow! I will totally apologize to you. I'll totally apologize. Yes, that's the right answer. It was a setup. They jeopardized. That's right. That's right. Now tell me again. Right now, let's go back. Now let's go back to those double standards.
Held accountable or not?
What's that?
Do you think the people that enacted this plan should be held accountable or not?
I think that even in the documents that talk about that plan, they're not talking about the violent overthrow of the government, except in a couple specific incidents. To me, sounded like tough guys that were talking at the local bar like I hear shit all the time. I don't think that there was a serious attempt at an insurrection. I don't think a bunch of people show up to the Capitol unarmed of the most militarized country in the history of the world and take over with zip ties and flags and a fake gallows are going to just all of a sudden, like it's like Game of Thrones or something, like when the QAnon shaman sits in the fucking Senate chair, that all of a sudden they're the rulers of the country. It was absurd. They did not go there on a serious attempt that it was going to overthrow the government. It's an absolute joke. However, those that intentionally engaged in violence absolutely should be charged. And not only have I said that now, literally my child's due date was January 6, 2020, and you could go to my channel and you could find video of me on January 6, 2020, and what was I doing? Criticizing the people that were engaging in violence at the Capitol and saying those that willingly did so absolutely should be charged. Those that didn't engage in violence and peacefully walked through the Capitol or didn't even go to the Capitol should get the same charge that the pussy hat wearers did when they broke in under the Kavanaugh hearings. Small trespassing charges and small fines. The people that engaged in violence and attempted to break into the White House on May 30th and used a Molotov cocktail to burn down a guard station should have been gone after with the same vigor as the people that engaged in violence on January 6th. But instead, the opposite happened. On May 30th, the FBI didn't intentionally set people up by not having a police presence. The media didn't call it an insurrection. They didn't subpoena media members and politicians that were paying lip service to the people that were rioting. They didn't do any of that. And to the peaceful people that were there January 6th, or the people that maybe were just in the Capitol but didn't engage in violence, they threw the fucking book at them. Which is exactly what my point is, that's a double standard. You just admitted the most crucial part, which is the only reason that you're concerned about it, right? This is in effect what you said. I don't even know if you realize it. And this is why there's only two outcomes from here on out. Either you admit, holy fuck, Rob, you and people that have talked about January 6th being a setup and what a double standard it is right, and I can't believe that the Biden administration and others have gone along with this farce and they need to be held accountable. That's option one that'll occur from here. Or you'll make excuses and say it's different for no logical reason and go back on everything you just said because you don't really give a shit. Let's find out, shall we?
So you're pointing to this one event that didn't get very much media coverage, like you said. I agree. And saying that if I don't think that these people should be prosecuted, then I'm a hypocrite or something?
Your argument, yes or no? Your argument on that one event was the reason just at face value from my explaining of it. I'm conceding that you're admitting that you haven't watched it or read about it.
You said, is it an insurrection? I said, probably not. That's what I said.
Right. But the reason that you tell me if I'm incorrect in explaining your situation here. Ready? You said that this shit happens all the time with riots and people fighting with police and stuff, and you're not really that concerned about that.
No. I said that about January 6th with the outside, if cops were beefing with some of the protests.
Right, but your argument is in general is you're not particularly concerned if there's a protest that gets out of hand at a riot and police clash with protest. That's not something that really catches your eye as very important. That's what you said, right? Yeah. The reason that January 6th was different was, one, you said something about clashing with police, but then sort of backtracked on it.
Well, it was all combined in one, but mainly it was a plan to...
And that they got in.
And they got in, sure.
And you admit then, when I was pressed, that if there was only 10% of a police presence there on May 30th, there's a significant chance that they could have got in.
Well, like I said, if the people that were let in and were nonviolent, I don't give a shit about them. They were just there for...
Yeah, but then are you upset that they're being charged and facing years in prison and some of them committing suicide?
Every time I've had this conversation with someone, they can't name a single person that's gotten the quote-unquote book thrown at them that didn't do anything to deserve it, right? If you watch like the documentary made by
that's just bullshit. I don't have the time to get into that. So your argument is holy shit. Okay, so now we'll go back to my point here in a second, right? But now the point you're making is this. You're saying, you tell me if I just heard you wrong. You're saying you don't have a problem with the people that were just walking around peacefully in the Capitol.
I said those people, sure, charge them with trespassing, whatever minor things. They shouldn't.
Okay, and when I said, but some of those people were having the book thrown at them, and you say, no, they haven't.
I said, from what I've seen, I haven't seen any. Every time I have this conversation, no one can give me an example. If there is, that's bad. And
okay, well, there's an awful lot. The majority of people that have been charged haven't been charged for violence.
Okay.
Most of them have been charged with seditious conspiracy.
Enrique is not one of those people, Alley Cat. Enrique was...
I'm not talking about Enrique. I'm talking about there are a significant amount of people that are charged with crimes of being in the Capitol that weren't charged with attacking police.
Owen Schroyer, that guy?
There's a bunch. It's not just Owen Schroyer.
Well, sure, but Owen Schroyer, that's...
Okay, so you would admit that those people are being politically targeted unfairly.
I think when you get something this serious, then yeah, there's probably going to be some casualties.
Right, but that's not... No. You can't have it both ways. You just said they should just be simply charged with trespassing and let go. If they were charged with more than that, then you would admit that's unfair.
Yes, and I literally just said you're going to have some casualties when something's this serious that they're going to crack down on. And
well, that's true, specifically given that you've already said you don't trust the FBI and they intentionally set the people up.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're...
Hold on. The FBI wasn't setting up these random people that walked through the Capitol. They were saying up.
We'll get to that in a second. Let's go back before I forget the point. Let's go back to before I forget the point that I was originally making. So let's go back to this. You said the difference, admittedly on cursory look at May 30th versus January 6th, the difference is why you would know of one and consider it a big deal, not the other, is basically because they got into the Capitol.
Yeah, from what I read, I was.
Okay, no, just yes or no's because I want just yes or no's for now. I promise I'll give you a chance to expand at the end, but I want to walk you through this. All right, so one, the reason it's a big deal is because they got into the Capitol. Second, you've admitted that the FBI intentionally had a lack of police force because they wanted to set up the violent insurrectionists so they could take them down.
I mean, it's a little wide, but sure.
Okay. 3, you admit that it looks like on May 30th, if the FBI did the same thing and intentionally didn't have a significant police force, that those people could have got into the White House.
Sorry, I want to go back because I don't know if the FBI was coordinated with Mitch McConnell and the captain of the guard or whatever to deny that. I don't know. I'm not going to agree with that premise.
Okay, so then let me go back. Do you remember when I said, after I walk you through this, one of two outcomes will occur? You remember when I said that?
Dude, I'm just clarifying.
I'm just asking if you remember when I said that.
Yeah.
Okay, you just chose option 2, that you would go back on what you said. You would go back on what you said, and you would make excuses.
Clarify.
No, you didn't clarify. You originally said to.
I would want them charged.
You originally said, let's go back. See, do you see how difficult it is to argue? When someone's not being honest, this is what you said, right? So we walked you through this. We went through all this shit. Then I get you to a point where you say something. Then I continue the conversation based on what you say. Once it's evident to you that what you said is putting you and your side in a losing position, then you say, wait a minute, I want to go back 20 minutes and change my answer.
Talking about? I changed my answer from 2 seconds.
Now, careful, don't yell too long. Mommy will come in again. Come on, settle down. You don't want Mom to come back.
Can you let me talk?
Yeah, I can.
Secret Service statement about the demonstrations on May 30th, and then while you asked me the question about FBI, I was like, sure. And then I realized, I was like, wait, you're implying that the FBI was working with the leader of the guard or whoever's deciding, so I don't want to buy into a conspiracy like that without any evidence. That's all I was changing my statement.
No, let me tell you almost verbatim what you said. Let me tell you verbatim almost what you said. You're trying to downplay what you said. I said, okay, then if you believe that the FBI had informants there and they knew that imminently an attack on our government was going to occur, why didn't they work with Capitol Police to make sure that there was a sufficient defense to stop this attack on our country? Yeah. You said, and I'm almost quoting, this is almost a direct quote, bro, do you think I'm going to defend the FBI? Yeah. And I said, no, be quiet, right? And I said, so what do you mean? I said, then why would they do that? You said, because they like to allow these people to do this so they could bring people down. That's what you said. That wasn't some slip of the tongue.
Jesus Christ, dude, you talk for 10 minutes and I'm trying to clarify because you just keep talking.
No. What I do is, the reason I keep talking is because you're lying. Let's do it step by step. When I said, why would the FBI not ensure a police force was there, did you tell me yes or no? Did you say something to the effect of, bro, do you think I'm going to defend the FBI? Yes or no? Did you say that?
Why don't you ever let me fully state something?
Because you're just going to backtrack and change your answer again. I haven't done that once. That's why you don't have to keep talking and re-explain. When I say something, I stick with it. I don't change my answer when I'm losing.
You don't let me get a full statement out because you know that you're.
Okay, you can get your full statement out, and then we're going to go back to the yes or no questions because you're now going to give a third answer where you tried to go back and change again. Go ahead.
It's the same answer. The FBI is bad. Yeah, we both agree. Yeah.
Yep.
They're bad. The left has been talking about it for decades, for like 7
No, they haven't. They used to. They've conveniently got quiet once they're targeting Trump people.
No, they were pretty.
Okay, can you show me one prominent lefty that's criticized the FBI's handling of the January 6 people? Or Trump? Yeah. Give me a prominent Democrat that spoke up about the FBI legally spying on Trump's team.
We've been talking about.
Give me one Democrat politician or media member. Go ahead.
About Trump's team, I'm not sure. Maybe. Oh, I guess. Hold on. I haven't caught up on the thing because I heard the judge with the original warrant was lying or something. I can't remember. That's probably bad then.
Yeah. So okay, cool. It's been admitted. The IG report, or I'm sorry, the Durham report showed that the FBI illegally spied on Trump's team. Show me one prominent Democrat media personality or politician that criticized the FBI for that.
Actually, no. Sam Cedar definitely has. He's
That's bullshit. Sam Cedar. I want you to send me the link to Sam Cedar criticizing the FBI spying on Trump's team. I want you to send me the link.
The FBI all the time. They've been talking about it forever.
I think you're full of shit. I would be shocked if Sam Cedars called out the FBI's illegal spying of Trump. I think you're full of shit. I don't think he's ever done that.
He said they lie all the time. What are you talking about?
Send me the link. You don't have to today. Send it to me on my Twitter. You send me on Twitter. That's shocking. That's shocking. Right.
So what I was saying is that the FBI does bad things. They do things to people to get them to do bad things, but I think we should also hold the people who are doing the bad things accountable. But that is not to say that I know for sure that they coordinated with the people who decided on the Capitol Police numbers that day to make sure there wasn't enough people. I don't know that. That is all I was saying. That is the only correction I made because I have no idea. There's no records of that. There's no evidence of that. Right? That's all I was saying.
Okay. One, did you say, now we'll go back. I understand that you are fundamentally changing what you said. I get that. No, yes, you are. So what you just said, just a yes or no. Did you basically say, bro, you're not asking me to defend the FBI? Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then did you follow that up by when I said, why didn't they have enough police force there? Did you follow that up? Because they basically like to set up the people. You did say that.
No, you said, why didn't the FBI coordinate with the Capitol Police?
Right.
And I said, because they probably didn't want to. That is not the same.
No. That's not what you said. You said something effective. That's not what you said. That is not what you said. That's bullshit. That is not what you said. That is not what you said. You're full of shit. I'll just mute you. That is not what you said. That is not what you said. You said, you didn't just say because they didn't want to. You said something to the effect of because they wanted to get those people.
Rob, do you want me to say it for the 5th time? I was shorthanding it so I can skip through this fucking monopoly.
Did you say yes or no?
I did. For the 4th time, the FBI coordinated to get these people to do crimes. For the 4th fucking time. Holy shit, I was just shorthanded to get through this.
Is that fundamentally a different answer to, I don't know if the FBI did that?
Why do you have to give me on semantic issues, bro?
It has nothing to do with semantics. It is literally, let me finish. You are literally saying opposite things. So when, for example, if you asked me, right, do you think that the FBI killed MLK? And I say, yeah. And you go, wow. Okay, based on that, here's where I want to take the discussion. Then 15 minutes later, I say, actually, I don't know if the FBI killed MLK.
Rob,
you would say, dude, why did you just waste my time for 15 minutes? We went on with the conversation assuming with what you said. That's what you did. That's exactly what you did. So then I'll ask you.
A question. Rob,
go ahead.
You asked me 2 different questions.
No.
Right? The first one you said was, why didn't the FBI coordinate with the Capitol Police to ensure there was enough people there?
Right. And what was your response?
And I said the FBI didn't do that because they were trying to coerce these people into committing crimes. Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yep.
Right? That's what I was saying. Then later, you said something about the FBI coordinating with the Capitol Police to make sure there wasn't enough. And I disagree with that because I don't.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's all I'm saying.
That's not what I said. And if I did say that, that's misspeaking. I'm not saying that they. No. My argument is listen. My argument is quite simple, right? I'm saying this. If you want, let me finish it because you backtrack. So now you're standing by your original statement. You're just saying. You're saying. Let me clarify. Let me clarify. What you're saying is this: you still stand by that the reason that the FBI didn't ensure that there was an adequate police force there was that they wanted to basically allow these people to do the attack because they could arrest them.
Yeah.
Okay, but the discrepancy here is you're saying you don't think that the FBI worked with Capitol Police to make sure. They didn't say, hey, make sure there's not enough police. They just didn't say anything to Capitol Police.
Well, I have a question. Let me give you an example here, right? Let's say my friend wants to rob your house, right? Rob Rob's house,
okay,
if you will. And I know this. And I don't like my friend, and I want him to get caught doing this because I know you have a good security system. Or, just forget me. I just want them to do a crime. Is that the same thing as me calling, let's say you have a guard outside your house. Is that the same thing as me calling the guard and saying, hey, you need to take a break at this time, so then he leaves and then my friend can break in? Is that the same thing?
No. No one suggested the latter.
So me saying that the FBI didn't coordinate with the Capitol Police to ensure there was enough people there is not the same thing as me saying that the FBI coordinated with the Capitol Police to ensure there wasn't enough people there. You know what I'm saying?
Your analogies are relevant, and let me tell you why. Let me give you the benefit of the doubt, and say that I misheard what your clarification. The only part that's relevant to me is you're admitting that the FBI intentionally allowed an insurrection to occur, knowing that there would be inadequate police. They intentionally allowed an attack on our government to occur. That's your position.
My position is that I don't know if there's evidence out there to suggest that the FBI ensured there wasn't enough Capitol Police there. Your original question was, why didn't the FBI go out of their way to ensure there was?
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you acknowledge that one of the FBI's functional roles is to protect our country from all sorts of enemies?
Sure, I'm sure.
Okay, do you think it would be a big story if the FBI... You're saying the FBI didn't actively... It's not like they called and said, make sure there are no guards there. They didn't.
I have no clue.
No. If you just listen. Listen. Let's assume that didn't happen. By the way, you're changing your change, but I'm going to be good faith because it doesn't matter because it's still going to get me to where I want, right? So let's assume that didn't happen. I will concede to you, for the sake of argument from this going forward, that I'm not suggesting, nor have I ever suggested, that the FBI literally got on the phone with the Capital City Police and said, make sure you don't have a presence there. My question to you is this. Given that the FBI is supposed to protect our country, and they were aware that there was an insurrection about to happen, literally an attack on our government to overthrow our, and they knew it was going to happen, and they didn't pick up the phone to ensure there wasn't police there, we're agreeing with that. But what they also didn't do was pick up the phone to make sure that there were police there. Do you think that's a big problem?
Yeah, I don't like the FBI, bro.
Okay, so then let's go back to what I originally said, right? Let's go back. So simple yes, no's will suffice. Ready? So it's taken us 30 minutes to get here, but you ready? Okay, you ready? We're talking about a double standard from these institutions, right? And I said you'll be forced to admit it and say, my God, January 6th been blown out of proportion. This is terrible, blah, blah, blah. Or you'll backtrack, which you chose to backtrack first, but now we're back at square one. So here we go. One, are you admitting that the thing that caught your eye and you think was so serious about January 6th was that they made it into the building?
And they had a plan to overthrow, and they had a plan to overthrow the government.
Okay, they made it into the building, right? That's what you're saying.
Honestly, even if they were attempting to break in, they bashed the windows open, they were trying to get in, they were stopped in the lobby or something like that, it'd still be...
Now, wait a minute. See, does everyone see this? This is so bad faith. I'm only doing this because it's on Joe. Because now you're moving the goalpost again. So now your argument is, okay, let me explain how. So now what you're saying is, well, it's not that they had... Let me explain how. Now your argument is, well, it's not that they had to get in. The mere fact that they attempted to get in.
You think attempted murder is just as bad as murder?
Holy fuck. No, I don't think attempted murder is just as bad as murder.
You don't think someone shooting you and trying to kill you is probably just as bad as killing you?
Why do we give disparate sentencing if it's just as bad?
I think we should. If it's attempted murder, they tried to kill you.
Well, it's not. It's not. It's both of them should be charged, and both of them would be people that were antagonistic to me, but it's not the same charge. Again, here's why it's relevant. Okay, May 30th, they tried to get into the White House. Why isn't that an insurrection?
Well, the thing is, I told you I didn't know much about it, and I was reading the statement here from the Capitol Police. This entire thing is that I don't really know much about it. If they try, and I already said this like fucking an hour ago, saying that if they tried to overthrow the government, get in there, I would say charge them with January 6 people. I literally said that like fucking 45 minutes ago.
No, what you said 45 minutes ago. What you said 45 minutes ago. Let me remind everyone what you said. The reason we had to go down. You're right. It's been 45 minutes of bullshit, but the reason that we had to go down this was this. When I said, well, there was a left-wing attempted insurrection where they used lethal weapons attempting to get into the White House and burn down a guard station, you said that the difference is this. They didn't get into the building. And that's what was so bad about January 6th. Shut up. Shut your mouth and listen before your mom has to go stop you again. You'll get your chance to speak. You said, oh, what made January 6th different was they got in. They actually got in the building. That's what made... First you said they attacked police and they got in. And I said, I was going to say, well, May 30th they attacked police. And you're like, well, forget about the attacking police. That happens all the time. They got in. That's the difference. They got in. Remember we went through this whole thing? I was like, well, let's assume that they didn't open the doors and people didn't break in, right? Because the entire argument I was making is... One situation, we had the people that were aware of the situation have an appropriate law enforcement presence to make sure that even though there were people rioting using lethal means against police to break into the White House, there was an adequate police presence to make sure that they didn't get in. And my argument is, if we're going to call January 6th an insurrection, the intent matters, the attempt matters, right? It doesn't matter if they actually got in or not. That's why we went through this whole spiel where I said, okay, well, what if they didn't actually get in the building? Would it have been as big of a deal? And you basically are like, no, not really. That's basically the position. Because the entire point was we're looking at two comparable situations, and on one, you seem to suggest that people trying to break into the White House with lethal weapons, the reason it's not as a big deal is because they didn't get in. So it takes me this whole 45 minutes to then get you to the position which you then have to backtrack on, which the position is this. Yes, that's what you said. The position is this. The position is this. That's next time you talk, you're getting muted until I finish. The position is this. That's what the fundamental understanding was that you articulated. Them getting in was the problem, right? I said, okay, so one, you admit that them getting in is a problem. You're supposed to say yes, but you backtracked after you left. Then second, I said, you admit that the FBI intentionally allowed there to be a lack of police presence so they could get in because they wanted to bust them. You should have said yes, but instead you backtracked and said, no, that's not what I said, blah, 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 blah. And then we went 20 minutes and you were like, yeah, okay, I'll admit that. I'm just saying they didn't pick up the phone and tell the Capitol Police to not be there. They just intentionally didn't tell the Capitol Police. They knew that there was an imminent insurrection about to occur. Then the third part, which I haven't even got to, is third, you admitted that if there was far less law enforcement there on May 30th, that the people would have been able to break into the White House. You say yes, to which brings me back to the overarching point where I was going to say, then it's only because of the actions of the FBI that you care about January 6th, because they let it happen when they didn't allow May 30th to happen, which shows a double standard. But, as I said, you would either say, yeah, you're right. I guess if the FBI would have warned the Capitol Police, it would have prevented people from getting in, which would have meant January 6th wouldn't have been a big deal, which would have meant it wouldn't have been this seminal moment in our country where we censored people online and had the largest FBI task force in history, right? Whereas if they would have done the same on May 30th, it's entirely likely if they chose, they could have done the same thing by ensuring that there was an inadequate police presence, which would have meant that people could break in, etc., etc. That's where the conversation should have went. But instead, you chose option 2, as I knew you would. And option 2 was you would backtrack, you would change, you would lie, you would do everything possible to not have to admit, yes, this was a giant fucking psyop that they wanted to occur so that they could target people that they dislike politically.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Am I able to respond?
You could respond.
Because that was just like a lot of rambling that had nothing to do with anything that I said. My point was that I don't know what the intent of these people at the May 30th is. Do you? No, you do not. The intent was to overthrow. They had a plan in place. The Oath Breakers and the Proud Boys did. Did these protesters on May 30th have a plan to overthrow the government? If not, then it's not the same. That was my original point, and my same point.
Do you think that their intent was to break into the White House?
I have no idea.
Do you think people that are charging the White House and throwing Molotov cocktails, if they made it past police, would have attempted to get... Why do you think they were attacking police at the White House and trying to climb the fence and get through it and stuff if they weren't trying to get to the White House?
The issue, Rob, as you pointed out, is that the media didn't cover this very well.
Well, that is. But I would say that we could make a reasonable inference that if there is a riot where people are attacking guards trying to get through a fence, that they're reasonably trying to get to the area on the other side of the fence.
All I'm reading right now from the Secret Service is that they attempted to knock over security barriers and vandalize 6 vehicles, and they threw bricks, rocks, bottles, fireworks, and other items. That is what they said.
Okay, let's just take that. Security barriers. Why would they attack security barriers if they weren't trying to get beyond the security barrier?
Where's the security bird? This is why I said this is a dumb conversation.
Let me again. Do you think it's a reasonable inference if people are attacking security gates and security buildings and fences that they're trying to get beyond those security barriers and fences?
Rob, why are we talking about this conversation?
Holy shit! It's a simple question. I understand the need to avoid it. I understand the need to, because you're bad faith, because you have to take baby steps with because over and over you have changed your position once it's nailed down. So I have to walk baby steps through everything. It would be nice if you weren't bad faith that we wouldn't have to go baby steps through everything. I'll ask you again. Do you think it's a reasonable inference that people that are attacking a guard station or gate are trying to get beyond that guard station or gate?
Yes.
Okay, do you think if that next question. If that guard station or gate existed as a barrier to prevent people from getting into the White House, do you think it would be a reasonable inference if they're trying to get beyond that guard station or gate that they're trying to get to the White House?
Sure, but I don't know where that guard place actually took place.
Okay, fair enough. That's a reasonable answer. You don't know the specific details. But yes, if I'm right, which I am right, that it was the guard stations outside the White House and the security barriers outside the White House, then you would agree. You're not agree. I could be lying. I could be wrong about the facts. But if it was those guard stations and it was that barriers, you would agree that the reasonable inference would be those people were attempting to get beyond them to the White House.
Rob, do you remember like 20 minutes ago I said if that was their intent, then I agree they should be charged along with January. Okay,
then they weren't. So there's a double standard. So then there's a double standard with the Democrats and the FBI. Real quick. So then you admit that there is a double standard with the FBI, with the Democrats, with the media. You admit that there's a massive double standard.
If you're going to take that one statement and extrapolate it that far, that's on you, buddy.
No. Again, it's on you because what you're trying to do is downplay that obvious double standard. And this happens all the time when I debate people. They can't keep up on the facts. So what happens is they just have to go, yeah, sure, you're right, dude. Sure, you're right. It's no big deal, but sure, you're right.
Because you're extrapolating from one thing I said about something I don't know anything about except the couple statements I've had a chance to, the couple articles I've had a chance to read in this conversation, and extrapolating it and going, here, the 6 other points I've been trying to make. They apply, right? And when I have no idea.
Here's what's going on. So I have to explain for the audience again exactly what you're doing here. So let me explain. So now what he's trying to do is once we set the stage that it was the FBI that knew, like he can't get around this, right? Like his belief, what he's trying to tell you is that he firmly believes that the FBI knew that an insurrection was about to take place on January 6th, but chose not to protect the Capitol. They put lives at risk. They put our country at risk. Literally, our country was about to be it could have been overthrown, but the FBI intentionally stood down and allowed it to occur for their own personal motivations. That's his belief. That's what he said, right? And so right there, that should be a red flag that he should be like, fuck all these January 6th people. That's more of a threat than anything any Proud Boy could do. That we have the most premier law enforcement intelligence agency in the world that is supposed to protect our country intentionally allowed an attack on our country for personal benefits to occur. Like, that's insane, but that won't register to him. So my point is, okay, well, given that we saw a commiserate attack that the media, the Democrats, the FBI, and all these law enforcement agencies didn't treat as seriously, which was May 30th, where unlike January 6th, they used lethal weapons in an attempt to breach and get into the White House. Is it not true that if there wasn't adequate police presence there, if law enforcement would have decided to intentionally stand down in that situation, that it also would have been similar to January 6th, and we would have called it an insurrection, because they would have got to the White House, which you said was the problem. They got to the Capitol. So then he has to change his stance again. He says, but it's not just, let me finish, it's not just, now he changes it. He says, but it's not just that they made it to the Capitol. It's also that they had a plan. That's the problem. So now it's not a problem. If they would have broke into the Capitol, but there was no plan, if it was just spontaneous, then that wouldn't have been an insurrection. That's his argument. But the fact there was a plan. So then when I'm saying, okay, this is what my next argument's going to be. Okay, given that, we would think that anytime someone's attempting to attack our country, like attempting to storm the White House or attempting to storm the Capitol, that there would be a vested interest from law enforcement to take that situation seriously. So maybe we don't call it an insurrection at first, because according to this guy's fucked up definition, there has to be a plan that was written down for it to be considered insurrection or for it to be serious. And so wouldn't it behoove them then to charge these people to the fullest extent of the law and then do a massive investigation and see what were they texting each other the night before? What were their emails? Who were they communicating with? That's what I'm trying to do. That say, okay, well, we should be able to say at the very least, if two different groups of people from two different political ideologies are both rushing our government buildings in an attempt to get into those buildings, and with one group we say, what was their motivation? Let's arrest all of them. Let's go and look at all their text message, this, that, and the other, right? And the other group, we say, no, we're not interested in looking what their possible motivations were. In fact, we're also saying simultaneously that the FBI intentionally allowed these fucked up people to do fucked up shit and almost overthrow the government because they wanted a notch on their belt, because they wanted to take them down. So they put our entire government at risk. Now that would seem to suggest a stark double standard. And he's already admitting the double standard of the mainstream media decided not to cover May 30th and law enforcement. Remember the Democrats? Everyone watching knows this. What did the Democrats say? With January 6th, it was, oh my God, AOC has PTSD. She was in a building adjacent to the Capitol. My God, PTSD. With Trump, they said, he's a bunker bitch. They had to move him to a bunker. Bunker boy Trump. That's what they called Trump. That's what the Democrat stance was. In fact, when Tom Cotton, almost to the day or the day after, wrote an op-ed in the New York Times saying it's time to deploy the National Guard to stop these riots, the New York Times staff writers walked off the job until they forced Tom Cotton to remove that op-ed. Democrat politicians said that was a call for martial law. You can't use National Guard like that. Now compare that to January 6th. They made fun of Trump for having to be moved to the bunker and said it was authoritarian to suggest using the National Guard. With January 6th, they said everyone had PTSD. It was the most serious thing in the world, and we needed to deploy 14,000 National Guard members. And this guy knows at least that portion of it, and it's his belief. He'll have you believe that it's his belief that he knows the FBI knew that this insurrection was imminent, but chose not to have adequate police presence to prevent it because they wanted a notch in their belt. And yet, he would have a huge problem with people like us that would talk about the obvious double standards and corruption of the FBI and how they're targeting peaceful people January 6th and using it as an excuse to censor people and go after people for political reasons. And it's being backed up by the Democrats and the very Biden administration that he voted for, and I guarantee he feels no remorse or criticism for them.
I love how you just assume my
have you Okay, can you show me? You're right, it's wrong of me to assume. Is it a big deal that the FBI intentionally allowed this insurrection to occur?
Yeah, they're bad.
Can you show me one post? Can you show me one post that you've made on social media saying, my God, our FBI allowed this attack to occur? Can you show me one?
I don't really post that much on social media. Why do you demand me to post on social media all the time?
Because you're literally calling into a right-wing show to talk about... You wanted to talk about more important things. Can you think of a more important issue? Can you think of a more important issue than the premier law enforcement agency in this country intentionally allowing an attack that could have stole this country? That could have killed our elected leaders? That was a literal insurrection. They allowed an insurrection and an attempted overthrow of the government. I can't think of a more important issue. What issue do you think is more important to talk about than that?
This is a great issue.
Okay, so seeing as how it's such a big issue, I would think that if you've ever made any sort of political commentary on Facebook or on Twitter or something like that, seeing as how this is as important of an issue as any, and this is a belief you have, surely you've made at least one post saying, my God, our FBI allowed an attack on our government. Surely you've made one post.
No, what? How is that an argument, bro?
So wait, have you ever made political posts on
Twitter, maybe in replies sometimes.
How about Facebook?
On Facebook, I might have. I don't really know.
I think you're lying. I bet you make political posts. What's your Twitter handle? What's your Twitter handle?
Me Gutsy. I don't know if I've made
Let's okay, we'll bring it up. Let's see what you got on Twitter. Let's see it. Now, what you're telling me is I'm not going to find many political posts here on your Twitter. That's what you're saying?
No, I never said that. I said I don't make that many. I retweet them.
Okay, so why are you retweeting things? Because you think that they're important politically?
Yeah, I troll people. I troll people like Matt Walsh.
Me Gutsy. Is that Elon Musk as your profile picture?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do a lot of retweeting and replying. That's about it.
This is a guy, a lot of retweet. Okay, retweeting would be just the same. That's still you're retweeting issues because you think they're of political importance. I'm going to go through a list of things you've retweeted, right? Yeah, go ahead. Can you tell me which one's more important than our FBI intentionally allowing an attack on our government that attempted to overthrow?
That,
what's that?
Should I only talk about that?
No, I'm assuming you could talk about other things, but surely that's as important, as you've already admitted, that's as important of an issue as any. So surely you would have mentioned it.
When would I have found out the FBI coordinated...
Well, you said you already knew.
Yeah, but I'm not going to post about it 24/7 for weeks on end.
That's true. I totally agree, but surely you'd have made some post. Let's see the things that you thought were important to post about, but not our FBI intentionally allowing... All right, you got George Santos, whatever. Then you got making fun of... You got a post, tongue-in-cheek, making fun of the people that say everyone died that were facts. Okay. Then you're retweeting Hassan that says, right-wingers only acknowledge collective action when it's about being the goofiest racist you've ever met. Dana Scully's like murdered me. A coalition of 150 Eastern French... What's that?
We should just... Do you think Jerry Boring's saying that everyone should just come out and say the N-word that way? We can all say it. That's funny.
Here we go. Me Gutsy repost. Anybody that calls this website X was at the Capitol for January 6th. So you're,
dude, that's funny.
Right. Fair enough. You're clearly January 6th on your mind in the context of a joke, but you couldn't be bothered to have time saying, "Oh my God, our FBI allowed this attack to occur."
So hold on. This is your actual argument.
That's
something that I probably read several months ago, but I'm not tweeting about it now means that I don't actually care.
No. But we know. The point I'm illustrating is every single person here watching knows that you're full of shit. We all know it. We know that you're full of shit because you don't believe it. You don't believe it.
Right.
No, seriously. What you don't know. Here's what you don't know. Here's what you don't know. I've had conversations similar to this at least half a dozen times. I've had conversations where at the end of it, because what's happening is, instead of just telling me your honest opinion, you're just saying what you think you need to say to get out of arguments into position. Let me finish. That's what you're doing. So last chance, and I'm gonna mute you, and then I'll unmute you when it's time to speak. And so what happens is, you'll end up admitting a bunch of shit because you can't win the argument that you don't really believe. You don't really believe that the FBI intentionally allowed an insurrection. You don't believe that. And could be several reasons why you don't believe that. You just don't believe that the FBI did that. Or it could be that you don't believe it was really an insurrection. You know that it's just politically expedient to say that sort of shit. But whatever, you don't believe it. Because if you believed that the premier law enforcement agency in the world, tasked with defending this country, intentionally, for personal reasons, allowed a real insurrection that really had a chance to overthrow the government, you would be shouting it to the fucking moon. You would say, you even already said earlier, if the election was stolen, you would understand those people passionately being out there. If you really believe that our FBI, that still exists, that's now targeting January 6th people, intentionally allowed an insurrection with the chance to overthrow this government, you would fucking be talking about it. You would have said something about it.
Right. You're so right. I say all these things, I don't believe them. I admit to things that most people on the left would never admit to because I don't believe them. You're so right, man. Is this really your argument that because I didn't tweet about something that means that I'm lying about all of it?
If I said
be a good debater, this is what you're talking about? This is your point?
No, the point is, what you're saying is obvious bullshit. What you're saying is obvious bullshit, and if it wasn't, then you would have been tweeting about it, or you would have been making Facebook. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows. So why don't you go to Twitter right now and tweet? Why don't you tweet, my God, our FBI is ran by maniacs that intentionally allowed an insurrection. They need to be investigated immediately. Why don't you tweet that right now?
Let's go tweet. That proves that I actually care, not that just so I can tweet and then you believe me, right? Because that would make sense, right?
No, what makes sense is if you really, for example, if someone was a prolific Twitter poster and they posted,
I'm not a Twitter prolific.
Okay, let's see how many post or reposts you've made.
I do a lot of retweets. I don't really post
5 a month. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
It's probably more than that, but we'll just say conservatively 5 a month, right?
Yeah, I usually reply to people.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. If someone said to you, right? If someone was like calling in and talking to you about political issues and things like that,
Sure.
And they said to you, I firmly believe that everyone at the top level of Washington is lizard people. They're all fucking aliens. That's what I truly believe. And they told you that. And meanwhile, they've been engaged in an hour conversation with you about cancel culture on campuses or Israel-Palestine war. And they're going in the ins and outs of all this shit, right? And then when it comes right down to it at the end, they're like, well, everyone's lizard people. It's all, all of it's moot anyways because we're all lizard people. And you said, bullshit, you don't believe that. And they said, no, I seriously do. That's literally like that. That's it. That explains all of it. It's that big. It's the biggest story out there. They're all lizard people. I think that you'd be like, dude, if you believe this, surely you've mentioned it before. Surely you have. You post several times a month on Twitter. You probably post more than that on Facebook. So surely somewhere you've mentioned your sincere, heartfelt belief that these are all lizard people. And they said, nah, I don't really talk about it that much. But that is my belief. That's what I really believe. You would rightfully say, yeah, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. That's what I'm saying about you. I know. You can try to make it sound ridiculous and like, so you're saying if I've never tweeted about it, I don't believe. Yes, when it is an issue that you're yourself admitting would be by far the biggest issue in this country, and it just never came up. You happen to never mention it before. Yes, you're full of shit.
I don't think it's the biggest issue.
What issue? Can you name me an issue that's bigger than the FBI actively allowing an attempted insurrection to occur?
I think the entire corporate bribing of politicians is probably the biggest issue.
Okay, corporate bribing. And so how would we stop corporate bribing of politicians?
Well, we would have to leverage and push against our elected officials to enact policies and support people.
And then there would presumably be laws and things like that would be passed that say that they can't do that. And then who would enforce those laws? Who would investigate and enforce those laws?
Well, probably the government, yeah.
And what would be the body that they would use to investigate and enforce?
Well, hey, there you go. You made a good point.
It'd be the FBI, right? If the nation's premier... Let me repeat. Your argument is the nation's premier law enforcement agency actively allowed an attempted overthrow of our government to benefit themselves. That's your sincere belief.
Well, it wouldn't be the FBI investigating those. Now that I think about it, it probably would not be them at all. It'd probably be like the SEC or something like that. But whatever, sure. Your point... I don't understand what your argument is here.
There is no bigger issue. For example, did you think...
There is a bigger issue.
Name it.
I really do.
So you think that businesses lobbying is a more important issue than the FBI allowing overthrows of the government?
Actually, yeah. Well,
okay, so let's say that we stop lobbying tomorrow, and then a bunch of Chinese nationals that have infiltrated the United States are about to execute the president of the United States, violently overthrow the government, and take over, right? And the FBI hears that and says, we're not going to stop it. We're going to allow it to happen. Sure. You would say, that's small potatoes. The lobbying's what's really important.
No, you're right. That one would probably be bigger.
Okay, so what's the difference if it was a bunch of MAGA people that were about to overthrow the government?
I don't know. I really don't know. What do you think is a bigger issue? Right?
I would think that the biggest...
No. Let me give you a scenario too. The FBI allowing the Chinese ninja spy assassin to come in and kill Joe Biden's robot body, or the moon falling into the Earth. Which one's bigger?
I would say the moon falling into the Earth.
Well, why aren't you tweeting about the moon possibly falling into the Earth?
Because I don't believe the moon's falling into the Earth.
Really?
You fucking idiot.
I can show you some studies that are showing that.
Yeah, you could show me studies that would be bullshit, and it doesn't mean I would believe it anyways. You dumbass. Now, if you sincerely believe now let's turn it to you, you dumb fuck. You dumb, stupid shithead. Okay, now let's turn it to you. So if you really believe the moon's falling into the earth, and you're like, I swear to God, that's what I believe. Honest to God, I believe it. And yet your tweets are about jokes about January 6th, and you're tweeting about lobbying and stuff like that. Why aren't you tweeting about the moon falling into the earth if you believe it?
Well, I don't care if I tweet it. You care.
No, see, the difference is, it doesn't matter if you not tweeting it. If you say this is the most important, it doesn't have to be Twitter, right? It's just Twitter's the only place that we could see that would be proof that you seem to be concerned about it before you attempted to say bullshit to win this argument right now. No, so, for example, if I'm a coworker, right? If I work for a company and my boss says the most important thing right now is the government audit that's coming in tomorrow. That's the most important thing. That's what I believe. And I'm like, bro, we've known about this audit for 6 months, and you literally haven't said shit about it. You've been talking about corporate picnics and things like that. I think you're full of shit. You haven't taken this as the most serious issue. You haven't said shit, right? That would be reasonable. The difference is me and you aren't people that personally know each other. I'll guarantee the people that personally know you in real life haven't fucking once. You said, for example, you talk about politics in your college class. Are you here to... You didn't?
No, I said yes.
Okay. Have you ever brought up your sincere, heartfelt belief that the FBI allowed an attempted overthrow of the government on January 6th? Have you ever brought it up in your college class?
I think we talked about the governor of Michigan one.
That's small potatoes compared to the FBI intent. Yes. You don't think that's small potatoes?
Kidnap and assassinate the governor? It's not a big deal.
Yes, I think that it is small potatoes saying, on one hand, the FBI facilitated and created a scenario where they basically entrapped someone into attempting to kidnap the governor, but then arrested them before they were able to do so, versus the FBI intentionally allowed an insurrection and intentionally didn't have police force there to prevent it. Yes, the latter is far more serious.
I never said it wasn't.
Can you name it? Are you willing to say here that you have ever said before today?
We've talked. Yes, I've talked about it. Just because I didn't post about it.
Okay, so who did you talk about it to? Give me a scenario. I
work at a hospital. I talk to the nurses that I work with. We talk about politics all the time. And I'm sure when I read it 3 months ago, I know that I had a conversation with someone about it. I don't understand what your point is.
You told some. So 3 months ago, you were like, "Holy shit! The FBI intentionally allowed an attempted insurrection. That's fucked up."
Yeah, when I was reading about how they knew that there were plans for all this stuff to happen, and then they were infiltrating it, and I knew that. Yeah, I talked about it.
I don't believe you. And I think everyone knows you're full of shit. I don't believe you. I think everyone knows you're full of shit. I do. I don't believe you, and I think everyone knows you're full of shit. But just for moving on to this briefly, okay, what should the consequence to the FBI be?
We should defund them.
Completely defund them. Should they go to jail?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so have you been calling for that?
No, probably not.
Have you called? What should happen to, if this was so egregious, what should happen to the people that the FBI has presented evidence against?
Well, they still went through with the crime, correct?
It doesn't matter at this point. If the
You don't think people really?
Yes, and let me explain. Because legally, if the very agency that was providing the evidence of their guilt intentionally allowed them to intentionally allow an attempted overthrow of the government, that's such a fruit of the poisonous tree that it would probably mean that would be a significant legal defense that should at least be brought up, correct?
Well, no, it isn't fruit of the poisonous tree where they...
I'm misusing the term out. Fruit, maybe not necessarily. But in this case, it would be when the government commits an illegal act in the facilitation of further illegal acts.
The thing is that in the governor of Michigan, they stopped them before it actually happened. So I'm pretty sure they were acquitted. Yeah, they were acquitted. Which I agree with. They didn't actually go through with it. They were acquitted.
Okay.
These people actually went through with the crime. So I don't know. It doesn't. I think they should be. I mean, come on, dude. They actually committed crimes. They committed violent crimes.
In general, I agree, but I also listen. In general, I agree. But this is such an unprecedented, egregious admission that you're admitting to, that the FBI knew this was imminent. And by the way, that you're actually right. You just don't believe it, but you are right. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, you're right. I'm doing this all to lie to some guy.
Well, no, you either don't believe it, because you're just saying bullshit to try to win, to win an argument or to get out of a certain argument, or you believe it occurred, but you don't give a shit because you hate the January 6 people and Trump so much that you're okay with it.
True, you're so right.
Yes, I know. I absolutely know I am. I absolutely know I am. Dude, why would you ever be talking about any of these random political issues anywhere if you really believe that the nation's premier law enforcement literally, that still exists today, literally allowed an insurrection to occur for personal benefit? We literally almost lost our country. Do you think do you think the Proud Boys are scary? Do you think they're scary? Do you think if the Proud Boys took over the country that it would be bad for people like you or people that you support?
Why the hell are you talking about Bud Light and trans people when this is the greatest threat to our democracy? This is the greatest threat to our country. You should be talking about this every single day.
I almost do. Right.
Really? Because you've been talking about trans people. Why are you even?
Right. I've talked about other. I've talked. So what you're trying to do? What you're trying to do is make an ad absurdum argument. What you're saying is you're making a straw man. What you're saying. Well, Rob's saying if I really believe this, that I would have at least mentioned it once when I'm talking about other political things. And you're turning that to be like, but that's all you would ever talk about.
Well, you literally just said, why are you tweeting about any of the other stuff other than the FBI? That's
Right. And my point would be, what I meant, I'll admit the clunky language. My point in context would be, if, for example, I thought that there were 5 things that were wrong with this country, and one was that literally because of corruption, at the end of the country, we would all be dead in 2 years. But I never mentioned that. And instead I talk about these other 4 minor problems over and over and over again. It would seem to imply that I'm not taking that big serious problem the most serious. Right? That's what it would seem to imply. That's what I'm saying to you. So why would I be tweeting about all those other shit and ignoring the fucking elephant in the room that, oh, and by the way, the nation's premier law enforcement agency actively encouraged and allowed an attempted insurrection that almost overthrew the government. I just never got around to talking about it while I was talking about all these other issues that I talk about politically.
I think this argument is just absolutely absurd, bro. Like,
no, it's not absolutely absurd. It's not absolutely absurd. You're full of shit. Listen.
So you're lying.
No, it is. Listen. I'll let you go on this. This is what I'll say. I don't give a shit about your attempting gaslighting here. Everybody here knows you're fucking full. Yes, you're absolutely fucking full of shit. You're absolutely full of shit. If you really believe this, you would have mentioned it somewhere. Unless you're the type of person, if you said, I never talk about politics, I don't talk about politics, or I don't have a Twitter, I don't have Facebook, or I've never talked about politics on Facebook or Twitter, then I might believe you. But when I could go
on Twitter, I retweet.
Okay, then you would have retweeted. Then surely you would have retweeted the litnity of people that talk about the January 6th. Let's see it. Show me.
2021.
Show me. Well, they certainly talked. They certainly talk about. You believe they certainly talk about it a lot now. I haven't seen you follow me. You've never retweeted any of the stuff that I've said about it. Isn't that weird?
I don't go to your profile.
Okay.
I'll see it whenever Elon shows me your face. I don't see that often on Twitter. So blame Elon.
Here you're tweeting stuff about Israel, Hamas. Here you're tweeting John Stewart from 9 years ago. Palestine, Israel. Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz, the motion to vacate. Well, those are all important political issues opposed to, the FBI. There's Ocasio-Cortez talking about Jamal Bowman. You retweeted about that. John Fetterman, you're retweeting about John Fetterman here. But it's weird. You didn't get around to... Oh, and by the way, the FBI... and Fox News tries to do a scary man interview in the street about crime and drugs. Oh, you had time to... you retweeted about that, crime and drugs. Let's see. Retweeted the White House talking about Matt Gaetz. Retweeted Aaron Rupar talking about Musk, saying that you should pay for Twitter. Let's see. Retweeted about John Fetterman's clothes. Retweeted about vaccines. Retweeted about pronouns in Starfield. That's weird. I thought you said that was something that wasn't important. Huh. Retweeted. Let's see. Retweeted about politics in the video game industry. You said that shit's not important. But that's the stuff you're retweeting. You said that I shouldn't be talking about it, but that's what you're talking about. You retweeted about Mitch McConnell. You retweeted a picture of Dextero. Looks like a house with Nazi flags. You retweeted that. Let's see. Mike Pence talking about the Jacksonville shooting. You retweeted about that. Andrew Tate, you retweeted about that. Donald Trump going to jail. His mugshot. You retweeted that. You retweeted a bunch of mugshots of a bunch of other Republicans, like Giuliani, their mugshots. You retweeted Minnesota Governor Tim Walz explains why he rejected lawmakers' attempts to means test schools for K-12 students. Let's see what else. It's weird. All these retweets going back, but nothing about the corruption at the FBI allowing an insurrection to occur. You retweeted about a criticism of Bill Barr, saying that Obama and Biden were his opponents, but nothing about the FBI intentionally allowing this to go after. You retweeted then about Trump saying that people are his opponents. Let's see, what else you got?
You know how the algorithm works?
Yeah, I do know how I know how the algorithms. There's your retweeting AOC, But you don't retweet about politics. It's weird. You never found yourself retweeting anyone that was talking about corruption at the FBI, that they allowed this insurrection to occur. That's so weird. You're retweeting stuff about Tim Pool. Here's you retweeting Hassan about stopping communists and Marxists from getting into the country. You retweeted ACYN about Trump and the classified documents. That's small potatoes compared to the FBI allowing an attack on the country. It's so weird. But yeah, you're right. You never talk about politics. You don't retweet about politics that much. You don't do that. Here's you retweeting Brett Baer about cancel culture of people doing their jobs. Here's Mehdi Hassan you're retweeting about how peer-reviewed vaccine stuff. Here you're retweeting about people losing Medicaid coverage. Here's Jim Jordan. You're retweeting about Jim Jordan about trans issues, it seems like. Pat Robertson dying. You're retweeting about that.
The Jim Jordan tweet was making fun of him because of his sex abuse.
Okay. Here's Matt Walsh. You're retweeting about criticism of Matt Walsh. Criticism of Josh Hawley in Missouri. There's a retweet. It's so weird. Meanwhile, this whole time, let me just be clear. As you're retweeting all of these issues, in the back of your head, you're thinking, my God, probably one of the most important issues is the FBI actively allowed an attempted overthrow of our government just to benefit themselves.
Really?
That's what you're believing the whole time while you're retweeting all these other issues.
What are you talking about? You know how you retweet something? How do you retweet something?
You click the retweet button.
From where?
Twitter.
Yeah, and then so where are you seeing the tweet?
So your argument is as follows.
I don't fucking go.
Let me make the argument for you. You do believe that one of the most important issues in the country is that the FBI intentionally allowed an attempted overthrow of the government. You just haven't seen anyone on Twitter ever mention it once, so you never retweeted it.
On my feed, bro. What do you want from me?
That's what you're saying. Fair enough. Do you find it curious? Do you find it curious that all the people you follow don't talk about what's the most important issue? You find that curious?
Go to my followers. Go to my following. I follow so many right-wingers. I follow a lot of them. They never fucking talk about this shit, bro.
So you're telling me... So give me an example of a big right-wing account you follow.
Shia Raichik, let's see, going down, Donald Trump Jr.
So you've never heard Donald Trump, so you're telling me if I go back, I won't be able to find Donald Trump Jr. talking about the corruption of the FBI on January 6th? Oh, so it just didn't show up in your feed. You followed Donald Trump, but it didn't show up in your feed.
Wait, do you go to your followings and click on the people you follow and read their most recent tweets? I don't do that.
How many people do you follow?
I follow, let's see. There are 1,100 people.
Okay, so you follow 1,100 people and a lot of big right-wing accounts.
Pretty much all the big right-wingers.
So when you get on Twitter and you're scrolling through, how many times do you see a Don Jr. tweet?
A Don Jr.?
Yeah, you follow him.
If I do, let's say, a day of Twitter, I probably see 2 of his tweets.
Okay, so you're trying to tell me that each day that you're on Twitter, you see 2 of Don Jr.'s tweets, but you've never seen him tweet about the corruption of the FBI on January 6th.
Do you want to go look?
How would I look at what you saw? I know that John Jr.'s made those tweets.
Well, I'm assuming that my interactions are more with left wing, so Twitter pushes my left.
Nonetheless, if you're seeing, that would be true, but you're admitting that you see at least 2 Don Jr. tweets a day.
I said maybe, sure. I see, because right now he's posting about white privilege and Zelensky.
You're just lying. You're just a liar. You're a liar.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying this whole thing is just you fucking lying.
Do you know how the algorithm works, bro?
Yeah, I know how the algorithm. What I'm saying is no. I'm saying you're lying about the whole situation. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're full of shit.
How do you use Twitter?
I'm saying you're full of shit about the whole situation. You were not just like, oh man, I'm really waiting to retweet someone that talks about January 6th corruption. The FBI's corruption. I'm really, now settle down. You don't want your mommy to come in again. Come on, you don't want mommy to come back in. You got to get up early for school, right?
I think the most serious issue facing our country and the world is global warming. Yeah, I don't tweet about that 24/7.
Nonetheless, do you tweet about it? What was the most serious issue?
Global warming.
Do you retweet anything about global warming?
when the ICCP report comes out, I read that.
Oh, okay. So you have retweeted things about global warming.
I think I posted on
I think some of the ones I just read through there that you did were actually a few posts about global warming.
Yeah, if they show up on my feed.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I don't believe that you've never seen anyone criticizing the FBI on January 6th on Twitter.
I mean, literally your entire argument against me is like, no, you're lying.
No, that's not my entire that's not my entire argument against you. It is part of my argument. It is an argument that's irrelevant to winning the overarching argument. I've already won the argument. I've already won the fucking. The argument is that you've conceded that. Tell me if I'm wrong. Did you concede the media's bias and intentionally didn't cover May 30th?
I agree with you.
Okay, right. Okay, so you agreed that right. So here's sort of my worldview. You ready? Real simple. There is corruptions at our major institutions, both political and cultural, that favor the establishment narrative, right? And that double standard and that corruption is the most important issue because it's a prior to anything. For example, if we have corrupt people that control our elections, in fact, you also believe that you also believe this, right? If it's true that the FBI, for example, and the media, you're admitting you agree with me that they're corrupt and they put their thumb on the scale and stuff like that. Do you think that would be enough to swing elections?
I don't know about swing elections. It could definitely affect elections.
Okay, so then if it's a close election like 2016 or 2020, do you think it would be possible enough to swing those votes?
I mean, I guess it really depends on where those things are happening.
Well, right. For example, we know the 2020 election was decided by less than 40,000 votes in 3 states.
Yeah, sure, but it really
okay. So when you're admitting that the FBI is corrupt and they're so corrupt that they allowed an insurrection to occur just so they could go after political people they didn't like, the people that were doing it that were connected to Trump, right? When you're admitting that the media went along with that and is refusing to cover that, and simultaneously is also refusing to cover when there's left-wing violence and attacks on groups like the White House, so much so that you didn't even know about it till today, that would seem that just those two things alone would be able to swing 40,000 votes easily.
I mean, here's the thing: you're taking one thing and saying, "Oh, well, since they did that, then they're probably going to do this," and if that makes total sense because they did this before. Like, it doesn't really make.
Let me ask you this: do you think people that believe the January 6th insurrection narrative, do you think that affected people politically? Do you think that caused people that were moderates or left leaning to vote even stronger against MAGA type candidates in like 22?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so then you're admitting that the fact that the FBI treated it in such a way and the media treated it in such a way, do you think that those same people might have fought differently if the media was out there saying, oh my God, the FBI actively allowed this insurrection to occur that almost overthrew the government because of personal benefit? Do you think that might paint a picture on how people viewed the FBI's charges against people like Donald Trump and Trump January 6 people?
I think that's the key difference, though, right, is that we both agree that the FBI did bad things. But you are saying that their intention was to go after Trump supporters so Trump will lose the election, right?
Well, that's part of it, but it doesn't matter if that was their intent or not. That's the net. That's the net result. That's the net result.
Because that what you just stated is if people knew this, you included that the FBI did this to benefit, right? So if
then let's what they did, and we can see from the leadership at the FBI that they clearly had a bias against Donald Trump. You can see it from James Comey to Rod Rosenstein to Christopher Wray. You could see it, right? The same group the group that talked about people in it that talked about having an insurance plan to make sure Trump didn't win. The people that illegally spied on Donald Trump in his campaign and then his presidency. But let's, for the sake of argument, say, okay, that's not that wasn't their intent. It just was serendipitous that the group that they decided to allow to attempt to overthrow the government, it wasn't for political reasons. It was just a notch on their belt they wanted. They didn't get that same notch on their belt when it came to the violent people that were rioting, trying to break into the White House in May 30th. For whatever reasons, it's just a big coincidence. It had nothing to do with politics. Okay, let's assume that. Then it wasn't a political target. It wasn't. Please, let me finish. So then it wasn't that they...
I never made.
What do you mean I'm making arguments you never made?
I never said it wasn't political reasons. I never said that.
Okay, then they targeted each group of people for political reasons, and these people happen to be MAGA people.
No, I think that they saw an opportunity like these people are susceptible to doing these things because we know that they want to do these things, and we're going to get them to do these things.
Okay, then it's not political reasons, as I just said. It's because you see why it's so frustrating to talk to a duplicitous fuck like you? Do you see? Then now we're back. What I was doing was steel manning your position. You're saying, Rob, yes, this is what your criticism was. You're like, Rob, it seems that you're implying that the FBI specifically went after these people because they didn't like Trump or they didn't like MAGA, so they specifically targeted. But actually, it had nothing to do with that sort of political motivation. In reality, they just saw these people as people that were going to do something heinous, and they would be able to allow them to do it and then step in and stop them so that they would be able to have some sort of personal benefit. So it wasn't a political motivation. It was to benefit themselves, right? That's what you're saying, right?
No, I'm not saying that. Why do you see? See, that's what I'm saying. You don't really understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not explaining it.
Okay, then you're not explaining. Then go ahead.
Because what I'm saying is I don't know the intentions of the people of the FBI. They do things to the left as well. They do things to the left and the right. Look at Cop City right now. They're doing a whole bunch of shit with retail charges and stuff. Like for all the Cop City protesters. They're not working with them, are they? Like, that's the thing, is they do this to the left and the right. So I don't know their intentions. I mean, they've done this in the past to the left as well, with Black Panther Party and all that shit. Like, they do this shit all the time. So, but you just saying that, they did this so they can get Biden elected or whatever, even though Trump appointed Chick-fil-A, like, I don't really see why he would do that. All these things, I just don't know. I don't know. So you just saying that, when he thinks it's because of this, is not correct.
There's two possibilities. It seemed to be that you were criticizing me saying that the FBI did this in part to politically target people connected to Trump. You say no. We don't have proof of that. And I say, okay, then let's say it was non-political. That it wasn't that they were specifically targeting MAGA people, that they just did it because they saw their chance. You say, no, that's not what I'm saying. And I say, what are you saying? You're saying, well, sometimes they do it to people on the left, too. Right, so then the implication, the end result is either they did it to target a political group or they did it for other reasons that aren't about targeting a specific political group, right? That's the two possibilities, right?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay, so then when you criticize me, when you're saying you're implying that they target them because of their politics, but that's not true because they also do it to people on the left. Okay, I said fine. So then what we'll say is they didn't target for political reasons. You're like, no, that's not what I'm saying either. And then you go on to ramble on for 3 minutes saying exactly what I just said, except in a far less clear manner. Are you saying that because they also have targeted people at Cop City that happen to be on the left, then that seems to suggest that we don't know their motivation for targeting the MAGA people was because they were MAGA people, because of their politics? Is that what you're saying?
I said I don't know. I don't know.
Right, you don't know. So then that's another way of saying, when you say I don't know, why did you speak up? Because you're saying, when I said that they targeted people for political reasons, whoa, we don't know that. So I say, fair enough. Then let's say it wasn't for political reasons. You say, no, that's not what I was saying either. Do you see? You can't follow. It's partly because you're bad faith. That's a big part of it. But I am apologizing a little because I at first was joking, but you are just fucking stupid. You can't follow a linear argument. You can't follow a linear argument. You cannot. I say, okay, let's assume it wasn't for political reasons. You say, no, let's not do that. And I say, what are you trying to say? Well, they've targeted the left. Okay, they've targeted the left. So you're saying that it's not just that they're targeting right-wingers, so it's not just political. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Do you want to do that again? You've done it 3 times.
No, it's because you keep backtracking, as you've done the whole fucking time.
You misheard me. Or maybe my mic is bad and you couldn't hear me. I never said it wasn't for. I said I don't know their intentions. It could be political. It could be not.
Okay, so then let me say this. Let's do a hypothetical. Oftentimes I find these meta conversations better or more interesting than the actual conversations that on the topic we're talking about. So let's try to come up with a hypothetical that even a fucking bad faith sack of shit moron like you could understand. Yeah, let me think. Let's say you've talked about football, so you know a little about football, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say do you remember the play where Mike Tomlin tripped the punt returner that was running down the sideline?
That was funny.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say you said Mike Tomlin tripped that guy to intentionally prevent him from scoring. Right? And I say, no. No, I'm not saying that. right? Because he's also tripped people on his team in the past. And then you said, okay, let's say he didn't do it intentionally to prevent him from scoring. And I said, wait, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah. And then you say, but wait a minute, then what are you saying? I'm just saying maybe he tripped him to prevent him from scoring, or maybe he didn't, because sometimes he tripped his own player. And then you would say, okay, nonetheless, you're saying we're not sure. I'm saying even if it wasn't intentional, no, that's not what I'm saying. Do you see how dumb this is? Now, there's only two possibilities in this scenario. He did it intentionally, or he didn't do it intentionally. You would agree with that, right? There's only two possibilities. So if I say, fine, let's concede that we're not sure he did it intentionally, even if he did it unintentionally, and you say, no, that's not what I'm saying, I say I don't know. That's irrelevant. That's fucking irrelevant. Do you understand now?
I don't think you heard me when we stopped and I clarified. I said, I think you misheard me. My mic cut out or something, because I never said no to both of those options. That's why.
Are there more than those two options?
You said it could be political or not political.
Correct.
And I did not say no to both of them.
Is there a third option?
No, I mean, sure, no.
Okay, there's not. So then when I said they did this for political reasons, you interjected. You interjected. Why did you... I said they did this for political reasons. You interjected. Why? Why did you right at that point interject? What did you want to say that was so important?
No, what I'm saying is that the first time you said they did it because they're not Trump, I said, well, we don't really know because they go off the left as well. Then you said something about it not being political reasons. You heard that I said, no, not that either.
No, I didn't. I'll tell you exactly what I heard. I heard you say, basically, you're making some interjection. You're raising a dispute. You're saying, wait a minute, I didn't say that. I didn't say I believe that. I said, okay, then let's just, for the sake of argument, go with the other option. It wasn't political. And then you intervene. That's it. The normal person, like if I said, wait, I'm not saying I know that Mike Tomlin tripped the guy intentionally. You'd say, okay, fair enough. Then let's not say it was intentional. That's it. That'd be the end of it. I wouldn't say, wait. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Right, I get what you're saying. What you're trying to do is you're just wasting time and you're arguing for the sake of argument. But if I'm trying to now, what you're trying to say, the position you've fallen on is like, I hesitate to say that it was for political reasons. It could have been, but it may not have been. To which my response was, okay, let's assume it wasn't. Here's why it's still a big problem. That's what I'm going to do. But before I can get to that, when I say, let's assume it wasn't, you again have to interject and muddy the waters with your bullshit. Oh, wait, that's not what I'm saying either. But yet you admit there's only two possibilities. So if I say we did it for political reasons, you'll say, well, we're not sure of that. If I say, okay, fine, for the sake of arguments, we'll say they didn't do it for political reasons. You go, well, I can't admit that either. So then where are we at with this discussion? If I can't operate under the assumption that they could have done it for political reasons, but I also can't operate the assumption that they did it for non-political reasons, you say we can't talk about both because you're unsure of both. Now where are we? Now that's where the discussion's gone.
Go ahead, keep going. You gonna do it again? Go through the whole thing again?
What? Do I have to? Are you that dumb? Do you have any defense?
You said the same thing like 5 times. That's why I'm laughing. So I think the issue here is every time I say something in like a hasty manner, like when I said earlier, we were talking about whatever, and I sped through the conversation to get to the point. You stopped and had this huge, like 10-minute tangent about this one specific thing, where I said, "I'm sorry, I was just trying to skip through to get the message." So when I say something, I don't want you to jump off on a 10-minute tangent on something I didn't need to say. I think that's the issue we're having.
No, the issue is you interrupted about something, and I tried to facilitate moving on from the conversation, as I've tried to do dozens of times in this conversation. You will say something. In fact, sometimes you'll say something that I'm shocked that you said. Like you said, of course the FBI allowed them to do it. They allowed this insurrection. Of course they allowed them. And then I'm like, whoa! And then I'm like, oh, okay, well then this means this. Then you backtrack. You're like, Or you say, the problem is basically that they broke into the Capitol. That's the problem. Then I'm like, okay, well, given that. And then you're like, well, wait, let me clarify. And then you do this over and over. You don't even realize it. You don't realize it. You don't realize. That's what you've done the entire fucking debate. You interject, you say something, I say, fine. Let's go with your changing and moving the goalpost now. Then I do that and you go, no. That's not what I'm saying either. So can you explain to me why, when you said, wait a minute, I'm not sure that the FBI did this for political reasons, and I said, fine, let's assume it wasn't for political reasons. At that point, why did you need to further interject? What was it that you felt that it was important to add to that conversation at that point? If you were just facilitating moving it along, what was the interjection at that point about?
I don't even remember at this point.
Right. It was just bullshit for the sake of bullshitting, like you've done the whole time.
No, it's like
yes.
every single thing I say, and then straw man the shit out of me, and then say.
Where is that a straw man? How is it a straw man? How is it a straw man to say, okay, if you don't think it was for political reasons, let's assume it was for non-political. What's the straw man?
I'm saying that you have straw man.
Give me an example.
Several times.
Give me an example.
What are you talking about? Every single time I say you think this, you think this, you think this. I'm like, oh no, actually, I think conservatives are being censored at conference campus, and I disagree. Like, oh, okay, I shouldn't have assumed. You've done that so many times. I said
that you didn't have a problem with left-wingers boycotting. You didn't speak up about it. You said I did speak up about canceling on college campuses. You still have yet to provide me an example of when you've spoken up against left-wingers boycotting. In fact, I've seen the opposite. Even though you say you started off this whole conversation saying talking about these boycotts and shit is nonsense, it's cringe. That's what you said. When I go to your Twitter feed, you say it's not important. Why aren't we talking about more important things? But when I go to your Twitter feed, now knowing that you, for example, I now know that you believe that the FBI intentionally allowed an attempted insurrection, an attempted overthrow of the government. You believe the FBI allowed that. And has got away with it with immunity. And the media is covering for it. They're not speaking up. No one of prominent, no Democrats speaking up. Are you still going to vote Democrat?
Yeah, why would I not?
Because the Democrats must know what you know, that the FBI allowed an attempted overthrow of the government. What's that? Okay, many Republicans, at least there are Republicans speaking up against it. The Democrats did everything possible, such as running the January 6th committee, attempting to hide and delete evidence of Capitol police officers, FBI agents, etc., that testified in private. They've used this January. They intentionally refused to talk about the lack of police presence there that day. Why would you support that party? They are actively supporting and covering for an agency that intentionally allowed an attempted violent overthrow of the government. That's your belief, correct? That's what the FBI did. Mm-hmm. And you're voting for the party that's covering for them.
Has the Republican Party moved to impeach Christopher Wray?
Not yet, but there are many people. Listen. So on one side you have 100% of people in the Democrat side that have covered up for it. On the Republican side, I agree with you. It's not just a Republican-Democrat issue. It's more establishment versus people that are considered outside the establishment. So there are at least a handful of people on the Republican side, including Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, that are criticizing the FBI. So why wouldn't you be more?
Right now.
You don't think Donald Trump's criticizing the FBI and their handling of January 6th?
No, I'm not. That's not what I said. I said about this specific issue. I've never heard them once talk about it.
You've never heard Trump or the people in his team talk about January 6th being a setup?
About the FBI facilitating it? No.
Yes.
Never said that once.
Okay, so if they would say that, and if they'd say they were going to go after, if they would say that, if, like, for example, DeSantis, let's say you have a problem with Trump because you think he facilitated the insurrection. So let's say DeSantis becomes the nominee. He certainly criticized the FBI, said he'll get rid of Wray, have accountability at the FBI for corrupt double standards and things like that they've had. Surely you would support him over Joe Biden, who's defended.
I'm not a one-issue voter.
Right? But what issue is more important than that?
Several issues. Are you a one-issue voter?
Yes, corruption.
So if Biden came out and said right now he's going to pursue this, you'd vote for him?
If Biden came out and said, I'm disbanding the FBI and we're going to hold the people criminally accountable that have engaged in the sedition and coups that they've engaged in against lawful people in this state country, yes, if he did that as president, I absolutely would vote for him. Yeah. Damn. No doubt in my mind. It's the only issue that matters.
It isn't.
Sure it is. Let's say me and you have a vehement disagreement, for example, on Medicare for all. Let's say, hypothetically, you support it and I don't. And let's say we have a knockdown, drag-out, 8-hour debate where somehow you get your head out of your ass, argue in good faith, and you're actually articulate, and by the end of it, me and my entire audience goes, holy shit, you're right. Medicare for all is the policy we should advocate for. And yet, we have a corrupt system that means they pick and choose winners through law enforcement, media, lobbyists, and groups like that actually are able to pick and choose who the elected officials are, and those elected officials on both sides disagree with us. Does it matter? Does Medicare for all matter? Or do we need to ensure that we have a system that the people in charge aren't corrupt so that our voices could actually matter before we have legitimate discussions about these issues to determine which policies we should have?
So what's the point of voting ever, since that's not happening right now?
Well, that's the point is to try to vote in people that have the best chance of dealing with that corruption.
And so you think the Republicans are going to do that?
I don't think Nikki Haley is. I don't think Mitt Romney is. I don't think Mitch McConnell is.
Okay, not them. I thought you were advocating for them.
No, I don't think the issue is Republican versus Democrat. I think the issue is that the Republicans and Democrats are basically a uniparty, and they have been so for decades. So they'll argue about issues that they really don't care about, like gay issue or abortion or things like that. But when it comes to the important things like bailing out the banks or getting personally enriched through corrupt foreign influences or foreign regime change wars all around the country, they always seem to be in lockstep on those important issues. Right?
100%. That's why
So corruption's the number one issue. I'm a single issue on corruption.
I think that's a little...
That's why I would vote for a Democrat. That's why in 2016, if the election was between Jeb Bush and Bernie Sanders, even though I despise socialism and so much of what Bernie Sanders stood for, I would have happily voted for Bernie Sanders. Because I felt that he was at least a potential outsider that threatened to some degree the establishment because he was seen as someone that had populist support as an outsider. Now, Bernie Sanders has done his best since 2016 to lick their boots and let them know that he'll be a good little follower and sold out basically everything that he believed in. But I would have voted for him because I saw him as a potential outsider. So if there's a candidate such as Ron DeSantis that I don't agree with everything DeSantis says, but DeSantis is saying, look, the FBI is corrupt, we need to do something about it, I'll say, yes, you have my vote over the other guy who's literally allowing the FBI, in your words, to facilitate allowing, knowing that there was about to be an insurrection, a government overthrow, but intentionally allowing it to occur to benefit themselves. And it also ended up benefiting Biden and his party, and they're covering up for that very same FBI. Absolutely. And I don't know how you could give me a reason that you wouldn't prefer, in that world, DeSantis over Joe Biden.
Well, again, I'm not a single issue voter. There are so many things that...
So what's your issue?
Everything else.
Like what?
Literally everything else.
Give me an issue.
All his cultural shit, all his leveraging the U.S. government to make college campuses, especially, do you see that Freedom College shit? Or is that called Freedom College? All that shit is just disgusting and authoritarian in my mind.
So you think that a governor... So, by the way, so you equally have a problem when Democrats have pushed for, disinformation. Like, what's bigger? One college campus where they censored people, or the Biden administration having disinformation czars censoring people online that are spreading what they call disinformation? What do you think's a more egregious...
The most recent one, or when Trump was president, he did the same thing?
No, Trump didn't do that. In fact, we could see through...
Had people communicating with
Okay,
Twitter.
can you tell me who his disinformation czar was?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, can you tell me who in the FBI... Can you tell me Trump and his team, who the issues were where they were pushing for the censorship of his opponents online? Go ahead.
I already said, are we talking about the one that when Biden was president or the one when Trump was president?
Either. Show me. Okay, we're talking specifically. You're saying the one when Trump was president. So I'm asking you, show me where Trump directed his FBI or CISA or any of these other organizations we see in the Twitter files to go to Twitter, to go to Facebook, to go to Google, and say, censor the disinformation that's against my ideology. Can you show me one example?
The White House did send a request to Twitter, the White House specifically, to take things down about Trump.
Okay, what?
What do you mean?
Like what?
Well, ask Elon, because he only showed us one, or not Elon, ask Matt Taibbi and because he doesn't have access.
Okay, well, wait.
Where the jokes made about Trump. That's all.
Okay. So you're saying that they exist, but you're admitting you haven't seen them.
Because they won't show.
Oh, but you know they exist.
But Matt Taibbi said that both the Trump and the Biden, the Trump White House and the Biden campaign, both had these things.
Right, and he said the only two examples they found of Trump. Yes, that is. Okay, then show me. Go ahead. Pull up where he said. Go ahead. Let's see it.
He said they don't have access to them.
Oh, so he knows they exist, but they don't have access to them. That's the argument.
Yes.
Can you explain how that's the case?
Well, because hold on. So I specifically remember this exact thing.
So your argument is Matt Taibbi says, I know that Trump's team was out there saying pull this. I just haven't seen it because I'm not allowed. That's your argument.
We didn't have access to the file.
Okay, but he knows that they're there.
Yeah.
Okay. How would he know if he hasn't seen?
Here we go. Both parties. This is tweet 10 in the first.
Link it in the Discord. Link it in the Discord in the general.
Yeah, so this is the first.
Or you could link it on my channel if you're on the chat in my channel.
Yeah, the general.
You're just doing the general Twitter thread that he put out at the beginning of this. I remember exactly what he's saying.
I DM'd it to you, so I don't know what general chat. But so this is the very first one. Tweet 9. Tweet 8. By 2020, requests from connected actors to delete tweets were routine. One executive will write to another, more to review from the Biden team. This is when he was not president, he was campaigning. The reply would come back handled. And then they list 5 tweets that they were requesting to be reviewed. And all 5 of those were pictures of Hunter Biden's cock. Then tweet 9, celebrities and unknowns alike could be removed or reviewed by the behest of the party. Then tweet 10, both parties had access to these tools. For instance, in 2020, requests from both the Trump White House and the Biden campaign were received and honored. However, he does say it wasn't balanced because Twitter was and is overwhelmingly staffed by people of one political orientation, blah, blah, blah. The resulting slant in content moderation is visible in the documents below. Where was the one he had access?
Doesn't sound like that's saying what you're saying. Oh, yeah, that part where it says it was overwhelmingly for the left.
Yeah. Did I say it wasn't?
No, what I said was, show me the proof. I'm well aware because I've read let me finish. I'm well aware because I've read the Twitter files and watched the testimony of Tiabi and them that they have said, yes, there are at least 2 examples that they were able to find where Trump was asking for like personal insults of his to be taken down or something like that. And they're aware and suspect that Trump's team might have been doing this, but they have yet to see any results. They didn't see anything. And they said if we see them, we certainly would show those examples. But overwhelmingly, we could see that the requests were going after people that were critical of the opponents of Donald Trump.
Hold on, here we go. Of course. I will find it and I will show it to you because I thought it was there.
Do you disagree with it? Do you disagree with his character? Do you disagree with his characterization that it wasn't balanced?
Of course it wasn't.
Okay, so then again, if your issue is, let's go back to this. Your issue is, well, the reason I don't like Ron DeSantis is because I think he advocated for censorship of people on a college campus. But it's clear that people on the left, in an unbalanced way, much more than people that were benefiting Trump, advocated on a large scale with social media platforms censorship and were successful in doing so. How could you vote for that party?
Again, I'm not a one-party issue.
Okay, so far we have 2 issues. You say, well, the first issue that we're talking about that you admit's important, sort of the corruption at the FBI. You admit that the Democrat, at least their candidate Biden, far more in support of that than DeSantis. You've admitted that. And you say, yeah, but there's other issues. I say, name another issue. You're like, well, sort of censorship. You admit that on that issue, which is the second one that you brought up, that the Democrats are worse on that. Third issue, where would you like to go from here?
I mean, just several policy issues about things that I care about. I mean,
like
Medicare for all, which I know Biden isn't supportive.
Okay, so you're going to vote for Biden for a policy that he doesn't support.
Do you know what the concept of pushing people to the left is?
The concept of pushing what?
Pushing people to the left.
Well, it wouldn't be pushing people to... It would actually be the opposite. Let me explain. I've had this explanation to BLM and Bernie people many times before. It would actually behoove you if you actually want a real progressive candidate for Joe Biden to lose. That'd actually be the best thing. Yes, if Biden wins, then the person that will be the heir apparent to Biden will be another corporatist Dem like Biden. That's who it'll be. It'll be another Obamaite. And so you again won't get Medicare for all. You will not see a more progressive candidate nominee for the Democratic Party until the corporatist ones lose. Same's true on the other side, right? Until Trump's out of it, it's Trump's party. Right? So if you're a Nikki Haley type, you probably would cheer for Joe Biden. If you're like a neocon Romney type person, you would predictably cheer for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Because if Donald Trump wins, that ensures you that for the next foreseeable future, MAGA will be sort of the central part of, or MAGA type people will be the central part of that. Do you agree with that?
So I guess the issue with that would be is that because as we've seen Trump talk about, if Trump wins, or honestly, if DeSantis wins, the changes they could make to the political system or could make it so we can never get to there, right?
Like what? Explain.
Listen, just like Matt Walsh talk. But I'm not sure. I know he's not in charge of policy, but it seems like a lot of people on the right are lockstep with each other, or lockstep with each other. Restricting voting rights. Like those are things that are happening in other Republican states.
Which voting rights have been restricted?
Well, first of all, if you look at was it Florida or North Carolina, where they they removed polling booths from college campuses and stuff because they know that people in college usually vote for liberals, so they removed them from campuses and made them miles away, or they restrict the number of ballot boxes you can have in a county, like in Atlanta or whatever the county for Atlanta is. They restricted to like 1 or 2 boxes over this population of 300,000 or whatever, how many people are in that county. Like all these things that can reduce electoral.
That's fear-mongering bullshit, is what it is. It is fear-mongering bullshit. Because the idea that it's restricting voter rights because I heard a story that they moved a ballot box off college campus is absolute bullshit. It's absolute garbage.
You think that's not true?
No, I think that it's probably happened in the past, but I don't think that it put an undue burden. I don't think it put an undue burden on people in colleges to be able to vote. Did you have a problem, for example? Well, okay, if you're talking about that, did you speak up vehemently in the 2022 Arizona election, where in-person voters, many of them were turned away because of the problems with the machines? Did you speak up against that?
At the time, I'm pretty sure a lot of those were exaggerated because I'm pretty sure.
Oh, but no! If only they would have moved it from the local construction yard or whatever. Then you would have been furious.
No, these things have been investigated by the court.
It's bullshit. The court, right? So they wouldn't be corrupt. Just the FBI, the same courts that overwhelmingly would know. Hear me out. So you know that you know the FBI is corrupt, right? Do the courts overwhelmingly still accept the FBI despite knowing that they're corrupt?
Was the FBI involved in the Carrie Lake situation?
It doesn't. It wouldn't matter, right? My question is, we're talking about the integrity of the courts. The courts seem to hold the FBI in high esteem.
If you think that all courts are the same in counties and different, sure. If that's what you want to believe, then I can't really.
Can you name me one court case that you're aware of where anybody in the court called out the obvious corruption? For example, there's a bunch of court January 6 cases. Can you name me one time that any of those cases talked about the obvious corruption of the FBI?
You're asking for a specific case where a court called out the corruption of the FBI?
I'm asking you, for example, the January 6 case. We know it's in the news right now. There's been hundreds of cases of January 6 of people that have been charged. The premier investigative unit going after them is the FBI. The courts have to know. All of the courts that have handled these cases have to know at least as much as you do. Hey, thank you so much for the radio, D. I really appreciate it. They have to know at least as much as you that the FBI is corrupt, that they allowed the insurrection to occur. Can you show me one of the court, and it would be germane to all of those cases, would it not? Don't you think that would be something that would be brought up? Can you show me one time where the court's saying, absolutely, the FBI allowed this to occur?
Probably not.
Right.
What a weird...
Do you think, so I just want to be clear here, we just said new people raid. The person I'm talking to here, Me Gutsy, is a left-winger who firmly believes that the FBI, that January 6th was an insurrection that almost overthrew our country, and the FBI knew beforehand that it was coming, but intentionally decided not to communicate to make sure that there was defense to prevent from it because they're selfish, and they wanted to get a bust afterwards. So he believes that the FBI literally almost allowed our country to be overthrown by violent terrorists. That's what the person I'm talking to believes, right? But there's other issues that are more important, such as censorship. Then I got him to concede that actually it's the Democrats that censor more. He says, okay, but what he's more concerned with than that FBI, what he's more concerned with the Democrats protecting that corrupt FBI, is that they moved some ballot boxes from college campuses. So he's voting Democrat.
No, see, there you go, straw man, right there. What you asked me to give you one, there you go, straw man.
Can you name me one other issue that you've talked about? You said that's more... Wait, real quick. Do you think that issue is more important than the FBI issue?
Maybe not. I think.
Do you think?
Not,
do you think it's
more?
more?
Medicare for all is more important. I think.
What's that?
Medicare for all. Is more
Which
important.
Democrats aren't voting for?
Not right now.
Do you think that? Okay, let's ask you this: do you think if Joe Biden wins in 2024, that you'll see in those 4 years Medicare for all?
No.
Do you think if Joe Biden wins in 2024, in 2028, you'll see Medicare for all?
Probably not 2028. No.
Do you think there'll be a better chance?
It's called a long-term strategy, right? I'm not the strategist.
Right. So the question I have for you is, given that on one hand you're literally acknowledging on two issues that you said are very important. In fact, I don't think anyone with a rational mind could say that the FBI issue wouldn't be the most important issue, that literally the most premier law enforcement agency intentionally allowed an insurrection to occur for personal reasons, and that they're the premier mover and shaker right now on the election because all the investigations that they're having into both Trump, who it's clear that they've targeted people that are associated with him, and Biden, who it's clear that they're doing their best to defend, and Biden's been defending them, right? That seems to be a very important issue that will affect our election integrity, but I digress, right? Then the next issue you said as one of the most important was censorship. You've acknowledged and conceded that the Democrats do that more. Okay, so that's 0 for 2 for Democrats, right? Then the next issue you bring up is Medicare for all. Okay, even if you think that's more important, you're conceding that a Democrat victory won't bring Medicare for all. So you say it's a long-term strategy. So I want to ask you, okay, if this Medicare for all is part of the reason to outweigh and to vote for Democrats that support this corruption, what are the chances that Biden winning in 2024 long-term increases the chances of Medicare for all versus Biden losing in 2024? Because I think I could make the case to you that Biden winning decreases the chances of Medicare for all in the long term.
Can I expand upon this?
Sure. That's what I'm asking.
All right. So because the answer to this is going to be answered to your question, to the question I asked you. How does getting a Republican office lead us closer to getting Medicare for all?
You want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Because if Trump wins or DeSantis wins, that will be seen as new wave populist winning and the old guard Biden, Hillary Clinton, Obama people losing, which will mean that a new up-and-comer in the Democratic Party, maybe one that doesn't like Israel as much, maybe one that's more progressive and wants things like Medicare for all, maybe one that wants to do more progressive or extreme things, would have a better chance to win. If Biden wins, right, what will happen will be the person that will replace Biden in 2028 will be someone like Gavin Newsom, or it'll be a corporatist Dem, a Kamala Harris, or someone like that. It's not going to be a Bernie Sanders-esque person. They're going to keep running the corporatist Dems until they lose. So you're not going to see... Oops. There's probably a delay. It just said it crashed. It was so weird. But nonetheless, we'll see if... let's go back here. There we go. I'm back. All right. So again, given that, like, what I'm trying to tell you, like, can you dispute what I said there? Do you think that I might have a point?
No, that actually is a good point. I never really thought about that type of...
Right. So, okay. So now...
I guess my concern, let me respond to that. My concern would be is that those people that would be in power would do things like, Trump wants to, and DeSantis wants to get rid of Obamacare and implement their own healthcare system.
I missed that. Get rid of what?
Obamacare and
get rid of Obamacare. Okay, but then let's say that Obamacare ended. Let me ask you this.
Hold on. I just want to put one point before you keep going. So what could happen, in my view, is that they can implement the system and make it so this couldn't be undone very easily.
How's that possible?
Well, I mean, they put poison pills in things before. Like Trump put poison pill in the tax cuts.
No, see, the truth is that it actually works the opposite way. Once you give massive entitlement programs to people, it's very difficult to remove them. For example, let's say that we wanted to remove Social Security. It's almost impossible.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. It's easy for another president to come along and say, we're going to give this program out to people. We're going to give money. That's easy. Taking it away is hard. So even if they got rid of Obamacare, let me ask you this. What do you think would be the net result of getting rid of Obamacare? Do you think it would be harmful to people?
Yeah.
Do you think that there's flaws in our current healthcare system?
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah.
And do you think Medicare for All would solve those? At least it would be much better?
I mean, That I mean, if we do it our own way, where we can look at the other countries and expand them and make them better and on their
fair enough, but there's a hypothetical it can make the situation much better than it is today.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that's why that's a goal that you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've already articulated why if Biden wins, that's less likely to happen. If DeSantis, let me finish. So if DeSantis wins, and let's say he does repeal Obamacare, if that would be the disaster you're predicting, do you think that increases the chances of Medicare for all getting passed?
I mean, decreases it. I think if it's just Obamacare getting removed, no. But if he implements a different system that had, like I said, has poison pills in it, or making it, like you said, it's really hard. Once something's in place, it's really hard to get it undone. Then yeah, it could be bad. And towards the long run, I don't see.
Give me an example. Give me an example of a poison pill that would be pushed through by DeSantis that would mean that we could never change our healthcare system.
I mean, I don't really know, right?
Right.
That's something that could happen. But like, if you look at like the Trump tax cuts, right? He put it in there that it would sunset, and then the people that would get the taxes, I think, would have to pay extra in the next year that was, if it was ever phased out by the Biden administration.
I think that it's quite clear that if DeSantis is in there and you predict that his healthcare system would be a disaster, that it would make it more likely that people would then vote for someone that would come in and radically change the healthcare system.
I don't know.
If we keep with the status quo, where we can see that are the Democrats even remotely trying to push for Medicare for all? Did they do it in the first 2 years when they controlled all three branches? No.
No,
they didn't. They didn't even try. Right. So if we just keep voting for Biden, you think that's going to change enough? So let's say at best, would you concede this? At best, you just don't know, and it's sort of a wash on the Medicare for all question?
So if we look at Biden right now, he has done much better than I thought he would do. I still don't like him, right? But he's done much better things in certain areas than I thought he would ever do, and that is because of people like Bernie and AOC and people pushing them.
Okay, but he's not. You've already conceded he's not going to push for Medicare for all, and you've already conceded that there's.
But he might be pushed more toward more.
Okay. Would you at least admit that? Would you at least admit that it's a wash and you don't really know? You're not confident.
I know that he's not going to push for it, right?
Okay.
But I'm saying that pushing him towards more progressive policies and the president pushing for those, like he is currently with some of these policies he's implemented, that could lead to, even though public perception of Medicare for all is already higher,
right?
It could lead to people being like, "Oh yeah, this is something we want more," and so we'll demand it from the next president. Right?
All right, it could hypothetically, but you already acknowledge that it could be that the means we'll just get another corporatist.
We're talking about something in 12
right.
years.
So that this is that's exactly right. We're talking at best case scenario 8 to 12 years away, and we're not really sure what the outcome could be. So could we basically say that it's sort of a wash, that if the end goal of you is Medicare for all, given all that what we just said, that it's hard to say I'm going to pull the trigger on Biden, even though I think he's worse on FBI corruption and I think he's worse on censorship?
Well, again, there's probably 20 other policies that I care about, right?
Right. That's okay. So then Medicare for all doesn't seem like a strong one. Okay.
No, it is a strong one though.
No, it's a strong one in that it might be a policy. Like for example, if I said my premier policy that I want is the disbanding of the FBI, right? And you said, okay, but Rob, if you vote for Nikki Haley, she might wag her finger at the FBI. She might even replace someone. But at the end of the day, if she wins, you're never going to see a serious candidate that has a chance of winning that's going to advocate for disbanding the FBI, because you're just going to get Nikki Haley 4 years from now. And then after that, if she wins again, then you're going to get someone like Mitt Romney or another Bush, Jeb Bush, or you're going to get Marco Rubio. All of these people like her that support the FBI. Or you could take another 4 years of Biden that will allow his FBI to continue to be corrupt and cover for it, and it might piss enough people off that 4 years from now, you can actually get a candidate that would say, fuck this, we're going to do something against the FBI. I'd say, yeah, sign me up for that. Even though that's the biggest issue, right? That's my biggest issue. That still would make sense to me. I don't see how you could say, now you might say, well, I have a litany of other policy issues. Fine, we could talk about them. But I think if you're in good faith, you would have to say, you can't pull the trigger on Medicare for all to vote for Biden, who at best maybe has a slight chance, if you vote for him as opposed to the other guy, of 8 years from now getting Medicare for all. And I think I can make the case quite compellingly that the more you vote for Biden, that's just kicking the can down the road. It's going to make it even longer to get a real progressive candidate.
I mean, that's just something we'll have to disagree on. I think what I said earlier, getting these more progressive policies more air and getting them out.
What's the air? What's the air? Like, okay.
So, like, just look at like $15 minimum wage. Obviously, we don't have that right now, but that's something that was pushed for by the left, and that's something that Biden talked about. And now, if you look across the country, most places are pushing towards that without even a policy going in place. So, like, these are.
I just think you're fundamentally wrong. I think that this is why you're fundamentally wrong. If you wanted more progressive policies, rather than saying Biden's thrown us a small bone here or there, so I'm going to continue to vote for him, knowing that means the direction of the Democratic Party will be to continue to pick corporatists like Biden in there, but hopefully we could slightly push them over decades to a slightly more progressive stance. Versus, why don't these corporatists lose? And then let's get some real people in there that actually represent. By the way, that's what Republicans did. Republicans were so tired of McCain and Romney that eventually it led to someone that was radically a populist that at least people thought spoke to the real issues. For example, Republican voters for years wanted people that would talk about border security. Never got it. McCain wasn't talking about it. Romney wasn't talking about it. Bush wasn't talking. It was only after they lost that you were able to replace them with someone that had sort of a radically different vision for the country. If Romney wins in 2012, do you think Trump wins in 2016?
If Romney wins in 2012, do you think Trump? Probably not.
No way! No chance! You know it. Same's true of Biden.
I mean, I think you have a good point. I just don't know if I take it to its full.
The point, but I don't have all night. I guess I have to wrap up here by midnight. But here's the point. Here's the point I'll say. I don't understand. Like, I still don't believe you. I just want you to know that, and I want everyone to. I don't believe either you're incredibly dense or you're just bullshitting. That you believe that the FBI facilitated and allowed a literal insurrection to occur that almost overthrew our government. That you haven't commented on it on social media or anything, even though you've retweeted about other things. That you've never seen anyone on your social media comment about the corruption of the FBI surrounding January 6th. I mean, you've never seen a Ray Epps post?
Yeah. What about Ray Epps?
Did you retweet it?
Him being sentenced, I'm pretty sure I did.
But you never retweeted the people that were talking about him being a Fed insider.
I don't think that was a big story as much as it was to you, maybe on your feed.
Okay. But you're saying did you see anybody saying that? That's my question.
Did I see people talking about Ray Epps? Yes.
On social media, you saw that.
Yeah.
And while that conversation's going on, in the back of your head, you're thinking, well, clearly the FBI knew that there was an insurrection, but it allowed it to occur, which risked our country, but they did it for personal reasons. So while you're reading the Ray Epps, people saying Ray Epps was a Fed, that's what you're thinking in the back of your head. Well, the FBI did criminally allow this insurrection to occur, which almost overthrew our government. But you didn't bother to retweet the Ray Epps stuff or mention it or talk about it or anything like that.
Well, I did, like I said, I did retweet Ray Epps stuff.
You retweeted Ray Epps being charged.
Yeah. Really
but not the part about Fed insider and the Feds facilitating the attack and allowing the attack to occur. You skipped all that.
I don't know if I saw it, bro. Like I said, again.
But you just admitted that you saw people talking about that.
I said talking about Ray Epps being indicted, bro, and people talking about Ray Epps. Here's the thing: people were talking about Ray Epps, like 2 weeks after it even happened. So right. I don't even know if I read about Ray Epps during the time when I read that the FBI was involved in setting up this.
When did you read about that? Presumably, but presumably it was around the time that like people like Enrique Tarrio was charged. That's when you started to read these documents.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so that we'll say conservatively 6 months ago.
Sure.
You haven't heard anything about Ray Epps? You haven't read any stories other than
we talked about in 2022.
Right, and he was also talked about in 2023. In fact, it was probably the most common cited story from people that are complaining about the FBI's behavior on January 6th.
Yeah, and it was that made it so funny to me is because he was actually charged or he's going to be sentenced in this one.
Okay, but for months before he was sentenced, he was only sentenced recently. You're telling me you didn't read one story about Ray Epps?
He hasn't been sentenced yet,
or charged. He's been convicted.
Yeah, so I don't see how these things, just because I saw one doesn't mean I saw the other one as well. I don't understand why you can't believe that someone didn't see something on Twitter. I don't. Again,
I find it hard to believe. It just seems weird to me that you're like, well, I didn't see any of the Ray Epps stories until he was indicted. Then I saw. Even then, like, would you concede this? Did the stories you see?
I didn't say that. I said I saw a bunch of Ray Epps stories right after the insurrection happened.
Right, but you're saying in the 6 months between when you read about the indictment of Enrique Tarrio and came to the realization that the FBI intentionally allowed an attempted overthrow of the government, the 6 months between then and when Ray Epps was charged, you didn't see anything about Ray Epps. You didn't see when Tucker Carlson, one of the biggest Twitter stories, Tucker Carlson was on talking about Ray Epps, one of his first videos that he had on Twitter that had millions upon millions of views. Didn't see anyone talking about that.
Are you talking about the one where he got his hands on the footage and only released like 20 minutes of it?
Nonetheless, even if that's the case, you would be saying, well, the FBI, in your head while you're watching that, right, you're thinking, wow, the FBI intentionally allowed this to occur.
Was that after the FBI thing?
Yes, I believe so. Nonetheless, the point is this. Even the stories that you read about Ray Epps being indicted, who did you retweet from that?
Ray Epps? I have no clue. It was probably a meme account. It was probably someone on the left making fun of him.
Right. And I'll bet, let me just go out on a limb here. I'll bet the people you were retweeting and you were reading were saying things like this. See? Ray Epps was charged. There goes that conspiracy that the FBI was in on it.
I think it was a crab meme. The dancing crab. We got him. We finally got him. I think it was that.
Let me see.
I like that. I like the dancing crabs.
Let's see. Maybe I'll be able to. You didn't read any of the lefties saying?
I'm sure I saw it on there, bro. Just because I read.
And it didn't. You didn't think like, holy shit, right? Like these lefties have it all wrong. Clearly, the FBI. Everybody knows. All you had to do was read.
I don't know if he's a fed. He probably is. I don't really see what that has anything to do with it. Like they're feds all the time in all these protests. All the BLM protesters are feds. All the right wing anti-vaxxers are feds. I don't understand what that has to do with anything and why. Just because I didn't retweet something fucking 6 months ago means I don't actually believe it. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. If you're reading these stories about January 6th and Ray Epps and people, like, it would make sense that you would be speaking up if you truly believe that the FBI allowed this.
Right. No, actually, I'm really excited for the new Saw movie. I didn't retweet that, but does that mean I actually am excited about it?
Let's see.
I guess no.
Here's some things you've tweeted about the FBI. December 3rd, 2022. Dude, that's not remotely true. The FBI and CIA came to Facebook before the lab story came out and told them that there could be misinformation being released and to be vigilant. That's literally all he said.
Oh, just to match Taibbi?
That's talking about Zuckerberg.
Oh, the Facebook thing, yeah. Okay. I mean, that's true. The entire conversation.
Here you are in October 23 making fun of Steven Crowder. Didn't you just call for the abolishment of the FBI? Laughing my ass off.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Well, because he's a hypocrite, right? He thinks that police rock except for the FBI. He thinks defund the police is ridiculous, but he's...
When did the right wing start calling for the abolition of the FBI? Oh, wait, I know. After they raided Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally true. Did they care about it before? Did they care about any of the weaponization of the FBI before that?
Well, yeah, I cared, and many other people did. We were talking well before Mar-a-Lago. In fact, many people were talking...
Before January 1st.
Maybe many people were... What's that?
Before January 1st or January 6th, before that?
Yes, okay, so there were certainly people after January 6th, and then yes, there were many people like me that heavily criticized the FBI for years going back. People like Ron Paul and Rand Paul. For example, if you followed, you would see me since 2016 has been talking about one of the biggest political scandals in the history of this country was a weaponized FBI intentionally and illegally spying on Donald Trump, accusing him of colluding with Russia. Let me finish. Accusing him of colluding with Russians in order to get dirt on his opponent Hillary Clinton. And the way the FBI sought to prove that was to get a FISA warrant to spy on Trump's team by taking dirt from Hillary Clinton that she paid for from a suspected Russian spy.
Before Trump?
Well, people like me were criticizing Ron Paul. That's who I voted for in 2008, 2012. He heavily criticized police powers in the FBI.
The FBI specifically?
Yes, Ron Paul called out the FBI all the time.
Ron Paul's not a Republican. He's a quote-unquote libertarian, sure.
He ran as a Republican.
Well, yeah, because he had to, right? Or he had to run as a Democrat. He got cast to run as a Republican or anything shit, right?
Can you call out a single GOP politician or political commentator that called out the FBI before 2016? Yeah, me, Ron Paul.
Before 2016, what did you say? You're criticizing in the...
Well, I heavily supported Ron Paul in 2008. Most Ron Paul Republicans criticized the FBI, the CIA, and other intel agencies, which is why they were so vehemently against the Iraq War, were so vehemently against Obama's continuation of all these foreign wars.
I don't say other Republicans, because the majority of Republicans and Democrats were in support of...
Even if what you're saying is true, well, right now it's clear that the Democrats universally support the FBI, and at least there are Republicans like Rand Paul.
Well, they support Biden, right? They hate Trump. Pretty much everyone's just politically biased towards that right now, right? You can agree. No one actually gives a shit. They don't actually support the FBI. They only support them right now because, they're anti-Trump, right?
I don't understand your point.
The point is, they don't quote unquote support the FBI and everything they do.
The Democrats don't?
You think they actually love the FBI?
Yes. In fact, the polling even suggests that Democrat voters overwhelmingly have a more favorable opinion of the FBI. Name me one Democrat politician in the past 4 years, the entire Biden term, or even Trump term, name me one Democrat politician that's voted for or suggested any laws to hamper in any of the FBI. Any spending to the FBI, any FBI power. In fact, there was literally just a hearing 3 days ago about renewing the FBI's FISA powers. Republicans were speaking up against it, and Democrats were defending them the entire time.
Yeah, again, my point being, I bet you even if you look at public polling on something like the media, I bet you people on the left started trusting the media more after Trump started attacking them, because it's a political bias situation. Everyone's politically biased right now. It's so vitriolic and it's so partisan that they're going to jump on wherever they can because the other side is attacking it, right? Trump attacks one thing, the public...
Okay, even if that's true, right now, it's the Democrats that are overwhelmingly supporting the FBI.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
And you're voting for them. Okay, nonetheless, and you're voting for them.
Because we have two people to vote for, right? Trump or Biden, that's pretty much it. We know that's what it's going to be, right? Yeah.
What's that? You cut out.
It's going to be Trump or Biden, right? We know this?
Probably. It could be DeSantis.
Yeah. So obviously I'm not going to vote for Trump because of his attack on democracy, right? Why would I vote for that? Have you seen his list of potential cabinet members? Have you seen him talk about how he wants to be a dictator on day one?
No, he hasn't talked about what's exactly is he going to be as a dictator? What's he going to do?
Well, he said he's going to step in. He's going to get rid of all of it. He's going to attack the media. He's going to send the law after him.
All right, attack the media. Can you show me his quote? I'm going to show me his quote. I'm going to send the law after the media. Go ahead.
Okay, come on, bro. I'm just paraphrasing here.
Right, he didn't say that. He's a blowhard. He's not going... He had 4 years.
No.
Did he... Okay, let me ask you this. He had 4 years there. There were people... Real quick. He had 4 years there, right? Did he ever once send the FBI to go after a reporter or a news agency?
I'm pretty sure he had... I don't know if he sent the FBI after them, but I'm pretty sure he did what Obama did.
So he did what Obama did. Well, he didn't. He didn't. Can you show me? So he wiretapped a journalist and their parents like James Rogerson?
I literally just said, right after I said that, he said he didn't go as far.
Okay, so he didn't go as far as Obama. Do you have any evidence that he sent any sort of wiretaps, any sort of law enforcement after any press member?
Go as far as Obama.
Okay, he didn't go as far. So what did he do?
Remove people's press passes.
He kicked Jim Acosta out for 2 weeks. Okay.
I mean, different organizations as well. Left them out of different.
Okay, so there were certain people. So, for example, so Simon Ateba, that's a African reporter that's never called on by Biden administration, has been ridiculed by them and threatened to be kicked out. You're also criticizing that, is right?
Now you're doing whataboutism.
No, what I'm doing, it's not whataboutism when you're saying the reason I prefer Biden to Trump is. And you say, well, Trump would declare war on the press. Trump did nothing. The best you can come up with Trump is he kicked Jim Acosta out of a press conference.
Hold on. He threatened to go after, remove MSNBC's press credentials or something like that, right?
Okay. Did he? Did he when he was there?
Yeah, he calls for the government to punish MSNBC to remove their press credentials.
Okay, did he when he was there?
No.
Okay, but Obama did worse stuff, right?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, let me ask you this. Under Biden, were there any members of the press or pundits that were investigated?
I don't know, maybe.
What about James O'Keefe, who was raided?
That was not by Joe Biden.
When what? It was FBI that Biden supports, that's overwhelmingly supporting, that was doing things to protect. And wasn't that during the Biden administration? I believe it was. And wasn't that to protect Joe Biden because it was about Ashley Biden's diary? I believe it was.
Project Veritas CEO just came out like yesterday and said there's a whole bunch of illegal stuff. Yeah, right here.
What is that? So you're doing whataboutisms?
No. How is that whataboutism?
Because the FBI didn't raid. Because the FBI didn't raid James O'Keefe because allegedly he did stuff with the financing at Project Veritas. Is that what your argument is?
I don't know enough about this story.
Well, I'll tell you what the story is. The FBI. I'll tell you what the story is. It's weird. You seem to be ill-informed when it comes to the things that are critical of the Democrats. It seems, isn't that odd, how ill-informed you are about that? Let me educate you on what the alleged raid was. The alleged raid was, why don't you be quiet and be educated for a second? Just like you didn't know about the May 30th insurrection, you also didn't know this. James O'Keefe was raided because he and Project Veritas was given by a salon or something like that a copy of Ashley Biden's diary that she left, and they were raided in an attempt to get that diary back. That's why he was raided, because Ashley Biden's diary.
That's terrible. They shouldn't do that.
Wow. He's a member of the media that was raided at the behest of protecting the president from a diary of his daughter. Anyways, explain to me why you're voting for Biden over Trump in part because of press freedoms. Go ahead.
No, you're fine with everything that Trump's done to press freedom.
Am I fine with that? If I had to choose between...
But you're voting for him, right?
Right. I will vote for the guy that yelled at Jim Acosta over the guy that literally sent the FBI to get his daughter's diary back that said that he was inappropriate sexually. Yep. I'm confident with that.
You're not going to talk about him calling for the removal of MSNBC's press credentials?
No, I don't give a shit because he won't do it. Just like he didn't do it before.
So okay, my fear, right, is that Trump didn't do the things that he wanted to do. He almost, especially during January 6th, he was waiting on Pence, and he almost, could have gotten away with it, right? He could have pushed for it. Same thing with Pence. Pence was just waiting for someone to tell him he could do it. He literally had like a 3-hour meeting with his lawyer, like, are you sure we can't do this? So these people didn't go as far as they could have, and they lost. And now I think that he come in and say, you know what? I didn't go far enough last time. That is my fear as someone who's voting.
Your fear is you're a bullshit liar. Almost every single... I'll explain to you. Almost every single topic that we've brought up, we've had to admit that Obama or Biden was worse. Particularly Biden was worse. So such as the censorship, you had to admit it was worse. When it comes to the actual actions that they've taken, Biden's worse. When it comes to press censorship. When it comes to the actual corrupt FBI, Biden's worse. And then yet you're still like, but wait, I'm fearful, hypothetically, what if Trump hypothetically did what Biden's done? That would be awful. Wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't you be upset if they didn't give press coverage to MSNBC? Wouldn't that be terrible? That'd be a real attack. Next thing you know, maybe he would use his FBI to get FISA warrants to spy on his political opponents. Can you imagine it? Or maybe his FBI would allow left-wingers to actually engage in attack and remove police force so that then he could say, look, the left wing committed insurrection and usher in martial law and censorship to go after those people. What if he did that? Right, I get it. You're trying to make up excuses because the truth is, no matter what, no matter how corrupt the shit gets, you're going to continue to support it because Orange Man bad. Just fucking say it. Just say it. Say it with your chest. Orange Man bad. You're afraid that Trump will do what the left has done to him and his supporters.
Yeah, I am afraid that he will weaponize the FBI to go after people because he went after it.
Right, so it's cool with Biden's team and Obama's team doing that, but you're afraid you have to vote for them again because Trump might do what they did.
Not just what they did, right? He said, Biden's going after me because of all of his indictments in Georgia. So that's not Biden. Biden has nothing to do with that. Yet he's going to use that as a justification to go after all of his political.
By the way, you have an awful lot of tweets about the FBI when it comes to the document case, and not just retweets. Actually, the Mar-a-Lago documents case.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Oh wait! Is that a bigger? So is it your argument that it's a bigger issue? The FBI's involvement in Trump having classified documents? What's that?
That entire case is hilarious.
So that's why you're tweeting because it's a joke. So when you say to David Sachs, so for example, on June 8th, when you retweet, interesting, Biden refused to comply with the DOJ, FBI, and the National Archives for a year, then have a lawyer knowingly sign a document saying they don't have any more boxes? So then the man in Utah that was killed by the FBI attempted to serve a warrant. If it turns he pulled a weapon, then the FBI shooting him would be celebrated. Trump was caught on audio showing classified documents of publicists and staffers that didn't have security clearance, and he told the FBI that he didn't have any more classified documents. No, these aren't retweets. These are your words.
Interesting. Okay.
That is interesting, isn't it? So you do tweet about the FBI.
Sure, I tweet sometimes. How long?
But well, let's see. Those range the gambit from August, October of this year. Yeah, June of this year. Huh? Weird.
I tweeted a few things. Okay. You got
Wow. Well, that's strange. You're tweeting about the FBI. Your tweets, not retweet. Tweeting about the FBI. Missed the part, the biggest story about the FBI. You missed that part, right? It didn't cross your mind. Didn't cross your mind. The biggest story of the FBI. Oh, and by the way, they're so corrupt that they actually allowed an attempted overthrow of the government. Anyways, it slipped your mind.
I tweeted a few times a couple months ago. Damn. I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. I guess I see every point I've ever made. Damn.
It slipped your it slipped your mind when we were talking about that. You said I just retweet. I don't tweet my own things. I don't tweet about the FBI. Slipped your mind, right?
I must be lying about everything. You got me.
All right. Well, thanks for the admission. Hey, well, Me Gutsy, thank you for being another bad faith lefty that's not very intelligent.
Yeah, I'm the bad faith. The person that says everything you say is a lie. Everything you say is lying. You're lying.
What's some bad faith? I'm telling you how I honestly feel.
Well, you said, I don't believe anything you say because you're lying. I don't have any proof. I just know you're lying. You're the bad faith one, bro.
Why does that make me bad? Do you know define what bad faith means?
Bad faith means you're misrepresenting your, hold on. Let me get my debate terms here picked up on. Bad faith means you're not representing yourself honestly.
Right. So do you think that, so for example, honestly. No, I'm not representing myself. So do you think I'm lying when I'm calling you a liar?
Yes. I actually do.
Well, you're wrong. I'm being intentional. I'm being 100% good faith.
When you were on your 20-minute rant, one of these rants, you said, you know what he's doing? He's thinking ahead about what I'm going to say, and then he's double backing before he says anything to make sure that he says the right thing.
Yes.
That's lunacy, bro. That's actually insane. If you're sitting here thinking, oh no, okay, what is he going to say to my response, to the next response? I have to make sure I say something that's crazy. No one thinks like that. I mean, maybe you do. I don't.
No. People do that. People do that all the time. People do that all the time. That's why you kept backtracking. For example, I catch you over and over and over again. You've said something, and then we go with it, and then you backtrack over and over and over.
Every time you pick apart one little thing I said, you go, oh, what about this? And I'm like,
for example, as we just found out here, you said, I just retweet things. I don't tweet my own words about the FBI, and then I do a 30-second search, and it turns out you lied. That was a lie.
I say I have never tweeted anything.
Show me lying one time. Show me one time that I've lied in this entire conversation.
I think you're lying when you say that I'm lying. There you go.
Well, I'm not. I'm telling the truth. I am absolutely telling the truth. It is absolutely my belief that you are a bad faith liar. It is absolutely my belief. And I can buttress that that's my belief because people that have made arguments exactly like you for years, I've talked on my channel about how I think they're liars. And I think they're liars because you are a liar, but even on the slight chance that you're not lying, I'm not bad faith because I'm being honest when I tell you that I think you're a bad faith fucking liar.
Okay, well, I think you're dishonest as a person.
Well, I'm not dishonest, as once more, you haven't been able to provide one example. How is it that we've been able to go several times of something you've said and then had to backtrack? Can you find me doing that once?
I haven't. I've only backtracked a couple times because I wanted to clarify my statement. I never said this, and I'm like, oh wait, actually, I'm changing my entire statement. That never happened.
Yes, for example, when you said, here's statements that you did when you said that. When you said, it's the big thing is, okay, it's not really the attacks of police, it's that they got into the building. Right, and then you changed that stance to said, well, wait a minute, it's not that they got into the building, it's that they got into the building and had a plan. Let me ask you this: can you see, let's say if you said, let's go back to football because that seems to be something you understand. And let's say we're going to have a serious discussion about who's the best quarterback of all time, right? Me and you're going to have this discussion, right? And you say, right, but let's say you didn't say that. Let's say you say, I think that the best quarterback of all time was Dan Marino. Let's say you say that.
wouldn't say.
And I say, why? And you're like, well, because the Super Bowls, because, that's the most important thing. How many Super Bowls you want? And I say, well, Terry Bradshaw won more Super Bowls than Dan Marino. And you say, wait, let me clarify. I mean Super Bowls in connection with how many yards passes up. But you made the argument Super Bowls. That's what you said. And now when I say, oh, well, using that criteria, we could see that actually there are many quarterbacks that were better than Dan Marino. And then you go back and you say, well, wait, let me clarify. That's what you're doing. Right? So, for example, you say something that then causes a change in the direction of the conversation. Because unlike you, I'm actually listening to you and trying to respond in a good faith way. So when you say something, I take you at face value. So when you say, well, the problem with January 6th, it was that they were fighting with cops and that they got it. Well, okay, the fighting with cops, not so much. It's basically just that they got in. And I say, oh, okay. Well, so then if you're admitting that the FBI intentionally didn't have a police presence there that allowed them to get in, and if there would have been less police presence on May 30th that they could have got in, then that too would be an insurrection. You're like, well, actually, no. Now it's different. Now it's that they had a plan too. Did they have a plan, May 30th? Do you see how that's fundamentally changing what you said? How that's backtracking? Because you say something, and then it goes to prove my argument, in this case talking about a double standard at the FBI. And so when you don't like the outcome of that, based on the criteria you've set forth, you then move the goalpost. You backtrack, right? Or when you said, oh, actually, the FBI, they allowed them to do it. And then later you said, let me clarify, that's not what I'm saying. And then you went in this whole rigmarole that you flopped around for 20 minutes about that. Or when you say, I don't tweet, I just retweet people, so I don't really ever tweet that much. Okay, I assume that didn't mean literally never, but when I type in your name and FBI and like 11 posts from this year come up, that seems to not be what you were implying when you said, I just retweet people. I'm not tweeting in my own words things about the FBI. That was bullshit. And then you're like, you backtrack from that. You did it the entire time. That's what you did. You can't name one time where I've done that. Is it that I'm just able to speak with more clarity than you, and I'm able to articulate myself and my actual positions better? Is that what your argument is? That you're just vague and you're not getting across your point that well?
You good? You ready? Can I respond?
By all means.
So I think the issue is, Rob, is that I'm not used to debate mode like you are, right? So when I have a conversation with a normal person, usually we can expand upon things we're talking about. So when you say, what, like we're talking about the policies we have, right? The policies that I care about, right? I say one, and then we kind of talk about it. So when I say, oh, why don't you like Trump? And I say, oh, this. And then you say something like, oh, yeah. And then I change it to go, oh, also that. And you're like, whoa, hold on. You just backtrack. That's what happened.
No, that's not what's occurring.
Yeah,
that's not what's occurring. And this isn't. No, you can't finish. It's my show. You can't finish. You can wait. You can't finish. Right, my show. You start a show, invite me on, and then you can say when. Right. That sounds good. So you can wait patiently, right? So this is something that I've talked to my audience about quite frequently. This is what happens. This is why you can't. It's particularly people on the left. There might be a few people on the right that do this shit, but bad faith sexist shit that want to defend corruption on the left, right? This is how this game plays out. So I used to be on this website Above Top Secret that was a blog that was a conspiracy theory blog, but mainly it turned into talking politics. And I've shown people many times that I wrote, I believe it was October 24, 2017, I wrote a big long write-up about how if the FBI used unverified opposition research to spy on the Trump campaign, it's the biggest political scandal in the history of the country. And I wrote this big write-up about it. And then on that thread, I had a bunch of left-wingers that were coming back at me. And they were saying shit like this. They would say, this is all speculation and bullshit. There's no way that Hillary's team paid for that dossier. And then it came out that they did. And they said, okay, but there's no way that the FBI used it. And then it came out it did. And then they said, okay, but there's no way that they didn't verify the facts. And then it came out that's exactly what happened. And then they said, okay, but there's no way that that was the central document that allowed them to get the FICE warrant. And then it turns out that's what happened. And then they said, but they had to do it, right? Because it was such a serious allegation. Because if he colluded with Russia, that would be such a serious deal. Right? So what you can see is they constantly moved the goalpost over and over. And they would say, just like Me Gutsy saying here, no, we're just reclarifying. We're just reclarifying. That's all we're doing. We're just reclarifying. So then at this point, I get fed up with it, and I'm talking to a couple of these lefties. I said, okay, your argument now is, well, mistakes were made, but hey, when the stakes are so high, it justifies opening these sorts of investigations, even if you have to crack a few eggs and things weren't done totally by the book. They said, yep, that's what we're saying. And I said, can you give me the criteria where that's justified? Give me and they said, well, right here with Trump. I said, yes, but give me, what is it about what Trump did? What is the criteria in general? So we'll know if this happens again, that this is the response that the FBI should have. And you know what the smartest one of them told me? This is what he said. He said, when there are so many shady connections from a campaign to a hostile foreign country like Russia. That's what he said. I said, okay, just to be clear. So Trump, because there are people in Trump's team that were talking to Russians, that's what justified this. Yes. And I was like, okay, now let's go through the list of people in Hillary's camp that had connections to Russians. You know what he said? That's different. That's different. See, what they always do is, when you're trying to talk about, when your big issue like me is the double standard in these things, what they'll say is, well, what Trump did or what Trump people did was the worst. And you're like, well, what makes it the worst? What makes it unique? What makes the FBI's actions justified against Trump people, against January 6 people, or against Michael Cohen, or against Flynn, or against Papadopoulos, or, any of these people? Manafort. What is it exactly? And they'll say, like, Manafort, he didn't register as a foreign lobbyist. He was lobbying for Yanukovych, the pro-Russian former president of Ukraine. That's it? Yep. Okay, well, the indictment says he did it with the Podesta Group. That was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. Oh, but see, it was different. It was different. And then they'll move the goalpost. That's what Me Gutsy did the entire time. The entire time. He says, the problem is, the problem with January 6th is they got in there. They got in. And I'm like, but the FBI let them in? Yeah. And if the FBI would have done that in May 30th, it would have probably been the same. Yeah. Oh, wait. But it's not just that they got in. It's also that they had a plan. They also had a plan. Okay, so if the FBI would have investigated the text, emails, etc. of those people on May 30th, do you think they might have found they had a plan? Well, wait. Do you see the game? Do you see how the game's played?
Do you remember how I said that
it's not muted.
They did find that they should be charged? Remember that?
Oh.
Remember how you just lied?
You said if the May 30th people did that, they should be charged? Yeah. Did what?
They should be charged just like January 6th.
Okay, and they're not.
Plan to overthrow
and they're not, so it's a double standard at the FBI.
And I said that's bad then.
That's bad. Okay, you're right. You said right. I know. At the end, to try to save face, you tried to concede. So that's why. No, yes, and that's why we got to this point. Okay, if you really believe that there was another attempted insurrection, so the FBI allowed one to occur and covered up for another, and the Democrats went right along. The Democrats and the media went right along with it. But you don't think it's that big of an issue?
So you know for sure that they had a plan to overthrow the government?
Say again?
Do you know for sure that they had a plan to infiltrate and overthrow the government? I
would say that it's pretty likely that it wasn't completely spontaneous.
So you don't actually know.
Right. So this is another argument that we see is prevalent with the left is this. So let's explain. By the way, this is an argument I've wanted to deal with for a while now when it comes to the Hunter Biden shit. So thank you for giving an in-world example of what happens. So what you'll do is you'll show the corruption of the FBI. You'll show, look how they treated January 6th, how they went after them, how they set it all up, right? And look how they treated them and had the biggest FBI task force in history. Then look at May 30th, how they didn't set it up, how there was appropriate police there, how them and their media allies and Democratic allies didn't treat it like a big deal, how they didn't do these massive task force that were asking the public to identify people by their faces, how they weren't locking people up for years on end, and they weren't having special committees and stuff like that. And then they weren't looking at their emails and text and journalists and Democrats that maybe paid lip service to their cause and seeing what all the documents were around that, like they did with the January 6th people. They didn't look for the evidence. And then your Democratic opponent will say, did they find the evidence? And you'll say, well, no, they intentionally didn't look for it. See? See, that's it. It's the same thing. Destiny does the same thing, right? So when I debate Destiny and I'm talking about, how, like, so with Destiny, right? So here's what occurs with Destiny. When we're talking about Hillary's team intentionally deleting subpoenaed evidence, and the FBI's response to this is, oh, well, we're going to give him immunity, the guy that did it. And they say, okay, did anyone tell you to do it? He said, nah, I had no shit moment. I did it all myself because I forgot to do it 6 months ago. And they say, oh, well, you talked to Cheryl Mills, Hillary Clinton's top lawyer, 2 days before you deleted it. What was that conversation? I don't remember. And the FBI says, fair enough. They're not going to subpoena Cheryl Mills' records. They're not going to subpoena Hillary Clinton's records. They don't charge this guy and then turn the screws on him. They intentionally don't look for the evidence. To which Destiny's response is, do you have evidence that Hillary Clinton ordered this? And I say, well, no, the FBI intentionally didn't look for it. See? Game over. That's the game that's what is being done here. So my argument is the FBI, which he's admitting was corrupt and allowed January 6th to occur. The only reason that it's a big deal because they broke in is because the FBI set it up to be that way. Because they intentionally didn't provide law enforcement or communicate with law enforcement to prevent that from occurring. So the FBI wanted them to get in there. So that's why it's a big deal and it's considered an insurrection. And that's why they have to have this massive task force. They didn't do that in May 30th, so now the FBI won't look into what the motivations of those people are, which allows left-wing people to say, see, that wasn't really an insurrection because you don't have proof of their motives. Who knows why they were trying to break into the White House? It could have been completely spontaneous, and they were just trying to break in to water the plants in the White House. We don't know.
Really? Has someone made that argument?
What's that?
That's called being bad faith. Has anyone made that argument that they're watering the plants?
Well, I was talking about you don't know what their motivations were, right?
Yeah, you don't.
Right. So their motivations could be anything. Could it be watering plants?
Probably not, no.
Probably not, but it could be hypothetically. We don't know. We don't know. We just don't know.
There are some things.
Let me ask you, do you think there was a plan for people to break into the White House, or do you think it was completely spontaneous?
Again, all I've known is the 2 articles I've read since the time talk.
If it's true that people tried to break into the White House and brought things like Molotov cocktails, a Molotov cocktail seems to be something that you would have to prepare beforehand, right? You didn't just stumble upon, not like a rock that maybe you could have just found and thrown. You would have to prepare a Molotov cocktail, correct?
Have all this conversation about this, or are you just trying to just...
I'm asking you a question. Does it sound like it would require some amount of preparation to have a Molotov cocktail?
Is there preparation to have a Molotov cocktail? Yes. Does that mean that they intended to use that inside the Capitol? No, we have no fucking clue.
That's true. That's true. We don't. So let me ask you this: do you think that it would be that the FBI should have investigated the motivations of those people?
Yeah.
Okay. And they didn't.
That sucks. What else do you want from me? I've said that 100 times.
Okay. So then it seems to be irrelevant. Your point. When I'm talking about the double standard of the FBI, which is, well, we don't know the motivation, right? My entire point is the FBI willfully didn't look into the motivation. The Democrats were more than happy about it. They covered it. They covered it up. And even the media covered it up to the point where you hadn't even heard about it until tonight.
You're making it seem like, oh, well, since these were people on the left, and that's why they didn't do it. I have no fucking clue. Maybe there were people, maybe their FBI involved in that. They didn't want to investigate. I have no fucking clue.
Okay.
You're saying that, oh, since he doesn't know, since he won't make a full statement on whether or not that was an insurrection because he doesn't have all the facts, then that's somehow he's lying. Like, that's fucking bullshit.
No, what I'm saying is, the reason I'm calling you a liar is because you believe, in your words, that the FBI facilitated an insurrection against this government and intentionally allowed people to almost violently overthrow our country, and yet it doesn't seem to be an issue of much import to you. And that entails to me that you're lying. That you're either lying about believing that, or that you are so partisan that you're okay with that corrupt FBI, and as long as they're targeting the political opposition that you want.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Then you have yet to give a coherent explanation of why this isn't one of the top issues that you have.
What are you talking about? There are so many issues, bro. We've already talked about them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the ballot box. They removed a ballot box from a college.
We never finished that.
FBI allowing violent insurrectionists to overthrow the country, removing a ballot box.
Do you think that you think something like that would impact voter turnout?
Probably not in a serious way.
Really?
Yes.
So if I showed you an article showing you that voter turnout at a college decreased tremendously from moving the ballot box 3 miles away, would that sway your opinion?
No, it wouldn't sway my opinion. If college people are too lazy, for example, I have to drive about 20 minutes to vote in rural America. All right, do you think that it's absurd that Democrats haven't been pushing for ballot boxes to be closer to places in rural Pennsylvania like me where I have to drive 20 minutes to vote?
They say, hey, mail in your ballot.
Oh, hey, college kid, mail in your ballot.
A lot of times they can't, though, right?
Why?
They're from out of state.
Okay, if they're from so wait a minute, they couldn't get an absentee ballot because they're from out of state, but they could have dropped their ballot in the college campus box?
There are yes.
Bullshit.
What do you mean?
I'm from Pennsylvania. I go to college. I'm from Pennsylvania. I go to college in Florida. You're saying, shut up. Let's see how stupid your argument is here. Ready? I'm from Pennsylvania. I go to college in Florida. So I'm going to vote in the Pennsylvania election or the Florida election.
Well, it depends on your permanent address.
Okay,
right?
so let's say hypothetically Pennsylvania. Can I drop my ballot in the Florida mailbox if I'm voting in Pennsylvania? The Florida ballot box?
Vote in Florida, or whatever word you said, Pennsylvania, then no.
We're going to get to Florida. We're going to get to Florida. I'm saying, number one, I'm registered to vote in Pennsylvania. Can I drop my Pennsylvania ballot in the Florida ballot box?
No.
Okay, I'm registered to vote in Florida. I'm from Pennsylvania, but I'm registered to vote in Florida, right? I can't get a mail-in ballot in Florida?
If you're registered to vote in Pennsylvania and you move to Florida, is that you said? I misheard you.
Scenario one is I'm registered to vote in Pennsylvania. I go to college in Florida. Can I drop my Pennsylvania ballot in the Florida ballot box?
In the ballot box?
Correct, because your complaint is they moved the ballot box from campus. That's your complaint. Okay, so that ballot box is irrelevant to that student that's voting registered in Pennsylvania but is at campus in Florida. Irrelevant. Correct?
Sure.
Scenario two, I'm from Pennsylvania. I moved to Florida. I'm registered to vote in Florida, right?
Yeah.
I'm a college student. The ballot box that is there in college is now moved 3 miles away. You're saying this is an undue burden, and that the reason that's different than the undue burden on someone like me from rural Pennsylvania that has to drive miles to vote is in Pennsylvania I could just request a mail-in ballot, but that college student in Florida couldn't request a mail-in ballot. That's your argument.
I never said either of those things. What I said is that the Democrats would push for mail-in ballot so you mail-in ballots so you don't have to drive. But I'm sure if that's impossible, they would be. I would totally fine having a mail-in ballot, a ballot box in wherever there needs to be. I want to make it as easy as possible to vote for anybody.
Do you think it makes it easier? Were you compelled by any of the evidence that you saw of people dropping multiple ballots in ballot boxes, cameras being turned off, and things like that?
Mules?
There's 2,000 mules. There's others. We have.
So from what I've seen in 2,000 mules, they suggest there's like 44,000 people doing this, but all they showed was one person putting multiple ballots in one box, then showing another person showing multiple ballots in one box. They never show one person going to multiple boxes or one person going to the same box twice.
Right, and
so we have no clue if those.
I didn't say it was definitive proof. I didn't say it was definitive proof. Would you admit? Would you
I'm
admit that fraud? Would you admit that fraud's more likely? In that
more likely?
Yes.
In just dropping a ballot box.
If you have ballot box issues like that.
So if the issue being that someone put in multiple ballots, that's it.
Well, there could be all sorts of issues. It doesn't have to just be multiple ballots.
Well, you just saying.
For example, today on December 12th, I guess it's yesterday at this point, this came out, a Heartland Rasmussen poll. 1 in 5 mail-in voters admit to committing at least one kind of voter fraud during 2020 election. 17% of mail-in voters admitted that in 2020 they voted in a state where they are no longer a permanent resident. 21% of mail-in voters admitted that they filled out a ballot for a friend or family member. 17% of mail-in voters said they signed a ballot for a friend or family member with or without his permission. 8% of likely voters say they were offered pay or a reward for voting in 2020. Taken together, the results of these survey questions appear to show that voter fraud was widespread in the 2020 election, especially when it comes to mail-in ballots.
That's not the argument you guys have been making, though, right?
What argument have we been making?
The argument is that there was a organized effort to do like ballot harvesting and whatever, forging ballots and stuff like that in multiple counties.
Well, those two arguments could be true. Two arguments could be
like grandma's ballot.
Two arguments could be true simultaneously. Also, did you miss 8% of likely voters say they were offered pay or a reward for their vote in 2020?
I mean, sure, polls can. I mean, if that's true, that then maybe that's something.
The point is the bullshit fear mongering, just like we heard that resulted in the major league. I understand that the fear. Right, we'll get to this in a second. The bullshit fear mongering. Right, the bullshit fear mongering, just like we heard about the Georgia law that was taken so seriously that they had to move the Major League All-Star game out of Georgia because their voter suppression. Because it said things like you couldn't even get a bottle of water while you were standing in line, and it was disenfranchising black voters that then saw record turnout after that law was put in place.
Do you want to talk about that?
Sure, let's talk about it. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's just take it at its face, right? What do you just taking this law that said I think it was the one that banned voting on Sundays after 1 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think they put that in there? What would be the logical reason?
I think first off, the logical reason would be that people want to make it one day, same day voting in person as much as possible.
Not what happened with
but any step that's closer to that would be good. Second, I would say that the logic behind it would probably be because Sunday is a day of church and a day of rest and stuff like that, that they didn't want people to be voting. Go ahead. You're going to say... Wait. I'm sorry. I forgot to turn my hat backwards. I'm sorry. Here we go. Now that I'm a lefty, it's because they're after black people! They know that black people just vote. Every black person votes. They can't. No, please let me finish. You racist, you bigot. Please, you racist bigot. Let me finish. They know that black people go to church, and they know black people can't get IDs, and they know black people get thirsty while they're waiting in line. God damn them. God damn them. God damn them. There. Is that the answer you're looking for?
Yeah, actually. So you said...
Better? Was that good?
You said... Well, hold on. You said... that they did it because Sunday's the day of rest, but they didn't ban voting on Sundays.
No, I said they probably banned it because it's a day of rest and they didn't want people to have to be at the polls Sunday nights. That's one potential reason.
Then why did they allow it Sunday morning?
Because they probably thought it was important for people to be able to vote Sunday morning because it was a day that maybe potentially that was the only day that they would be able to vote.
Oh, okay. That makes sense, yeah.
So what's your explanation? They targeted black people, correct? That's your explanation?
Well, let's just think about this logically.
I don't need you to wax on. Go ahead, tell me. No need to mince words. Tell me what you believe.
If they're targeting a specific day...
No need to mince words. No need to mince words. Tell me what it was about. You don't have to... Well, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead. Tell me what it was about. I'll bet you $50 it has to do with... It was black people because they can only vote on Sundays. Go ahead.
No, they can't. No, I never said black people can vote.
Okay, so then what group was it targeting? Why did they do it? Go ahead.
It was the souls to the polls, right? You know about this?
I'm waiting for your explanation. I would say, well, it was to disenfranchise black people, and the reason is because blah, blah, blah. That's what I would expect you to say. Of course, I don't expect you to say that because you're bad bullshit, bad faith. So go ahead. Let's leave it dragging on for 5 minutes, and then he's going to say exactly what I said. Go ahead. Watch, audience, listen for when he finally gets done burying the lead. Listen for when he finally gets done burying the lead and says, it was to disenfranchise black people. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You can only vote Sunday morning.
You want to put a time? You want to put a timer on it? Want to put a timer? Let's see how long it takes him to get to. It was disenfranchising black voters. That's why they did it. Go ahead.
I think you're right. I think they did it so people Sundays can rest because it's God's day of rest, but only in the afternoon. The mornings, that's not time to rest. That's time to vote. You're right.
Why did they do it?
To disenfranchise black voters.
Wow, 15 seconds there, he did it. That's it. Yeah. Okay, black voters are the only ones that vote Sunday night. Yep, they're the only ones that vote Sunday night. Yep.
What about North Carolina with the voter ID law?
But can you explain it? No, go ahead, explain to me. Why is it that only black voters vote Sunday night? Go ahead.
I never said that.
Well, if the implication is that stopping voting Sunday night was to harm black people, it would vis-a-vis make sense that you're saying that black people tend to vote over disproportionately Sunday nights. Can you explain why?
I already said that it was to stop souls to the polls, which is one group that would go around after church on Sundays and get people, mostly black people, to go vote after church. That was literally what I said. That has nothing to do with
black people. So they couldn't. So the argument. So they couldn't do it on Saturdays. They couldn't do it on Fridays.
What day do you go to church normally?
Oh, it doesn't matter. They wouldn't be able to order a congregation the Sunday they were there previously saying, we'll pick you up here next week.
So they're saying, so instead, because it's easier to get a group of people to go.
What does easier have to do with it? What does easier have to do with it? Right? So for example, if I was so what is easier? So for example, let me give you an example. So I'm a black person there. I go to a black church in Georgia, right? And normally church ends at noon or something like that, 12:30, and then we have fellowship and whatever. And then I get everyone in the car and we all go to vote. We're good Democrats that'll disenfranchise me and exploit me for the next 4 years. That's what I'm doing. Right? That's so good. Great. Right? So that's what they're doing. They're going. And then all of a sudden I'm like, God damn these racists. God damn, they're stopping us from voting. Well, you know what? We'll just end service an hour earlier and make sure everyone still get to those polls. Couldn't do it. By the way, the proof's in the pudding. Record black turnout after that law passed. What happened? Damn Damn these racists! Damn these racists passing these racist laws that lead to increased black voting turnout.
Are you able to comprehend that the national story that this made, and then that put people into action to get people to vote more had a negative impact on them? Do you think that could be a true thing that happened?
Let me ask you this. The final law, did it include that Sunday portion?
I don't know. Yes, I think so.
I'm going to look that up. I think you're a liar. I think you're lying.
Okay.
I think I remember when this story was out that was something that was proposed initially.
November 17th, 2023, All-Star Game Atlanta, Georgia election law still in place. Interesting. The law actually hasn't changed. Representative Terry Ann Lewis says. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. But let's move on to voter ID laws here. So you think that it's black people we just stigmatize black people that they can't get voter ID. Do you know about the Supreme Court case in North Carolina about voter ID law? All
right, so just so everyone can see this fucking liar again, just so you can see the liar again.
Where's the liar?
Here's BBC. This must be a right-wing rag. Can early votes be cast on Sunday? Quote, one of the most controversial elements of the bill initially proposed by Republicans was the elimination of Sunday early voting. Sunday voting is especially important to black worshipers in Georgia, a strongly Democrat voting bloc, with churchgoers often encouraged to vote after Sunday services with initiatives known as Souls to Polls. Lying fuckhead. Democrat Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said Republicans recently passed a bill to eliminate early voting on Sunday. But this element of the bill wasn't passed, and Republicans backtracked following criticism. The final bill allows 2 days of early Sunday voting, which is now formally signed into law. An additional day of mandatory Saturday early voting has also been added. Whoops, liar! Whoops, you lied again! Oh, well, oh boy, there he is. Those evil racists actually adding extra Sunday voting days and a Saturday. Oh, there he is. Go ahead. Here we go. Okay, let's go, liar. Go ahead.
Remember when I said I think so?
Oh, you were just wrong. So then you made these bold proclamations about the law that was never passed. You were uninformed. That's so weird that you were uninformed about that. You were very informed when it came to accusing the Republicans of being racist and not allowing blacks to vote.
You asked me what policies are pushing for voter suppression, and I gave you a policy. And I have another. No. That's what I talked.
I didn't say that. I talked specifically. I said, you know how they said about the Georgia thing, and you were like, do you want to talk about the Georgia thing? Remember? Okay. That's how it happened, remember? You can't even remember how we get into the topics.
So they tried to do it, and they got pushbacks this time.
Mm-hmm. Right. Hey, man, you got 5 minutes. Go ahead, give us another example of this evil voter suppression. What next? They tried to make them have identification? Oh, man.
North Carolina Supreme Court, right?
There we go. Oh, there we go. Go ahead, yeah.
You're gonna let me go?
Yeah, sure. I know the case. Go ahead.
Yeah, so how is that not racist exactly? Let's read this here for you so you're...
Okay, yeah, let's do it, man.
The law...
Yeah, here we go. The law. Yep.
The law is motivated, at least in part, by an unconstitutional intent to target African-American voters.
Oh, fuck.
Other, less restrictive voter ID laws would have sufficed to achieve the legitimate, non-racial purposes of implementing the constitutional amendment requiring voter ID, deterring fraud, or enhancing voter confidence. Then, it says... In July 2016, they struck down several portions of the North Carolina law that included a voter ID mandate, saying GOP lawmakers had written them with almost surgical precision to discourage voting by black residents.
Yeah.
So how is that not racist?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm so sorry. I had the racist belief that black people are equal to white people and able to get IDs. I should have adapted the non-racist position that blacks are inferior. No, please, let me finish. Please, I'm trying to have a mea culpa here. Please, I'll mute you if I need to. I'm trying to have a mea culpa. Okay, here we go. Mute. There we go. With the mute. Or you could just be quiet. Your choice. So I just want to say, I adapted the horribly racist position of thinking black people weren't mentally inferior and incapable to do the most basic things and get an ID. That was racist of me. I should have known that black people are incapable of having ID. I should have known. I should have known it. I should have adapted your position. That black people, go ahead, please tell us. Please tell us how black people are children and they're incapable. They don't have the mental capacity to get IDs. Please go ahead. I'm sure my black audience members would be more than interested to hear how they're subhuman and they're basically just animals. They can't figure out complicated things like what else? What was Hillary said? Like Xerox machines, fax. They can't figure those out either. Right? Go ahead. Explain to us how it's racist against black people. White people know how to get the ID. Black people don't. Go ahead.
You literally didn't listen or acknowledge.
No, I listened. I've heard this story before. The court
Go ahead, address it. You're not
okay, I'll address it. Activist left-wing courts that want to call everything racist, that come from people in activist left-wing college campuses that want to call everything racist, that support activist left-wing FBI that want to actually allow attempted overthrows of the government, and these courts don't address it or anything, are full of shit. It is offensive to black people to say that they are incapable of getting an ID. I don't give a fuck what the court said.
Has anyone said that?
Okay, so then explain to me what this law was. Go ahead, in your own words.
The reason, okay, do you know what, it's called, if you look at the statistics, right, what percent of black people in this country do not have a photo ID? You know, our government.
No clue, don't care, irrelevant.
Well, how is that irrelevant?
Because if black people want to vote, they could have the arduous task of getting an ID. Just like if a white person wants to vote, they could get the arduous task of getting an ID.
But if 25% of black voting age citizens do not have a government-issued photo ID, right? That is what we are trying to address here. By acknowledging the reality that 25% of
Can you explain to me why black people are incapable of getting an ID?
No one has ever said they are incapable of...
Can you explain to me why you think it's offensive to say we have voter IDs because black people choose or are incapable of getting an ID?
No one has ever said that.
Okay, then why do they not have an ID?
There are probably many reasons.
Go ahead, explain.
Probably because a lot of cities do not require you to have a car. And a lot of people who don't have cars don't have driver's licenses.
So,
right? Look in New York.
Okay, so they voluntarily choose not to have an ID because they don't need one for their day-to-day tasks. Therefore, we have to have unsecure elections, and it's considered racist. Right.
Again.
Yes.
If you read the fucking Supreme Court's competent state, they said other less restrictive voter ID laws would have sufficed to achieve.
Give me an example. Give me an example. You seem to know a lot about this court case, so go ahead and give me the ID law that would have achieved it. Go ahead.
There we go. There's the whole draft of the judgment back in 2017. If you want me, I can go find it.
It seems that you're knowledgeable of this. So I say I have this ID, right? I work with people that don't have driver's license, but they have state IDs, right? That the law would say you need to have this to be able to vote.
Well,
okay, you're saying no. The court said that's racist, and there were less restrictive voter ID. So I'm asking you, what would those types of voter ID have been?
Well, let me look here. I mean, this was fucking 6 years ago.
Sure. Now, I'm aware this is oftentimes what the left does. He hears some story. Right. So let me articulate. This is what he does. He hears some story. Oh, court said this. Must be true. By the way, if I say the court said that George Floyd is guilty, or the court said that Trayvon Martin's guilty, or the court said that lefties say, but sometimes the courts are wrong. They could be biased and blah, blah, blah. But when the courts side with them, it's always, well, that's it. The court said it's racist, that's it. It's like, well, what was the case about? What was racist? Black people don't have IDs as much. All right, well, that sounds like a problem that we should seek to rectify. That doesn't mean that it would be racist to require ID, which is designed for vote security, to make sure that there's security in our election systems. Seems like that's still a good policy to say. And when I ask you, okay, why don't black people have ID? The first reason he comes up with is, well, they don't need it to drive because they don't have cars. Right, so you're saying it is racist. Okay, give me another reason.
I'm sure in some areas, because let's say you want to get an ID, right? You have to go there Tuesday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay.
Right? That's like usually when they're open, the DMV.
Sure.
Because they're not open on Monday, so you get 4 days.
Okay.
Let's say you work an 8 to 5 job. When are you going to go? When are you going to be able to go? You'll have to take a day off work or some time off work.
So you saying black people work more than white people, so it's not racist as a white person? I don't. Well, because no, it's not a straw man. Let me explain.
Why did I say that?
Well, Listen and be educated against Mr. Biden voter. Listen and be educated again. Listen and be educated again. So we're talking about why this is racist against black people. So far you said, here's the arguments we have. No, I'm not going to let you finish because you said, I said something, and now I'm going to explain. Again, I'm just going to mute you. We'll just set the mute, right? All right, so we're talking about why it's arduous against black people and not white people, right? It's racist against black people and not white. Okay, if you're so do you see what bad faith is? Okay, so if the argument is requiring this idea, you bad faith. Now settle down. You don't want your mommy to come yell at you again. Settle down. For those of you who missed it, his mommy. Listen. For those of you who missed it, his mommy had to come tell him to be quiet. He lives with his mommy. She had to tell him to be quiet earlier. So listen. If the argument is that having an ID is racist because less black people have an ID, and then we're trying to figure out why less black people have an ID, here's the arguments you've come up with so far. 1, because they live in the city and don't need a car, so they don't need a driver's license. Simple solution. If they want to vote, they could get a license. It's not racist because they choose not to get a license to have them. That is... Did you or did you not say the first reason was because they live in the city and don't have cars and don't need one to drive? Did you say that or not? Did you say that or not? Yes or no?
I haven't said the word racist at all in this conversation so far.
What?
No, I haven't.
So your claim, I just want to be clear. Your argument wasn't that the North Carolina court said that this was racist.
Saying that exact bill was racist.
Right. That required a voter ID. Now you trying to claim that you weren't saying it was racist.
Oh my God, dude!
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Does anyone see? Now he's trying to say that it's not about racism. The voter ID isn't about racism. Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
This is why I said you're bad faith.
What are you talking about? Okay, let's step back. I should have ended this conversation on. Let's step back. Look how fucking ridiculous. There's this law that required. What did the North Carolina law do? Tell me what the North Carolina law did.
Let's take a step back here.
No. You're quite knowledgeable. You brought up the case. You're quite knowledgeable. You brought up the case. I want you to tell my audience what the North Carolina law did. Go.
So let's take a step back because
you're not going to take it a step back. No, you have one more chance and you're off the channel. You have one more chance and you're off the channel. I'm going to ask you again. You brought this up. You said here is an example of a law that was racist, that was to target black people. That's what you said. I want you to tell me what the law did.
The law. Let's read it again here, okay?
No. You're going to read what a court's interpretation of who was affected by the law. I'm asking you what the law did. For example, my guess is the law said you need a valid state ID with you when you vote. And the court said that law was targeted against black people. That's what the court said, right?
No, it qualified which specific IDs you can use. And in the brief that I read years ago when Sam Cedar was talking about this in 2017.
Oh, Sam Cedar.
That in the law they specified which IDs you can use, and what they did is they collected the data on what IDs, like library cards, student IDs, WIC cards, whatever it may be, that they went through and categorized which IDs black voters were more likely to use than white voters, and then made sure that those were not on the list of valid IDs they can use. That is why that the Supreme Court said it is surgical precision to target black voters, because they have evidence that they went through that data specifically looking for black voters. That is what I'm trying to talk about. I
don't believe that the court said that. Let me rephrase. I believe the court said that. I don't believe the court. I believe the court's that there's so many legal people that do this shit, and so many activist courts that want to say that, like, border security is racist and having to have an ID to vote. But let's say that's hypothetically true. Let's say that's hypothetically true. Do you dispute that there should be one form of valid ID that's allowed and required to all voting?
I think if you guys are so obsessed with voter ID, what we should do is you automatically register to vote when you turn 18, you get your driver's license, and you're automatically issued one in the mail for free. That's what I think we should do.
I don't have a problem with sending. I don't have a problem. But in the world where that didn't occur, we should have one valid form. Like, it shouldn't be a student ID. For example, I still have my fucking student ID from when I was in college. Like, it doesn't have my signature or any, like, forms. Like, you wouldn't accept that to buy a pack of smokes. You wouldn't accept it when you go to buy a firearm. So why should we accept it when it comes to a fucking food stamp card and shit like that? Nonetheless, the point is this. Then we get on to specifically, right? So even if they did say, well, we're going to do this because we think these are the forms of voter ID that black people are more likely to use, there is no reason that black people can't obtain an official state ID or a driver's license. So, it is not. You have not given one. You have not given one. You have no. It's not because I cut you off. You've given two. It's because you say something. I dispute it. Then you say I didn't say that. That's not what I'm saying. So let's go through. Let's go through once more. Let's go through the things. Let's go through the things that you've said. Right. I particularly want to get to the second one. I want to get to the second one because you've said things like I never said it was racist. That's the sort of things.
You're not letting me finish the thought.
Okay, go ahead. Finish the thought. So far we got because they don't have cars. So they don't get driver's license. We got because black people work, and so they can't take time off work, unlike white people apparently. So they can't take time off work to go get an ID.
Did I say that? Did I fucking say that, Rob?
Can you explain to me? So this is what I was trying to talk about. Will you concede this? Will you concede this? That conversation about getting an ID was talking about how it's targeted against black people. How getting a driver's license or a state ID is more difficult for black people. That's the argument. Or they're less likely to have it.
Are you going to cut me off, or can I finish?
A simple yes, no will suffice.
No, because it's not a yes or no answer.
Okay, okay. Well, then we'll just mute you, and I'll continue to talk about what I say. If you can't be good faith,
25% of black people in this country do not have voter ID. We're talking about when DMVs are open so they can go get one. Because 25% of black people do not have IDs, they are going to be more likely in need of having to take off work to go get those IDs versus white people. White people still have to do the same thing. It's
right. So what percent of white people are?
It's literally not going to let me finish.
Let me ask you this: what percent of white people? What percent of white people are born with a driver's license?
0.
Oh, so at some point, all of them have to take time off their day and go to the DMV.
Again, Rob, do you know how? You know what the word disproportionate means?
Yes, I know what disproportionate means.
So,
if black people have chosen to not get, if black people have chosen for personal reasons to not get an ID, saying, well, it's unfair to ask them to go to the DMV, it's racist to ask them because many of them have chosen.
Say that, Rob.
Is the implication of what you're saying? It is an odious. It is more odious. It is more onerous on black people to go get an ID. This argument is nonsensical. It is literally the bigotry of small expectations. It is the bigotry of fucking little expectations. I'm sick and tired of racist, anti-black racists like you that only care for black people if they're voting for the party you are, but will treat them, shh, come on, you don't want mommy to show up again, but will treat them like shit, like they're babies, like they're children. They can't take time off work. They can't take time off work to go to the DMV. The argument was you were saying it's more onerous. There's more onerous. It's more difficult for black people to take time off and get an ID than white people.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, then it's not racist against black people. If black people are equally likely to if black people have an equal opportunity to take off work and get an ID as white people, then it's not racist. Next.
I said that there are more black people that will have to do that.
It's their choice. If their choice is to not have an ID, yes. That's like saying this. Oh my God! Did you know that more? It'd be like saying this. Did you know that less black people have a food stamp card? So it would be onerous on them to ask them to go get the food stamp card. We can't do that. So let's end food stamps. It'd be too difficult to ask the black people. Less black people have them. Disproportionate amount of black people don't have food stamp cards. So it would be to allow these stores to have you present your food stamp card. That's ridiculous. If they qualify for the food stamps and they need it, they can go and get it. If there's an argument that some reason there's a barrier to black people being able to do it than not white people, then maybe you have an argument. But the argument is they chose not to get one, and now because so many of them chose not to get one, it would be hard for them to all take a day off work to go, is fucking laughable. It is a laughably dumb argument.
Do you want to go into other statistics, or do you think it's just one thing?
Go ahead. Let's hear. So far, you've given two examples that are utter bullshit. Keep going.
to take off work, right, you have to miss however much time of work. Some jobs don't even let you do that, first of all. A lot of my jobs, I could never just like, oh, I need a few hours to go to the DMV. That would never work. So I'd take the entire day off work. Which, if you look at the statistics, black people in this country are more likely to be less wealthy than white people, right? Yes or no?
Yes. Let me. Now, can I cite it? Wait. While you're citing statistics, let me cite the statistics. Are black people more or less likely to have a job, a full-time job?
A full-time job?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably say less likely.
Oh, so then the law is racist against white people because disproportionately white people are working 9-to-5 jobs more proportionally than black people, and so it's more onerous on them to have to actually leave their job. Yep, so it's racist against white people.
What?
If disproportionately white people, if a higher percentage of white people have a full-time job than black people, and your argument is these laws are difficult for people that have full-time jobs. It's discriminatory against the people with full-time jobs because it's so hard to take a day off work and actually go and get a driver's license or a state ID. It's so hard. So the poor people that disproportionately have full-time jobs will be more affected. Well, as you've conceded, that's white people more than black people. So the law is racist against white people.
Have I used the word racist once this entire conversation?
The law okay, fair enough. So I just want to be clear. So when you're saying that, when you're advocating the position of the court that the law specifically targeted to disenfranchise black people, you're saying that's not racist, though?
No.
You're saying it is racist or it's not racist?
You know what? Are you able to think linearly here, dude?
Yes, I'm able to think linearly. What you're doing is playing a semantic game. What you're trying to do is play a semantic game because you're saying that something purportedly targets and disenfranchises black people. That's not saying it's racist. I didn't say racist. Do you think it was racist if you believe the position of the court that people intentionally sought the forms of ID that black people use because they sought to drive down black vote? Do you think that would be a racist policy?
Yes.
Okay, so then when you're advocating that exact position, saying you're defending the court saying that, you are in effect, even if you haven't used the specific word racist, even if you didn't use the specific word racist, you're saying that it is racist.
Rob, are we talking about that specific policy right now?
Yes, you're talking about the policy. Are we not? We're not talking about the policy that said that they had to get the storms of ID that you have to go to the DMV to get.
So
wait! Is that what we're talking about? Is that the policy? Is that the policy we're talking? Yes or no? Is that the policy we're talking about? Is that the policy? Again, I'll just you can give a yes or no, or I'll just mute you.
Talking about a sociological issue when you're talking. Can you hear me?
No, you're muted. I can't hear you. You can go fuck off. You'll wait until I finish and then you'll respond, or you can fuck off right now, you bad faith sack of shit. Does everyone see? Do you see how he digs the hole further and further and further and further and further? Do you see that? Why? What does it behoove him to say that he's not arguing this is racist? Why couldn't you just say, what the fuck does he gain by saying, I didn't use the word racist? Right, you're saying the Supreme Court, we were literally talking about policies that you think disenfranchise voters, and we talked about those, the Georgia law that I said, you're going to say it disenfranchises black voters. And you said, let's talk about one that did, the North Carolina law. Then you literally read the law that said that it intentionally targeted people of color. That's clearly racism. That's what they're charging, that this was a racist law. A law that was designed to be detrimental specifically to people of color like black people. That's racism. Everybody knows that those words are synonymous, that what I just said, the law that disenfranchises black people, that's everyone knows it. We all know it. Even if you don't use the word racism, when I use the word racist policy in talking about that, it's clear that everyone understands exactly what's being talked about. But he knows that he just got fucking hit in a position that he can't argue that if it's really an undue burden on people with full-time jobs and disproportionately white people have full-time jobs more than black people, then it would be considered racist against white people. Or in the language that he would want to use, specifically targeted to disenfranchise white voters. But he has to say, I didn't say racist. He keeps saying I'm interrupting him. That's because you're making the dumbest fucking bullshit bad faith point. Is the law racist or not, Me Gutsy? You're unmuted.
When you're talking about a sociological issue,
yes or no? It's going to be yes or no. Is the law racist?
So that law is racist.
Okay.
Okay, great. So do you know what the difference between de facto and de jure means?
Yes.
So when you talk about a sociological issue like voter ID laws are racist, right? That doesn't mean every single issue along the way is racist, right? That doesn't mean every single policy along the way or every single statistic says, "Oh, that's racist."
I don't think anyone suggested that.
Yes, because you say, "Oh, well, that means that's racist because they have to work harder, they have to take off work. That means that's racist." I never said that. I never said having a voter ID in itself is racist.
You got 15 seconds to wrap. Just pause. I'm going to give you 15 seconds to wrap up your thought here, and then I'm going to ask you a question which you'll respond to.
The practical application of this is, in fact, going to affect black people more than white people because of all the different statistics that go into this. That is what I'm talking about. The fact that a black person has 25% less IDs than white people may not be racist because of racism, right? You know what environmental racism is? That doesn't mean the environment is racist towards black people. It's that the outcomes are worse for black people than white people.
But yet they use the word racism in it.
Yes, it's just a catchy.
But that's de facto. You just said not to use the term. So you agree that the term. Real quick, you agree the term environmental racism is bullshit.
The term environmental racism.
It's not really racism.
Black people, it's not racism. No.
Right. Okay. Cool. Environmental racism bullshit. Gotcha. Environmental racism bullshit. Got it. Now, the reason that you're screed there doesn't matter is because we're talking about the specific law that you're admitting that the law was racist. The implication is because it is an undue burden on black people to be able to get these forms of ID. So it would be racist to require intentionally them to have ID because the racism would be it's harder for them to get ID.
It would be racist if they knew that. Actually, it doesn't. I guess they don't really have to know. I think you would have to know. It would be racist if they know that it would be harder or negatively affect black people more than white people, which they do know. Do you think
that the average person knows? For example, do you think I know before this? You don't think I knew before this conversation that less black people have IDs than white people?
You did, probably, yeah.
Okay, you don't think that the average person knew that?
No, they probably
I think you're full of shit. Nonetheless, you're semantic. Yes, I think you're semantic. I think it's because we've heard that voter ID laws are racist over and over and over and over again, and so anybody that's does your grandma vote regularly?
Yeah.
Then I bet she's heard the argument that voter ID is racist.
Yeah, but she doesn't know the underlying reason.
Doesn't matter. I bet she's heard that the ID. No. The underlying reason doesn't matter. No, you're exactly. It's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite because we're talking specifically about whether or not having that card when you go vote is racist. And if saying voter ID laws are racist, it doesn't matter if she understands the underlying. She would say, "I know that it's more difficult for black people to have that ID than white people." That's what she would know. She might not know the underlying reason. Well, it's because they live in the cities and they don't have cars. She might not know that. What's that?
You asked me specifically, do you think that a normal person knows, or most people know, that black people are less likely to have ID? That's what you asked me.
Right. Okay, then let me rephrase the question, right? Because the implication of that question is, do they think voter ID laws are racist? You think the normal person knows that?
They probably believe things they hear, but they don't know.
Okay, and why do you think when they hear that and they believe it, what do you think comes to their mind why that is?
Most people just believe the fucking shit they hear on the news.
Okay, so you hear that. So you just hear that. You hear it in the ether. You're flipping through channels and fucking Anderson Cooper comes on and you hear Anderson Cooper say, voter ID law is racist, and you go, I believe that. Now explain the thought process in your head, why you think that's the case.
Well, me or the normal...
Either or. What would I know what the first thing I would think would be. You tell me if this is wrong. You tell me if this is wrong. Because it's harder to get an ID if you're black?
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
It doesn't have to do with anything.
Right. So we're right back to what I said. You fucking idiot. It's exactly the point. My point was that saying that the ID law is racist because it's harder for black people to get an ID is saying that it's racist. That's exactly what the implication. That's the exact thing you said wasn't racist.
Why are you narrowing this down to like the most simple form of anything?
Because I'm narrowing it down. You know when it happens? When fucking bad faith bullshitters like you try to make semantic arguments saying, no, I'm saying, this is what I am saying. I am saying that it is unduly burdensome towards black people to get an ID it is unduly burdensome targeted to black people to do that. I am not saying it is racist. I would like to interject to say it is not racist. It's just unduly burdensome towards black people. Not racist, though. Unduly burdensome to black people. That's what I'm saying, not racist.
You disagree with the statistics I provided.
What does it matter if I agree or disagree with the statistics in this specific point that we're talking about? You chose to derail the conversation to say, oh, no. I'm not saying it's racist. I'm not saying it's that.
Oh my God, Rob, you're literally going back in time. We've already discussed this. Because when I say, oh, black people are less likely to have an ID, then you go off and go, yeah, that means it's racist. I never said that. I said that there are certain circumstances that have an effect on this, and that make that so. That doesn't mean that it's
If I, in Pennsylvania tomorrow, if I become governor and I sign an executive order that says you must have a state license or photo ID to vote, is that racist?
But yeah, probably because you know that it's harder for black people to get the ID.
So your argument is that there are politicians out there pushing vote. So,
black people.
all right. So there you have it. I don't know what more to say to my audience. I don't know what. So
do you not? We just had this.
I don't know what else to say. Do you see this bullshitter? Do you see this? So if I want voter ID, it's racist. If someone wants voter ID and they say, I think people should have an ID to vote, but they don't know that black people are less likely to have an ID, then it's not racist. Then the law's okay.
No,
it's not racist then.
I said intent probably matters, right?
So why would so if intent matters, then you're saying that if I want a voter ID, then my intent is to disenfranchise black people.
No, because the people.
Then why would it be racist?
I'm just going to say that. Because the people that are enacting these laws have access to information, and they know. They know the statistics.
Okay, so I know statistics that black people are less likely, and you're saying intent matters. So you're saying if I passed a voter ID law, then that would be racist.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean intent. I meant like, I guess honest. I guess intentions, but like the intentions are acknowledging, also being knowledgeable and knowing that the de facto practice of that law is going to be to a disproportionate effect on black people.
Right, you're a fucking racist. So you're back to the point saying that expecting black people, if I want voter ID to ensure voter security, it's racist of me because black people are less capable of getting an ID.
Are you going to go out? Are you going to make it so it's not disproportionately affecting them?
How would I do that?
I mean, like we said earlier, you can literally provide voter ID.
Let's say I do that. Let's say I do that. Let's say I say, okay, voter ID. Hear me out, right? I say voter ID is free for anyone. Free. Yeah. All you got to do is send an email right here to this place. We'll send you a stamped envelope. You provide the following information. Put it in the mailbox. Costs you $0. We send you the ID back. So I post that, right? Sure. I do all that. And 4 years later, we've sent out all the IDs, and still, black people are 20% less likely to have an ID. Still racist?
So, at the time that the law was passed, no. But if you look at it now, you're like, oh, damn, okay, that actually really does affect them worse. We should probably try to fix that, right? That's what.
No. Your answer makes no sense. In the moment, 4 years from now, when I've done, in the moment, 4 years from now. Now we're 4 years from now, right? And I've went out of my way to provide as easy as possible free ID that but for whatever reason, black people have chosen not to do so disproportionately. Is it still racist?
I already answered.
No, you didn't. You went off on some vague tangent. Well, so the answer is no. It wouldn't be racist.
No, it's not racist.
Why? You said all that matters is the data. You said all that matters is the data. Yes, that is literally what you said, you dumb fuck. You said, do you want me to, here we go again. We'll just mute you again. We'll mute you again. So here we go again. So you remember he went in this whole street, I said intent. So what intent means to me and you is, what is the reason that I'm passing the law? So it would be racist if I'm saying I want voter ID because I want black people to vote. That's what intent would be. He's like, no, that's not what intent is. Intent is sort of knowledge of the statistics. And so if you know that black people have an ID and you pass a voter ID law, then it would be racist. And I said, okay, so let's say then but we'll give all the black people a voter ID. And they say, no, we choose not to get it. The data would still be the same 4 years from now. the intent, according to him, is knowing the data. And the data would be that black people still are 20% less likely to have a voter ID. So why wouldn't that be racist? Now he's going to add different qualifiers. He's going to say, well, it's not racist because you sought to alleviate it by having policies that did this, 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 and this. Which proves that the intent that he originally tried to get away from, which is the idea of, did I intend to have secure voting, and that's why I wanted the idea, or did I intend to screw over black people? That would determine whether or not it's racist. But he knew that he couldn't make that argument because he can't prove that argument for people like me that want voter ID, so he had to change it to some, but the data suggests, and if you know the data, bullshit argument.
Rob, do you remember when I said, when I was kind of stumbling over words trying to explain what I meant by intent as in the end result? Remember that?
Correct. I do. I just explained that. Yes.
So, when I say that intent includes the end result, when you pass a law and you know the end result and you're like, okay, I'm going to preemptively try to alleviate that end result from happening, and it happens anyway, how is that? I'm consistent in everything I've just said.
Because that election
included a preemptive action to alleviate that disproportionate result.
Because the argument was purely what the data suggests. If today there's an election and I have the law today that says you need an ID to vote and blacks are 20% less likely, you say that's racism. Because all that matters is the race. Because I know the data that blacks are less likely to have an ID. Therefore, it's racist, correct?
Because they know
okay.
the result.
So then let's change the scenario. So I say the law will be enacted later, 4 years from now, and for 4 years we'll send out free voter ID. So blah blah blah, this happens, yada yada yada, it happens. Blacks still 20% less likely the day of the next election. I have the option to say, okay, we could remove the voter ID criteria because blacks are less likely, or we could continue right now, today, this day. I know the data shows that black people are 20% less likely. So does this law be enforced today? You're saying you have to bite the bullet and say, yes, on that day, yes, you do. Then it's more than just the data. It's more than just the data.
You think it's so simple, right? Let's take your
voter ID. Okay, so I'll go with this. We'll just mute you again. So now I can make your argument. I just need you to talk like 5 seconds because I can make your argument more coherently than you without rambling. So now his argument seems to be this. Well, because the data is the way it is, it's racist if you do it without trying to alleviate the situation. But if you do things that you're claiming is to alleviate the situation, even if it doesn't, then it's no longer racist. So I'll say that all voter ID laws that people are suggesting now aren't racist because the government's tried to alleviate black poverty and black home ownership and black car ownership and things like that through a variety of welfare programs that we've seen exist. Therefore, they've already tried to alleviate it. So if you pass the law today, they've already tried to make those alleviations and therefore it's okay. Or I'll say the laws that require voter ID, if they expand voting on days such as Sundays and things like that, well, that's an attempt to increase black participation. Therefore, it's an attempt to alleviate that. Therefore, it's not racist to require these laws. Hey, you got it? Yeah, you got it, Me Gutsy?
That's not my argument at all, actually.
No, I know that's not your argument. I know. I'm disputing your argument. You can't. The problem is you've made two absurd positions here. First, you've made an absurd position of saying that it's not racist. You're not saying getting a voter ID. You're not saying getting an ID is racist, which is exactly what you're saying. You're trying to play semantics. The second is you've tried to say that racism has to do with intent, and you give a definition for the word of intent that I've never heard that says knowing the data, right? Knowing the data. And so, therefore, even if I strongly intend to say I think we should have voter ID because I'm worried about fraud and I want election security and things like that, it's still racist to require it because I know the data that black people are less likely to have. That's not racism. That's a bullshit definition that only some woke sack of shit would try to give. Like, it's just not the definition of intent. So, once you go down that rabbit hole, I point out the obvious flaws in that you would be able to say 4 years from now, you would be able to say, oh, black people are still 20% less likely, even if you did things that you claimed would alleviate that. Clearly it didn't work. Clearly there were reasons that it didn't work, so therefore it's still racist to require an ID.
Yeah. Can I finally finish one thought, please?
Sure.
No? So, your conclusion was that if after all of that work to alleviate the disproportionate outcomes of that, just that one thing of shipping out the free IDs, that at the end of the day, if 20% of black people are still not registered to vote or still don't have ID, then I'm saying that it's racist. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that don't just look. It's not one variable that affects these things, right? What you would actually do if you actually cared about getting this is you like, wow, why aren't these 20% of black people getting voter IDs?
No, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about that. That is not a that's not a prerequisite. That's not a prerequisite. It has nothing. No, it's not a prerequisite. If black people choose to not have an ID, so we were playing that game. We were playing that game. We were trying to do that. We were playing that game. I asked you why. You came up with these stellar opinions. Because they don't have cars. Okay, that's their choice. I don't know what to say. Because they work so much, and it's hard for them to call off work. Actually, if that's the criteria, the group that worked has more likely to have full-time jobs. By the way, wouldn't that also be sexist against men? Men are more likely to have full-time jobs. So that means that men are less likely to be able to take time off to get to the DMV. So wouldn't it be sexist, knowing that data, wouldn't it be sexist to require a voter ID? Let's ask some other questions. Do you think it's racist to require an ID to buy a? Is it racist to require an ID to buy a firearm?
Is that something that black people are affected by? Like what type of ID?
What are you talking about? You just admitted that black people are 20% likely. Yeah, like to require a driver's license or a state ID. Is it?
Probably, yeah, sure.
Okay, so you're on record saying that laws that say that you're required to show ID when you buy a firearm are racist.
What I'm on record saying is that in de facto in practice of these laws, if they disproportionately affect one group or another, then those are A, sexist, B, misogynist, misandrist, racist, whatever it may be, because we know that these disproportionately affect these groups, yet we're doing nothing about it to fix it.
Okay, do you think rape...
That's just a normal thing.
Cool. Do you think rape laws are sexist?
Rape law?
Yes.
Depends on which ones.
Let's say let's say the law, sexual assault. You think it's...
Like in UK, rape, I think, means penetration.
Okay, let's go with that. A law that says, whatever the sexual assault, I think rape does mean penetration. We'll go with that. Laws that say that it's illegal to forcibly sexually penetrate someone, do you think those are sexist?
If that's the only law on the books, if you can't, tie some guy down and jerk him off, then yeah, that's probably sexist.
Okay, but what if that other law is on the book? All that matters is the data. Men are more likely to forcibly penetrate someone.
I don't understand what you're...
Well, your argument is if the data suggests that a law disproportionately affects a group, then that law is inherently sexist or bigoted against that group.
No.
Yes, that's your argument. That is literally what you're arguing.
You're going to just bad faith in what I said.
What are you talking about? You just articulated that.
You're going to take something I said that intentionally targets groups. And we know the outcomes.
How? We just talked about... Okay. So I just want to be clear. In my state of Pennsylvania, there's an awful lot of left-wing people that are anti-gun. And they argue anti-gun issues quite frequently that are a diverse range of them. So, for example, they would argue that specific guns should be outlawed. They would argue that specific magazine size should be outlawed. Specific calibers of bullets should be outlawed. Specific accessories to guns. They also argue for things like background checks and ID, providing an ID when you purchase a gun. I think that they are not thinking in their head, these lefties that do this, yes, our plan, we know that black people are less likely to have an ID, therefore we're racist and advocating. Do you think that the intent of those people might be, we just want to make it more difficult to get guns? We want to make it so that there's more certainty?
Remember I said on intent, buddy?
Right. And so then, but you would still say that those laws that they're pushing for are racist if they know that black people are less likely to have IDs, which they would know.
Has this ever came up before in a policy discussion on...
Yes, quite frequently. In fact, really? Those of us that defend the Second Amendment quite frequently talk about the original anti-Second Amendment push in this country came after the slaves were freed because gun grabbers wanted to prevent blacks from owning guns. So yes, quite frequently smart people like me that listen to dumb fucks like you that say voter ID is racist say, oh, do you share that same strength when it comes to ID to say purchase a firearm? So if we should scrap voter ID, if we should say, no, it's unduly burdensome for black people to have a state ID to vote because the data shows that they disproportionately don't have it, then the same would apply of a law that requires some sort of identification to purchase a firearm. That would equally be racist, correct?
Well, the thing is,
Or how about vaccine mandates and passports? Well, black people were less likely to get the vaccine and less likely to have a vaccine passport. Therefore, laws in places like that said you had to show your ID and vaccine passport in places like New York, you thought those were racist laws, correct?
I thought those were dumb and bad and
Dumb and bad and racist. You thought they were racist.
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you're against any sort of law that requires any sort of identification because it's racist.
Never said that.
Oh, so you acknowledge that all those. Oh, better yet. So you acknowledge. Let's go through it step by step. Let's go through it step by step. Let's go through it step by step. One. Do you acknowledge the data shows that black people are less likely to have an ID?
So the reason why these things
I'll repeat. I'll just mute you if you can't answer the question. A simple yes, no will suffice. A simple yes, no will suffice, and then you can elaborate. Will you acknowledge that black people are less likely to have an ID?
Sure.
Okay. Have you said that any law, that anyone that knows that and supports a law that requires an ID to be presented, that would be a racist law then?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
You're also saying, now you're saying that you aren't against any law that would suggest providing an ID. That's what you said. I never said that when I said you're against all law. So you're saying there are some laws that you would be for. Yes or no? There are some laws that you would be for. You're saying yes. Therefore, the conclusion is you're admitting that you support some racist laws.
Can we talk? Okay.
Yeah, we'll start from that position. You just admitted that you're supporting racist laws. Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll take your bad faith.
So bad faith? That's literally your words.
Oh, it is. Bad faith.
That's literally your words. The fact that you can't follow a conversation. You literally said any law that says you have to present an ID is racist.
No, I actually didn't say that.
I literally just asked you and you said sure.
Yeah, because I'm going along with this stupid thing because you won't let me get a single thought out.
Okay, so what part of that do you disagree with?
Just asking yes or no questions over and over again.
I said you can elaborate if you want.
No.
But the problem is you don't answer yes or no, you just meander about. Say yes and then explain yourself. Say no, then explain yourself.
Yes, no, whatever. So there are differences in different laws, right? The impact of these laws. The impact of having a voter ID, what do you get out of that? Some election integrity, I guess, even though every investigation that's ever, widespread investigation that's been done, every audit and infringement election showed no huge, vast differences in the election count and the reported one, right? But if you look at gun laws, those are completely different because of the consequences of allowing no ID, no background checks, or whatever. So that's why these things are different, because the outcomes and the consequences of those.
So your argument is the reason that so you're saying the gun law is not racist.
No, I never said it's not racist.
So it is racist. You're just supporting it.
Sure, it could be. Yeah.
So just to be clear, you think that having to show an ID to buy a gun is racist?
Probably.
And yet you support it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, unlike you, I don't support laws that I think are intentionally racist, because I'm not a racist.
You support voter ID, though.
Yeah, I don't think it's racist.
So you don't agree that it disproportionately affects black people?
That's not my definition of racism.
So go ahead, tell me.
My definition of racism, it would only be racist if the intent was to disenfranchise black people.
Oh, so if my intent wasn't to disproportionately affect black people, but I went into a neighborhood where I know most of these people are black people, right? And I just throw a grenade down the street. That wasn't racist of me to throw it at black people's houses, right?
No, it's completely different. For example, it's not sexist to say assault laws should exist, even though me and you know the data that suggests that men are disproportionately arrested and charged and commit assault. That's not sexist. Let me finish. It's not sexist to have that law in the book. It is absurd to say that if something disproportionately affects a group, then that is bigoted against that group. That is absurd. That is literally what you're saying. That is
knowing the demographics of what you're going and knowing the end results are more likely to disproportionately affect a certain group. That is what I say.
Okay. Do you know the demographics? Do you know the demographics of the people that commit assault?
No, but people who
You don't. You can't guess. You can't guess. Okay. Oh, I'm telling you. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. It's men. Men, disproportionately men. Now you know. So now that you know, you agree that now that you know, and the people that create these laws know that assault laws are sexist against men.
I already said that it's probably sexist, and maybe we should change the definitions of these laws to make sure that it's proportionate to both groups. I've already said this.
So any law that is any, so let's say that the law, yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. Laws, like voter ID laws. So yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. So any law that would disproportionately say it affects one group 52% and the other 48%, that's bigoted against the group that affects the 52%.
That doesn't have to be disproportionate, first of all.
What define disproportionate?
Disproportionate is in relation to their per capita representation.
Okay, so if men are 49% of the population, but 68% of the people that get arrested are targeted for assault, then that's sexist.
Sure.
Okay.
What does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
Well, it devalues the term racist or sexist to the point of meaninglessness.
How?
Because what does sexist mean at that point?
You don't think that there's language out there and laws that say like rape is only by penetration of the vagina? That's not sexist to you?
No,
there is a law, I'm pretty sure in the UK that their rape laws are extremely fucking really worded.
I don't think that would necessarily be sexist to have a law that's specific about penetration of the vagina. However, I'm skeptical that there's any law that says that.
Let's say, well, I know I might be wrong on the specific wording of the UK. I know one of the laws on like rape literally has to, or like sexual assault has to be like penetration. Like sexual assault can't be.
Okay, penetration, fine. I have no problem.
Let's just say in Djibouti, right? The rape law there only applies to penetration of the vagina. It doesn't say anything about a penis or a rectum of a male or anything like that. Would that be sexist?
I don't know if sexist would be the right word for it. It's okay. It could be sexist if forcibly penetrating a man's anus wasn't a crime, but penetrating a woman's vagina was a crime. Then that could be sexist. But if there's a different law that's commiserate, that's close to the same, that says that you can't. So, for example, if we have a specific law that has to do with vaginal penetration, no, I don't think that would specifically be sexist.
But if there isn't an equivalent law for men,
then theoretically, in this hypothetical situation in a third world country, in that case, that could be sexist because you are specifically setting up a law that says that doing almost the exact equivalence to a man is allowed, but doing it to a woman isn't allowed. That's different than saying, well, men are more likely to penetrate, and therefore it is sexist to say any law that says penetration is illegal.
Great.
Right, that's fucking stupid. It devalues the word sexist and racism to the point. The problem is, and you can tell that you're a college student. You can tell you're a college student, right? Because what you're doing is you're kind of doing this inverse fucking bullshit play on the idea of equity versus equality, which is you're saying anything that disproportionately affects one group to another must be racist. And so equity says that we need to... Please, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So what you can see he's doing. So, like, for example, equality means equality of opportunity. Equity means equality of outcome, right? And that's what he's arguing in the inverse. He says anything is racist if the outcome, if you know the data is that it will affect one group more than another. So, for example, if you said, I think that you should have to have an ID to buy a gun, that's a racist policy. Why? Because black people are less likely to have IDs, even if they chose not. But you could break it down into an infinite amount of groups. For example, you could say the law is bigoted against Amish people. They're less likely to have a state ID. Therefore, laws that require a license to buy a gun are bigoted against Amish people. And you could go ad nauseum the entire way through this. He literally makes the absurd point that anytime there is a law, that there is a disproportionate outcome, and you know when you pass that law that there will be a disproportionate outcome, that law is bigoted, sexist, racist, etc. It is nonsensical, and it comes from the same mind place that believes in equity, that says that everything has to have equal outcomes. It is impossible, and it is completely nonsensical. Saying I didn't say that doesn't mean that he's giving the exact rationale for that position. In fact, at least with equity, you could make a point that somehow it kind of would remotely make sense, because you could say, well, maybe we should strive for a world where everyone is equal proportion of everything. So if Asians are 3% of the populations, Asians should be 3% of the CEOs, and maybe that's something we should be striving for. I think it is absolutely fucking ridiculous to do it in the inverse. This is the first time I've ever heard someone attempt to make this argument that it is bigoted if the outcome is disproportionate, even when it comes to passing laws. And so the difference is when he said, I support voter ID, so how can I say I don't support racism? Because I don't believe that voter ID laws are racist. The difference between me and Me Gutsy is saying he 100% believes that requiring ID to buy a firearm is racist, and he's okay with it. I'm not saying I believe that. He might think that my position that I'm advocating for voter ID is racist. I disagree. There's something incredibly heinous about acknowledging what the law I'm about to suggest is racist and yet still supporting it. At best, my sin is a sin of ignorance. His sin is a sin of intention. He intends to support a racist law that is disproportionately affecting black people, and he fully supports it with a smile on his face. That's fucking racism. That's a real racist. That's what you're listening to.
Yeah, I'm the real racist.
Yes. Are you knowingly advocating and supporting a racist law?
Because you're completely ignoring what I said about different consequences of different laws. We give up our rights all the time in this country for the safety of others all the time. Look at fucking after 9/11. We always, take our shoes off, background check, whatever it may be. We do that all the time. Seatbelt laws, like drunk driving laws, we do it all the time. So the consequences of having no background checks, no IDs to get an unlicensed weapon are pretty bad, right? So yes, there are some laws that we have in place that are disproportionate to other things, but the end result, the consequences of not having that is worse.
Okay, so then why did so given that, then this North Carolina case is absolute bullshit. Who gives a shit? Right?
Why?
Because if it's racist, that means nothing. We could intentionally pass racist laws, no problem, right?
Did you not hear about what I said about consequences? What's the consequence of not having voter ID?
No. So no. That has nothing to do with anything. You're saying right now that courts understand there are plenty of laws that are racist. They're absolutely racist law, but they're okay. They're necessary. They're fine.
I never said.
Wait. You just said, for example.
Can you repeat back where I said?
Right. So here's the difference. Here's the difference. Right. Let me say what you're doing. Can you repeat what I just said? Can you repeat the sentences that I just said, the past three?
What you just said?
Oh, that wasn't it. You're strawmanning me. That's strawman. You're strawmanning me. That's not exactly what I said.
I mean, literally, what?
Well, no, that's not exactly what I said. You're strawmanning me.
Where?
So when I'm summarizing what you're saying, like, for example, when you're saying, right, when I'm adequately summarizing what you're saying, and then you say, I didn't literally say that, and then we'll spend 10 minutes saying, didn't you say this? Well, yeah. And you said this? Well, yeah. Like, that's what you do. I don't give a shit about your semantic. This is what you're saying. Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you saying that our courts allow racist laws on the books?
Obviously, that's 100%.
Okay, so then when I said, you said that the courts allow racist laws on the books.
You keep adding things to things I'm saying I never said.
You didn't say the literal words, but you said that you acknowledge that there are photo ID laws to buy a gun. You acknowledge that the court allows those laws. You acknowledge that those laws are racist. Therefore, if we use a syllogism, you acknowledge that the courts allow racist laws. You saying, no, but I didn't say those exact words, it's fucking irrelevant.
Because we're... Sure, whatever, yeah.
Right! So thanks for wasting another 3 minutes, you fucking dipshit.
Sure.
The courts aren't looking at it that way. The courts aren't saying this is they don't look at it saying, right, you're not allowed to pass laws that you intentionally think are racist. Because racism has a specific meaning. It doesn't mean if one group, and bigotry has a specific meaning, and sexism has a specific meaning. The meaning isn't if one group is slightly more or disproportionately affected more than another, then it's bigoted. That's bullshit. That is not the way laws work.
I never said that. Oh my god.
Right, oh my god, that's right.
Yeah, I never said that. Holy shit, dude. I never said...
You never said what?
I never said that if a law has a disproportionate outcome, then that means it's 100% racist. I never said that, dude. I never said
that means it's 100% racist. Show me saying 100% racist.
I mean, it's racist.
No, wait! I never said 100% racist. Show me saying 100% racist. Pretty annoying, isn't it?
I said intent matters.
Right, and you said intent is disproportionate effect by the data.
Nope. Oh my god, dude. Why are you being so that based about it? You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And you know there are laws in the books right now that were targeting black people. You know this.
Now you're back to a traditional definition of intent. When you say targeting, what you're applying is laws that were specifically intended to go after black people. That is different than the definition of intent that you gave. The definition of intent that you gave is, if there's a disproportional outcome that you know of, then it's racist.
Do you think that the grandfather clause in the old voting laws, do you think that was racist?
Define the clause.
The grandfather clause basically said, you are not allowed to vote unless your grandfather was allowed to vote. Do you think that was racist?
If the intent was to stop black people from voting, yes.
So knowing that those people were not allowed to vote, right? Knowing that it's going to affect black people, that would be a racist law, correct?
If the intent is to prevent black people from voting, it would be a racist law. If you had a specific reason as to why there were good and valid reasons that you would want that law that have nothing to do with race, then it's a different question.
We can do your thing about the Sunday day of rest. Maybe it's that only traditionally.
You mean that law that wasn't even passed that gave extra days on Sunday and extra time on Sunday? That one?
You're making random intents up, so I can too, right?
No, I'm giving hypothetical reasons that things could have been given. Yeah, you're doing something completely different. No, what you're doing is you're talking specifically, you're saying very specifically, if there's a disproportional outcome, then it's racist.
Of course, you have to include, when I said the word intent, you have to use that in there as well.
You're misusing the word intent. So let me do that. Sure. Let me rephrase. Ready? I have to use the word intent while I'm saying it. Okay. You're saying that if there is a law that has a disproportional outcome, then it's racist. Comma. Intent! There.
I'm saying that if you know that the law that you pass will disproportionately affect the group, that's racist.
It is not racist. If we pass a law that says that people that make over $500,000 have to pay a higher tax rate, is it bigoted against people that make over $500,000?
You could say it's wealthist. Sure.
It's a form of bigotry. You're saying that's bigotry.
No, it's not a form of bigotry. No.
But what do you mean it's not a form of bigotry? Define bigotry.
Well, bigotry would be like a certain aversion to a group, right?
No, bigotry is
unreasonable prejudice or opinion that is intolerant of any belief, creed, or opinion.
Right. Yes, so bigotry. Exactly. Right. So bigotry is the generic form of sexism and racism. Racism is basically just bigotry based on race. Sexism is bigotry based on sex.
But belief, creed, or opinion that differs from your own. That's fucking AI from Google.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm trying to find the actual definition so you can't catch me. Because I don't think a class of
okay, it's classist. It's classist. This is so stupid. This is so stupid.
Every time I say something, you try to fucking spin around to do fucking 360. So I'm trying.
What are you talking about? I've been stable in my position the entire time. You're actively. Let's just remember where we're at. There's only one person. There's only one person here who is actively saying, I support laws that, by my own definition, are racist, and I support them. There's only one of us doing that. That's you. You are the avowed racist.
What I'm saying is that I don't think a group of income is something to be bigoted towards, because it's not creed, it's not a belief or an opinion or an ethnicity or something.
I just want you. Okay, so I'm going to record this here just so we get it. Yeah, so, okay, I'm talking to Me Gutsy here. It's someone that called in, and Me Gutsy is explaining to us how he supports racist laws willingly. He thinks that some laws that are racist are good. So, Me Gutsy, can you consciously acknowledge that's what you've said? You've said, as a leftist, as a Biden voter, you're saying there are laws that you know are racist, and yet you support them happily, correct?
What I said was that there are ID laws which are racist in intents for voter ID, and there are black people are less likely to have a driver's license, and so requiring an ID for a gun, to buy a gun, is inherently, I guess not really inherently, but de facto racist because it disproportionately affects black people. But the consequences of not having ID is probably worse for our country and our society than not.
So you support, you think, a simple yes, no suffice. You think that gun, a simple yes, no. Just, no, I understand because you know this is being recorded and it's going to be put out there. I understand the need to be, I know that there's the need to be wishy-washy, but let's just clarify so people, there's no need to mince words. There's no need to mince words. Let's just say, you believe that ID laws to purchase guns are racist, correct?
Sure.
And you support those laws.
Yeah, for reasons.
Okay, thank you. I choose to not like racist, and I apologize that the only lefties I could get in are admitted racists. So if you're ever interacting with Me Gutsy, know that he is an admitted racist. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for the clip. Thanks, I really appreciate it. You are.
Good, yeah, very good faith.
Do you think someone who supports racist laws is a racist?
It depends on the intent, sure.
What do you mean? Intent is just what the data is, the outcomes.
If I support a racist law because it is racist,
no. You were quite clear. You were quite clear. I'll just mute you again. I don't care. You were quite clear. That's not what intent means. You were quite clear. If I want a voter ID law and I say, but I'm doing it because I believe in voter security and things like that, you say that doesn't matter. My intent of why I'm doing it doesn't matter because I know that it will disproportionately, black people are less likely to have an ID. So my intent of why I'm doing it doesn't matter. It's still racist. So why all of a sudden would you supporting racist laws, would the intent all of a sudden matter as to whether or not you're a racist? Why does it change there? Go ahead, Me Gutsy.
You know how words have different meanings in different contexts? You kind of know how that works.
So explain to me why that context has changed.
Because the word intent means something else in this scenario.
So your argument is the word. Okay, can you show me a dictionary definition? Show me any definition. No, you're absolutely right. I must not understand the English language. So can you explain to me? Can you give me any source? Dictionary.com, Webster's, anywhere you want to go. Show me anywhere in any dictionary that says when you're talking about intent. Right, when it comes to whether or not a law is racist, that word intent means something different than if you're talking about intent whether or not a person is racist. Can you show me that?
But we can say, I guess, instead of the word intent, it triggers you. We can use the word underlying belief. If my underlying belief that this law is racist, it is the reason why I support it is because it's racist, right? If that's my underlying gumption, then that is being racist. But if my belief in this quote-unquote racist law is because of a different reason that has nothing to do with race, then no, it is not racist.
Okay, so now take that exact same rationale and now apply it to, it's supposed to, are you a racist? Is the law racist?
Am I racist?
Right, you're saying when I ask if a person is racist because they support a law that I think is racist, the question we have to ask is, what is their intent or what is their underlying belief? Are they supporting that law because it's racist or are they supporting it because they think there are other beneficial things that come for it? And I say, that's great. Now let's take it one step further and question, is the law racist or not? I say the intent matters. Is the reason of the law to disenfranchise people of color? Or is it that there is a disproportionate outcome, but that's not the intent? The intent is something else.
So
why does it change? Why does it change when we're requiring whether or not a law is racist? You say intent doesn't matter. But when we're asking whether or not you are racist for supporting the racist law, you're saying all of a sudden intent matters.
When did I say intent doesn't matter when a law? I'm pretty sure the entire time I've been saying intent does matter. Remember? We've talked about this several times now.
But you changed the definition of the word intent.
When I said intent means that going into this, knowing the outcome will be disproportionately racist, right?
Okay, so now let's go. Holy fuck, this is exactly. I love it. I do love talking to dumb shit. I've needed this so much. It is so cathartic to me. To talk to dumb shit, fucking bad faith. So let's go back. Let's rewind. So now his argument. You get that out. I don't give a fuck. I'll talk my. You get that out. So we're gonna go back. So we're requiring whether or not a law is racist, right? My argument would be, is the intent of the law to disenfranchise black people? That's what intent is. He says, no, that's not what intent means. What intent means is, do you know the data? And if the data suggests that there will be a disproportional outcome, then it's racist to the group that is disproportionately affected. Correct? That's what you're saying.
Sure, man.
Okay, but if you so once you acknowledge, okay, there's a disproportional outcome. That's my definition of intent. Intent's not, are you intending to disenfranchise this group, or is it just a side effect? You're intending to keep people safe. For example, I have ID laws to buy a gun because I want to keep people safe and keep guns out of the hands of bad people. So it's not racist, even though it would disproportionately affect black people. He says no. Your specific intent, why you support the law, is irrelevant to that point. The law is in fact racist because in this characterization, the word intent means, do you know the data? That's what intent means. So, okay, now it's like, okay, so now we have acknowledged the law is racist. According to his definition, the law is racist. And he supports the racist law. Therefore, using the same definition of intent, he knows the data. He knows that the outcome of this law will disproportionately affect black people. He just thinks I have good reasons for wanting it. The same reason that I think the law is not racist, because the law, even if it disproportionately affects black people because they're less likely to have an ID, the intent of the law is to keep people safe. Therefore, it's not racist. He says, nope, all that matters is the data at the end of the day. Therefore, the law is racist. So if you're someone that supports the racist law, why does all of a sudden the definition of the word intent change? Now the definition of the word intent doesn't mean, oh, I know the data, and therefore the data is that it'll disproportionately affect black people. I am racist for supporting the racist law. All of a sudden now it changes to something. Can you explain to me why the definition of the word intent changes there?
Well, first of all, I didn't say several of the things you said, but I'm not going to get into that.
Yes, you did.
Second of all, no, there were several things I didn't say.
Name one.
Second of all, I don't want to. You know what? Fine. I lied. I did say all that stuff. Whatever. I don't care. So, second of all, isn't it weird how sometimes when you're talking about some things, that some things change? You know that? You know what I'm saying? Some things change when you're talking about different things, like context. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so then no language, sorry, I've had this argument too. So you're making an argument that no language has meaning because no two situations are ever identical, and so therefore in any word, right, that is exactly, right, because what you're doing is you're making a, like, did you ever notice sometimes when you drop things, they fall to the ground? Did you ever notice that?
Yeah.
Right, you've noticed it. So you see my point. So you see how you're a racist. You see how you're racist. What you're saying is something that is obviously a universal truth, that words can somewhat change meaning depending on context, but you're not giving an example of how this specific context that is almost incredibly 100% similar, why the definition should change in between these contexts. You're just making the argument that sometimes context can change words, but you're not giving a specific reason why the word intent would change in these. Okay, so give me so then go ahead. I didn't hear it. Did the audience hear it? Did any of you give the specific reason?
40 minutes ago when I first stated my position on whether a law is racist or not, because we've already been there twice.
No, you haven't. No, you're just giving an opinion without any merit as to why the definitions of the words would change. Your argument is because I say so, because I choose to arbitrarily say what I think the word intent means in various situations. You haven't given a dictionary definition. You haven't given any stable claims. Go ahead, give the claim as to why the definition of the word intent changes in those two situations.
Because I was using it in a first-person point of view, then not a first-person.
Okay, so
my brain is rotting.
Right. So can you provide me? Fine, fair enough. Sounds reasonable. Can you give me one definition anywhere, a dictionary or anywhere else, that says the word intent changes if you're using a third-person perspective versus first-person perspective? Can you do that?
Well, I guess it would be my internal intent on believing something and why I choose to support that thing versus the actual intention of someone creating something. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
That's why I changed the word to underline.
But it doesn't matter because now you're just substituting. No, you're just substituting. You're just substituting. It's absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit because you're just substituting a synonym. You're just substituting as synonyms, all you're doing.
Morgan. You know Morgan Wallen. Do you know who he is?
The country singer or some shit.
So, let's say I go ask a friend, who's your favorite artist? And he goes, Morgan Wallen, right? Now, do you know what happened with Morgan Wallen?
What?
You know what happened with him is cancellation.
No.
Quote, unquote. So basically, he got caught saying the N-word to his friend. He
wasn't
using it as a derogatory term.
Sure.
But he said the N-word, right? And the quote, you got quote unquote canceled. Right after that, his new album went up, like shot up the charts, right? People were buying his album just because he said the N-word. Now, I'm sure a lot of people were just doing it to support him, but some of those people were doing it because, oh shit, dude, he's one of ours, you know what I'm saying? So if I said, why do you like Morgan Wallen, right? His intention of liking, or his underlying belief of why he likes Morgan Wallen may be racist because he said the N-word, or maybe because he makes good music, right? So that underlying belief, does that make my friend racist if he likes Morgan Wallen? No, but it could if he likes him for a specific reason, because of the N-word, right? That was my entire point.
That was maybe the worst analogy I've ever heard. Furthermore, all it does is goes to buttress that the definition of the word intent should be, what is your reasoning behind this belief? There's no reason. So you agree. That's the example you just gave. Well, just because other people might like him because he's racist doesn't mean that my friend that likes him because he's racist. Well, right. And now, where does that all of a sudden change? Great. You just gave an analogy that was so complicated and terrible, but basically went to prove that what I'm saying about the idea of intent is the correct interpretation. Now explain to me, using your Morgan Wallen analogy, why all of a sudden a law, when we're talking about a law that is intended to help people, intended to protect people, intended to do something good, but disproportionately affects one group, is racist. The intent in that doesn't mean why you're doing it. It means, well, does it disproportionately affect one group over another? If it does, then it's always bigoted against that group.
Question, Rob. When people created the ID law for guns, was it in the backdrop of black people, like voting or anything like that? No, it wasn't. Did they surgically with surgical precision, go into what type of IDs that black people carry are presented at gun ranges to rent it or whoever to buy a gun? No, it didn't. So nothing about that gun law that was created, the gun ID law, whenever it was created, I doubt it had anything to do with race or had anything surrounding race.
So then the law's not racist.
But it could still be in the fact.
No. Holy fuck! Like honest to God, like for real. What year are you in college?
What are you talking about?
What year are you of student college? Are you a freshman? Are you you can't answer this?
Do you understand context, Rob?
I do understand. I'm asking you what year. I'm asking you. What does in context? I'm asking you what year. How many years have you been in college?
What I'm trying to say is that
how many years have you been in collcollege?
I'm a senior. If someone
You're a
created
senior.
that law, if someone created that,
this guy's a senior. Does anybody see what just happened there? Does anybody see? He literally, after arguing this point for half an hour, literally just made my argument for me. And he has no fucking clue. He has no clue. He literally just made the fucking argument for me. After saying all that matters is the data. That's it. Intent just means the data. That's it. If black people are less likely to have ID, any law that requires ID is racist. Even if what traditionally the underlying reason for you supporting it, what I would call intent, is a good reason, it's still racist. That's it. But if you advocate for that racist law, you may not be racist if your intent in advocating for the law or your underlying reason isn't to be racist. Following me? That's his argument. And then, when pushed, he says, well, here's the deal with that gun law. It could very well be that the original intent wasn't to disenfranchise black people, right? So then the law, then it seems, wouldn't be racist, because that wasn't the intent. Literally my argument. Literally my argument. That's literally what he just did. He didn't even realize it. He didn't even realize it. Didn't even. Now I'm going to unmute him, and he's going to go, wait. You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish what I was trying to say. He literally just made my argument. I'm starting to question whether he is bad faith. I'll tell you a story. I've told this story. There's a loved one that I had, who was literally had psychological, I don't want to say psychological. He probably had some mental issues that he needed to deal with, like serious diagnosis, like bipolar and stuff. And this was an argument I had with him once. We were talking about baseball, and we're driving somewhere, and I'm a Pittsburgh Pirates fan, and I'm talking to this person about the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I believe the pitcher at the time was Paul Maholm, who was their best pitcher. And my loved one said that they should get rid of Maholm. I said, why? Because his fastball's not that fast. I said, who gives a shit? He's got a good curveball. His ERA's low. He's the best pitcher they have. Why the fuck would you get rid of him just because he doesn't have a really fast fastball? Well, the fastball's important, right, but he's getting good outcomes without the fastball. So even if it's true that overarchingly having a good fastball is important, this guy's getting it done without. So we had this argument for 20 minutes while we were driving to our destination. I shit you not, as I'm getting out of the car, my friend says, well, that's why it'd be stupid to ever get rid of Paul Maholm. What the fuck are you talking about? And I was like, that's my argument. That's why we're arguing. That was the position I said. That's who this guy is. That's who he is. Just let him go. I don't know if it's just because he's bad faith and he's trying to win an argument, and so he just doesn't realize he constantly contradicts himself, has to backtrack and shit like that, or if he has some sort of like mental health diagnosis that he needs, that he just can't see that that's what he's doing. I don't know. We could go back. It would be interesting to go back and just listen to this, and just listen to the backtracking and the making arguments that's directly contradictory. It'd be interesting. He doesn't see it. He's never going to go back and watch this, but that's exactly what's happened. Now I'm going to unmute him, and he's going to try to backtrack again. He's going to say, I didn't say that. I didn't say if the intent of the law wasn't to disenfranchise black people, it wasn't racist. Watch him. Here he goes. Go ahead. Oh, you done, Me Gutsy? We'll just end the show, then.
No, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. You just want to see you on rant after you cut me off. Okay. So, what I said for the third time was that I said that if the intention had nothing to do with race, then it wasn't racist, which has been my point the entire time. If they didn't know the disproportionate effects at the end, right? Because they wouldn't know. But if the racist intent was there, then it is racist. So what is that? How does that contradict anything I said?
Define intent.
If the intent, knowing that you're putting this law for guns in place, is going to disproportionately affect a certain group.
Right. That's not the definition. That's not the definition of intent.
I said that's the intent.
Intent is right. Intent is your reasoning for doing something. It's not. It has nothing to do with. It has nothing that you're the one who's being semantic. You are using a definition for a word that no one uses. Right.
Sure.
So what I would say is,
smuggle.
For example, let's say
smuggle that goes into this.
Let's say other things. Let's say other things. Right. Let's say. Let's take a random law. Let's say there's a law that says intent matters. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. What's the word for murder? It's like mens rea or something.
Right. Mens rea. Intent. Right. So let's say intent matters. Let's say, for example, Hillary Clinton. She had a server at her home, right? Right?
Wait, what year is that?
It doesn't matter. She had a server at her home, right? The reason that Comey decided not to prosecute her was he said it was not her intent to have mishandled classified information, correct?
Question. If I roll a giant boulder down the hill, right?
I'm going to go to the restroom. You hold your question. You can talk to the audience here. Don't violate terms of service. I'll be right back.
Is that intent? If I'm rolling a boulder down the hill and it kills somebody, is that intent for me to kill somebody? No. But if I knew that was a heavily trafficked area, is that intent? Possibly. Because I know that there's a high likelihood that someone could be killed by rolling this giant boulder down the hill. That is my point. My point is these people go into these laws knowing that it disproportionately affects African Americans, and they choose to do it anyway. Especially the one in North Carolina, where they pick and chose which IDs that African Americans used and remove those from the approved list. But Rob doesn't want to acknowledge that. He doesn't want to talk about that. He just keeps going on and on about random stuff that goes unpainted for 20 minutes when their brain rots. So that's what I'm talking about. I know my audio is bad. But I'm glad I could finally get a complete thought out of that and cutting me off and going on and on and on until I sit there while he mutes me. That's usually what happens. It's okay. But nothing I said has been contradictory. I said from the beginning that a racist law is a law that, going in, knowingly has a disproportionate outcome for a certain group. You can wiggle around and say, what about this law? What about this law? Sure, whatever you want to say. but that doesn't change the fact that a voter ID law without, like you said earlier, let's just give out free voter IDs to everybody. There you go. That solves both problems. That solves both issues. He doesn't want to talk about that. They don't want to have to bring solutions. They just want to say voter ID, voter ID, voter ID. When the left says, well, let's just, well, I mean, what is the reason, right? I'm talking like something with Asperger's for a second, and we would be able to. There's no way for the court to determine intent. And it's questioning you on your definition of racist law. Well, I guess that's earlier. I tried asking him how we know these people's intents with the march or the May 30th. You don't know their intent. You don't know if they had a plan to overthrow the government, and we went on our way saying, oh, well, since we don't know, that means we can't say that we're trying to start an insurrection. Then George Floyd, that's funny. I mean, intent is hard to find. That's the entire point of mens rea, is trying to find the intent, and sometimes it's hard, but you have to assume it, or you have to not assume it. You have to logically conclude what their intent was. Again, like my boulder explanation. Maybe big things you want to do. You think he's pooping or pissing? I hope he's pooping. I hope he washes his hands. Why is when lefty guys on concerned to get treated fairly? Fairly? You think I've been treated fairly? How many times have I been muted? How many times has he cut me off in the middle of a sentence and then mutes me and talks over me and then goes back and forth to things we talked about 20 minutes ago? I don't think that's being very fair. Oh, I wish we had things for Wall Street before we did this back.
I hope you didn't violate TOS.
No, I just had a bunch of slurs. That's okay, right?
Yeah, that's fine. My audience will tell me. I don't know what else to say. I can't. I'm trying to think of an analogy. I can't even. It's just one of the dumbest.
Here. I do have to go to bed soon, so I think this is actually a place to wrap up.
Yeah, your mom will be on you. You got to get to bed by.
Mommy's like, you gotta get up for school.
You realize how embarrassing. You realize how embarrassing that is for your mom to come in and yell at you midstream.
Oh, I was totally joking. It's really funny that you guys.
Jesus Christ.
I don't care, whatever. But
I'm sure your mom's a nice lady.
I would love to talk to you some other time, but the thing is, like, I feel like you honestly are better. And I know you think I am too, but I'm actually trying to be as good as possible. But every time I say something, you'll take it and twist it and then add things that I didn't say. And then that's why I have to, well, I didn't say that. And you're like, well, and then you kind of go back and forth and go off.
You're welcome to that opinion. The only person that had to backtrack constantly that said things that were then disproven later was you.
I think again, I did find, actually Matt Taibbi said that they didn't have access to that in a congressional hearing, so I'll have to send you the transcript. It wasn't in a tweet, that's why I couldn't find it. But I think this is the first debate I've ever had on a stream or anything like that.
Well,
so
you did not do so well. You did, and let me
Sure,
tell
whatever.
you. No, listen. Let me tell you why. The reason you didn't do so well is you could disagree with me, and you could what I think's lie to me, but you can't lie to yourself, right? And I'm just gonna give you a little advice here, right? Which I hesitate to do, but let me give you a little advice. You have to ask yourself what your goal is in debating someone online or talking to someone online. And I think that it is evident to me and to other people, maybe I'm wrong, if I'm wrong you could dispense with this, that your goal was more to win individual micro arguments than to actually have a truthful conversation on a macro scale. And I think that I've seen this over and over with people. And what ends up happening is people are always thinking, where's the next spot that this argument's going to go? Or what are the possible implications? Even when I debated in college, one of the reasons that I was good at debating in college was I understood that sometimes you don't have to win every argument. You need to win the overarching story, the overarching narrative. When you focus hyperly on winning each individual argument, it ends up saying a bunch of stupid-ass contradictory things. And that's the vibe I got from you the entire time. And I know you're going to say that's bullshit, that's not what I'm doing, and maybe you even believe that, but I'm telling you that's what you were doing. And you need to think about that. You're not going to win any fucking prize. You're not going to win some award. People aren't going to knock on your door and declare you some internet hero because you beat robnoerr in some debate. It's not going to happen. So why even fucking bother? I'm not saying that you can't try to argue that your point's better than mine, but there's no reason to get into these micro issues and these semantic bullshit and the, like, constantly having to backtrack and shit like that. Just say what you mean, and if you're proving, like, oh my gosh, I didn't think of it that way, that's good, or, okay, I'll have to think about that later. All of those are reasonable. All of those are reasonable positions to have. But it seems to me that instead you chose to adapt the tactic of, like, you'll make a claim, then that claim comes back to sort of either help prove my argument or disprove yours, then you adjust the claim. That's what it seems like you're doing. And that, to me, is a telltale sign of someone that's not interested in having an honest conversation about the facts that we're discussing. The other thing is, I promise I'll give you the last word. Yeah. The other thing is, like, although I'll admit that sometimes I'm too hostile, and you kind of had the unfortunate, what's the word I'm looking for? The unfortunate situation of me wanting to debate a lefty for a while now. So I was chomping at the bit, particularly when I thought that the comment that you made to me initially was just stupid, like saying that I need to focus on more important things and shit like that, but regardless. But I'll fully admit that I approached this with more hostility than maybe was warranted at the beginning. And I hope that that doesn't drive you away from other online discussions. I have no hard feelings about it, in case you're wondering. I hope you don't have any hard feelings about it either. Right, but when you come in, like, have a coherent thought point that you're trying to make. It seemed like there was, like, sort of meandering from the get-go. I'm very verbose. I talk a lot. I talk in big portions. That's absolutely true. But I have sort of a coherent theme that I'm going through everything I'm saying that it's easy for people to pick up on. Even you. It's easy to pick up on exactly what I'm saying. I feel like you were just all over the place. That's my opinion.
That could be true. I was all over the place. But I think it started because when I would say something, I'm used to having conversations where we have these conversations doled out, and because we work overnights at the hospital, so we have all night to talk. And so when I say something, I usually add on to that later. And so I'm not used to, like, oh, well, you said this that one time, and oh shoot, I didn't say that part right after, So I'm just not used to this type of conversation where I have to give everything that I think on this subject all in one take. So you can debate all those things. But it's a
little different than talking to a friend, right? Because what you have to understand is that I've done this probably more than you, right? And you can disagree with me, think I'm bad faith, think I'm a liar, think I'm an idiot, all that stuff. That's fine. I'm telling you though, one of the things that happens is people get so interested in winning or making the other person look foolish or whatever, that if they'll constantly move goalposts, they'll constantly change, right? And so it's incredibly frustrating to me. I take your words at face value, and I'm not playing an overly semantic game. It's like the things that I'm criticizing you for aren't like some nitpicky semantic things. Like when you say, I'm clearly going to make the argument, right, that we're talking about in the context of what we were talking about, that there's a double standard in the FBI, especially that, like, when you shockingly admit that it's your belief that the FBI intentionally allowed an insurrection to occur. So once you admit that, which I'm still dubious that you believe that, but once you admit that, if you truly believe that, that clearly changes the direction of what we're going to talk about, right? And so then, okay, part of me talking about a double standard is going to be like, let's look as close as possible to a situation of people on the left rioting in similar ways to January 6th, and let's see how they were treated. And so I'm trying to set it up because I know a million times having arguments like this, what'll happen is if I just say, well, January 6th compared to March 30th, my opponent will say, but there are differences. There are differences. So the strategy that I employ is to say, what exactly about January 6th did you find to be an insurrection? Or did you find to be... And then I let you talk. And you say, this is the things, right? And I'm like, okay, that's good. When you say that, then I could say, here's another situation where those occurred. If I just say, what about the comparisons between January 6th and March 30th? You'll say, well, there are differences. Well, of course, no two situations are completely analogous. So when you say, when I, at great pains, like pulling teeth, I'm like, what exactly was it? And you're like, well, it was fighting with the police and it was getting in. And I'm like, well, fighting with police. And you're like, well, forget that. But it was getting in. And I'm like, well, if they didn't open the doors and if people didn't break in, you're like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Then I proceed. Okay. Now I'm going to eventually come to the point of, okay, well, March 30th, if there wasn't an adequate police force, that's what would have happened. They were trying to break into the White House. So are we really saying just because the FBI intentionally didn't stop January 6th people, but did March 30th people or May 30th people, that's the difference in an insurrection? No, I don't think so. That's the point I'm going to try to make. But before I can get to it, you start moving the goalposts. Well, it's also about a plan. It's about a plan. And I'm not saying the FBI, I don't know if they call... That's what becomes frustrating to me. Because I've spent all this time laying the groundwork so that we would be able to say, okay, now we have all the cards on the table. This is what our beliefs are. Now let's talk about whether or not there was a double standard. But instead, you keep changing the cards. You keep saying, and you are trying to claim well, it was just little, I'm not used to that. It was just little, I was just adding little things. But the little things you were adding were fundamentally changing the discussion. Fundamentally changing the direction that things were going. That's the problem I have. That's when it comes off as, as soon as I'm getting to the point where it's like, okay, this shows a double standard, you're like, wait, I want to clarify something from 40 minutes ago. I want to clarify that statement. 40 minutes. See, now it's different, now that I've clarified. That's what I find to be bullshit. And I think that you'll see I didn't do that one time. I'm very specific when I'm talking about this is what I'm saying is a problem. There was a couple times I said, let me rephrase that. Immediately when you said, wait, what about this? And I'm like, okay, I'll rephrase so that it's more specific. But I didn't go back 40 minutes later and say, And you could say, well, that it was just an honest mistake. It doesn't come off across as that. It comes off as a waste of time. And it's the same with this intent argument. You just keep going circularly, and you're the one who's making these absurd semantic arguments. I mean, you are acknowledging that no one's ever, to my knowledge, in the history of any scholarly research or linguistic efforts, ever tried to say that the definition of the word intent changes based on whether you're saying a noun in the sense of a abstract thing like a law is racist versus the noun as a person is racist. Both nouns, right? But somehow the definition of the word intent changes, but it's...
No, that wasn't my argument. My argument was that the word intent, when I'm saying my intention of creating something versus my intention of my underlying beliefs. That's why I said let's change the word intent because I used it wrong. The second time.
But it doesn't matter because with the word... No, it doesn't matter, and here's why, right? Because if racism requires intent, does racism require intent?
Yeah.
Okay, well then it's not sufficient to say, then we'll just swap out the word intent for a synonym.
Well, like I said, I think I used the wrong word the second time when I was talking about my underlying belief and why I believe in a law, even though it might be racist, right? Wow. That was where I messed up.
Well, I'll say this, I don't wish any ill will to you. I'll be looking forward to the post that you'll be retweeting or posting, warning people about the corruption of the FBI, calling for immediate investigations of the FBI because they intentionally allowed an insurrection to occur.
I still don't know why you focus on Twitter so much. That was so crazy. It
doesn't matter if it's... I focus on Twitter because you're a bullshitter. Would you believe me if I tell you that when people say... That 95% of the time when people say, this is my big issue, this is a huge issue that I'm focused on, that they're never able to provide any proof whatsoever that they've ever mentioned it? Would you believe me if I told you that?
Well, sure. A lot of people aren't focused on social media.
But
when I find something out that I care about, I tell my friends that I care. I like group chat this.
Really? So we're back to that? You want me to bring up the tweets you made about the FBI again?
Dude, I never said I never tweeted ever.
Right. But it's not like you made... Right.
I'm sure during that time, there was a specific thing that I was tweeting. Like, I'm sure those were all during Trump. And I was heavily inundated with that stuff.
What do you mean during Trump? They were like...
During Trump Mar-a-Lago stuff. I was heavily...
Like September?
With Trump Mar-a-Lago. Whenever the tweets I was talking about Mar-a-Lago.
Right. They ran the gambit. There were some in September, October, August.
So my feed was heavily inundated with that stuff, like I said. So I would probably respond to that a lot.
The point I'm trying to make is, can you see?
I read that, it was not. But either way, it's regardless. It's just a new point.
Let me ask you this. So, like, I have this. I live in a predominantly white town. I live in a rural American town. I had a lot of people. There's a college here, though, a small state school, right? And I had a lot of white friends in this predominantly white town that wanted to speak heavily about Black Lives Matter and shit like that, right? When those issues came up, and they started to want to talk about it, and they started to use terms like systemic racism and things like that. And these are people I know, many of them friends that I have on social media, but that I also know in real life. And I would ask them, I would say, can you show me an example of you ever decrying your white privilege? Right? You're now decrying my white privilege. You're decrying, but can you show me an example of you ever decrying yours? You know how many people said, "Oh, I do it all the time," but they weren't able to provide an example. They said, "I talk about it all the time. It's something I focus on heavily. I constantly am heavily talking about problems in the black community." I'm like, "Really? Can you show me one example?" And they'd be like, "Well, I don't talk about that stuff on social media." It's like, I've drank with you many a time. I've gone out to movies with you. I've gone out to sporting events. Never heard it came up. Can you tell me who? It seems to be fresh on your head. You're saying it's the most important issue. Can you talk about politics and cultural things a lot? Can you give me an example of you ever saying this to anyone I know? And they're never able to. They're not able to. Not in their social media. They'll be talking about all sorts of other political things on social media. They'll be talking about all sorts of other political things when I'm out at the bar with them or when we're out at the ball game. But somehow it never came up. This most important issue to them just never came up, even though they're talking about all these other things that are less important. Do you understand the frustration of dealing with that? Oh.
Right, there's the issues you keep saying. This thing's the most important to them. Do they ever say that's the most important thing to them?
Well, yes, during Black Lives Matter, that is what they were saying.
You said that about me when I never said that.
You said it was one of... Right.
I said it's an important issue.
You said it was one of the most important. I said, can you think of an issue that would be more important? At one point you said, no, I guess I can't really think of one.
No, the FBI thing, I said like 5 things, and I have a bunch more that we never got to.
No. Those were issues that you would vote on. But when I asked you specifically... Right. So, for example, you talked about the Mar-a-Lago raid. Is that more important? The mishandling of classified documents, is that more important?
No.
Okay. We went through a list of things that you were retweeting and personally tweeting about. None of those seem more important.
Again, these are things that are on my feed. I'm not searching Twitter.
Okay, so the things you said that were more important than the most powerful law enforcement agency in the country intentionally allowing an attempted overthrow of our government were... Can you explain to me again what they were? Medicare for all?
The policies... I mean, I don't really want to go through every single policy I support that I feel like is more important for our country in the long run.
But that's different, right? Like, for example, that's different than sort of political things that you were talking about. For example, you could be like, well, I think sovereign wealth funds. You know, that's different level of... You might think that that specific policy is more likely to get you to vote. But the idea of a scandal of the magnitude of literally our country... Like, imagine that you got what you wanted. Imagine that, I don't know, Bernie's your favorite guy or something? You like Medicare for all?
Unfortunately, he's the best we have.
Okay, so imagine somehow some miracle Bernie wins in 2024, right? And he comes in with this fucking pen flying and he's like, bam, Medicare for all, bam, college tuition. He's going to give you all your tuition money that your mom spent for college back, right? And he's just nailing it. All these policies you love. Like, whatever, like maybe you hate Israel. Do you hate Israel?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, he's like, fuck Israel. And you're just like, woohoo! This guy's the best!
He would never say that.
All right, but he had a change of heart. He had a change of heart,
Sure, yeah.
right?
Yeah, look at it.
I'm asking you once more to hate Israel with me, right? He comes out, right? Like, he's doing all this shit, and then all of a sudden, there's a violent revolution that the FBI allows to occur, and they fucking murder Bernie.
Mm-hmm.
You think that's important?
Yeah, but do you know...
The FBI, they knew it was coming. They chose not to... No, wait, the FBI knew it was coming. They're like, well, we had people embedded. We knew that they were going to attempt to murder Bernie, and we knew it was going to occur on this specific day. But we chose not to tell the local police or do anything ourselves to stop it. You think that's a big issue?
I think this is what a lot of people, I feel, like, since it didn't actually succeed, most people don't really care about it anymore, right? Like, most people, that's why, like, if you watch the videos on, you think James thinks that there's, like, no views on it.
Well, if that's the case, then why all of a sudden are those same people concerned about charging blue-haired grandmas that didn't even commit violence? If it didn't succeed, so it's not a big deal.
I'm saying the normal people that, like, pay attention to politics, like that.
Well, you already admitted that the framing of January 6th probably did affect normal people.
Well, sure, I'm saying now, at this point in time, or like 4 months ago, whenever I read this, it's been, what, 2 years? 2.5, almost 3 years at this point. Like,
but the point is, if the FBI got away with it and did it once and there's been no changes and no accountability from anyone, not from the Democrats, not from the media, then it's likely to happen again, and maybe next time it would succeed. So saying that this isn't one of the most important issues is nonsensical.
To most people, I guarantee you, most people would never, if you ask them what the most important thing, they would never even, not one person would say that.
That's because most people aren't acknowledging that they think that the FBI intentionally allowed this attack to occur that almost overthrew the government. I'll tell you what most people think. Most people that have a cursory look at this think the idea that this was a serious insurrection is fucking laughable. The idea that someone was going to overthrow the government with no firearms, with zip ties that they found there and flags. and Chewbacca horns.
People did bring guns to January 6th, just so you know.
There were like 2 people that were charged, too.
I mean, there's pictures of people with guns. And then
there were like 2 people that were charged, I believe. 2 to maybe it was 5. Maybe I read somewhere there were 5. Okay, so my mistake. My mistake. 1,000 people with 5 guns were about to overthrow the most powerful military in the history of the world.
What I'm saying is that if let's say Pence, he got the word from his lawyer that actually, you know what, you do have the power. That would have actually happened. Pence literally saved it, even though I hate Pence. He literally, if he would have went through with it, because there's videos of these people at January 6th saying, "Oh wow, Pence didn't go through with it. Fuck him, let's get," you know, like if he actually went through with it, it could have been a totally different story, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Pence's decision, he tweeted out.
Right, Pence. So if Pence would have said, "I'm not," if Pence would have not certified, what happens then?
Well, the Oath Breakers had a slate of electors to come in. They worked with Roger Stone, and then they had, or who was it? Was it Jim Jordan or someone else?
Was Pence legally allowed to not choose the slate of electors?
Probably not.
Then why did they change the law?
Which law?
They changed the law afterwards, saying the vice president can't do that. If he was never able to do it, what's that?
To make sure it's set in stone.
Okay, well, my argument would be, just like Democrats have tried to use alternate slates of electors, sometimes in the past they've succeeded. I believe they succeeded in the JFK election in Hawaii, right? My argument would be that even if you think that's illegal, that's different than saying a bunch of armed militiamen are going to take over the country. That's bullshit. It was people that were trying to apply pressure on Pence to achieve a political outcome they wanted. Similarly, there were people that in Black Lives Matter or the George Floyd protests that were also applying pressure that were trying to get policies changed that they wanted. I did not believe for a second that they were about to overthrow the government. That it was going to be... It is a ridiculous overstatement of what it is. That's what it is. And it was intentionally allowed to get out of hand and encouraged to get out of hand by the FBI. And it was intentionally not staffed properly to have security properly by people that were working like the Sergeant-at-Arms with Nancy Pelosi. It is being intentionally blown out. It was not a serious attempt to overthrow the government. It was people that saw every institution in this country fuck them over to the point where the FBI actually illegally spied for the first time in history that we're aware of using a FISA warrant on the President of the United States. 4 years, them, the FBI, the media, etc., worked in tandem to ruin any chance Trump had of passing any sort of agenda. They talked about impeaching him before he was sworn in. The leader of the opposition, Chuck Schumer, said before he was sworn in that the FBI would find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at Trump. These were people that felt disenfranchised, that there wasn't someone that ran for office for decades that represented their views. And when they finally voted for someone and against all odds, that person ended up winning in 2016. They saw every major institution in this country treat him and them like shit. Weaponize as much as possible. Lie blatantly. Say that he said Nazis were good people. Say that he told people to drink bleach. Impeach him for this. Leaks that were coming out from the FBI. Investigating people around him. Raiding their office. Etc., etc., etc. Exactly as Chuck Schumer would say would happen. Then they saw election night. They saw massive changing to the ways we had votes. Massive changes. And they were told, despite those massive changes, that we've seen that even without widespread fraud and things like that in the past, when we had mail-in voting, that you had 3 to 5% of ballots that were historically rejected. But now, all of a sudden, when states are doing it in a mass scale never seen before, for the first time, all of a sudden, that failure rate drops down to less than 1%. You saw people in my state like Pennsylvania where judges told people that were running the ballots that they had to keep ballots separate because they were going to be legal challenges. And then the argument afterwards was, oops, sorry, we mixed them all together. Now you can't have those challenges. Hundreds of thousands of ballots that lost chain of custody. Mysterious pipes bursting, stopping voting in the middle of the night, and then all of a sudden when the voting started back up. You can say you don't believe any of this shit. I'm telling you, this is what people were seeing. Going into January 6th, this is what they were seeing. Every institution behaved in corrupt ways, in some ways that they saw proof of, in other places that they just suspected, and maybe it didn't occur. It doesn't matter if it occurred or not. This is what people were feeling. They felt the country was being stolen. You already admitted, if you were one of those people that thought the election was being stolen, you probably would have been there protesting too. The vast majority of these people were good people. The FBI intentionally, as you've admitted, set up the stage where they wanted to encourage violence to occur. occur. There could have been shitheads in groups like the Proud Boys and other groups like that, but that wasn't the vast majority of people there. Instead, what happened was most of those people were peaceful. It got a little rowdy. Then there was overwhelming force on the mostly peaceful crowd that was delivered by law enforcement, tapes of which have been largely withheld that are now coming out showing that sort of stuff that was occurring. Then there were people that were engaged in violence, but unlike any riot I saw from Black Lives Matter or George Floyd riots or things like that, there were actually people in the crowd telling the people engaged in violence and breaking windows, stop that, what are you doing? We need to respect law enforcement. Yes, there were shitheads that deserved to be arrested, but the vast majority of people that went into the Capitol were left in the Capitol and thought that they were doing like the pink pussy hat wearers that were under Kavanaugh. They were making their loud and proud voices heard. That was the precedent that had been set, that the left said you could do that, you could do these type of things. That's what they thought was happening. Then they were told, despite all of the problems with the election, not, okay, there might be some shenanigans, but it wasn't enough to completely change the results or anything like that. They were told, it is the most secure election ever, and you can't ask questions about it. Then after January 6th, they were censored in mass for asking these questions. They were made persona non gratas. Even the people that didn't engage in violence, their pictures were shared everywhere. They were called insurrectionists. They were called terrorists. People were getting fired from their jobs. We have evidence now that the FBI was literally mass surveilling anyone who was literally around the airport or came into D.C. in that area. They were checking their bank accounts. They were checking to see if legal, law-abiding citizens had bought guns. All of this shit was occurring. All of it. And you, knowing all of this, know that the FBI intentionally let this set up and believed that it was an actual insurrection to overthrow the government. And you don't think it's that big of an issue. You don't think it's a top issue. You think there are several issues that are more important.
Yeah, I do.
Well, I think I've made my point, but thanks for calling in.
Yeah, 10 minutes later.
It's my show. You could leave any time. We'll see it.
Later.
You gotta love it. Does my mic still suck? Felt good, though. I've needed to just tear into a lefty for a while. Felt good. And bring a gun. Almost violently overthrew the government. What was their plan? Well, there was a couple people that had guns that they didn't use, and this one guy found zip ties. I had the one guy tell me, that guy I debated on TikTok, he said, they brought spears! Where? Well, flags! They could be speared. Yeah, Wick mentioned that debate, and I told him I would be interested, but the problem was it's like on a Saturday night or something. And that's usually the nights I'm spending with my family. I don't got a lot of time with my family anymore, with the hours that I work. So, I mean, I'll leave it to you all. Do you believe that guy really believes that there was a violent insurrection intended to overthrow the country? That the FBI knew about it and the FBI intentionally allowed it to occur for personal reasons? And yet, doesn't really talk about it that much? I mean, do you guys believe that? I don't believe it. You do believe it. You believe he thinks that. Well, if he does, he might believe it, and that's because it was directed at Orange Man. And so it's okay. Yeah, at least he did talk. I'll give him credit for that. He did stick around and talk a lot. And I was definitely being intentionally antagonistic towards him. That's certainly true. If we had a moderator, I don't think I would behave in as much of the ways which I did. But the antagonism is deserved. I just don't give a shit. And the entire point of him originally calling in was we were talking about the Bud Light stuff because Dana White and Kid Rock, I didn't even get to finish it. But the point I was, he said that we shouldn't talk about those things, but then he admits he's someone on the left, and he admits that this branding affects culture and blah, 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 blah. And that always is a pet peeve of mine when someone says, you should be talking about something. I don't give a shit if they agree with me or disagree. I hate when people are like, you should be talking about something different. Fuck you. Start your own show. Talk about what you want. I'll talk about what I want. Those issues are important. Yeah, poor guy. I will say this. I did shit on him for his mom talking to him, but seriously, it is kind of sweet. Like, you know, mom's like, hey, keep it down. You're too loud. My mom, dude, I remember my mom came with me to high school. I wasn't doing my homework in like 8th grade. And my mom literally came for like half a day and sat behind me. It was the most embarrassing shit of my life. Because I was like kind of a wisecracking asshole in high school. And there's my mom just like, shut up, do your work. So I sympathize, I do. I'm giving him shit for it, but I do sympathize. He probably has a mom that gives a shit, so... Is bullying and the lack of consequences an issue where you live? I don't know. You mean school? I'm not in school. I don't know. Alright, I'm not even going to bother to try to raid someone. I had fun. I hope you all had fun. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. Thursday, I'll try to get back to doing Space with John Burk. That's usually at 11 a.m., but you'll be able to find that at the channels that you're on now. So, thank you so much. Thank you to Me Gutsy, as bad faith or stupid as I think he was. I do appreciate the content, and I do appreciate him calling in. And as always, I don't wish any bad faith. Now I fucking see what's going on with this mic. Finally, I see what the problem is. Check, check, check. Is that much better? Shit. Unbelievable. At fucking 2:30. Oh, shit. What happened was the little mic aux thing got... Oh, man. Jeez, oh, man. That had to be what the problem was. Why did that happen? Okay, I don't know. Is there a way to hide this? There we go. But, alright, well, thank you all. I appreciate it. Enjoy my ending music. It was my old music. My opening music, this music here, which I'll play. That's a band named Track Tribe, and the song is As You Were. And this is the band Ease Jammy Jam, and the song is Midnight Special. It's an instrumental of Midnight Special, one of my favorite Creedence songs. Both of them were found on the YouTube creators' free music list, so if you're a YouTube creator, check out their free music list. Alright, thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you Thursday. As always, have a good one. Hope you enjoyed the show.